the beat. The beat.
battle. It's too late. Giants are looking to put a gigantic stamp on the win. They jump back in. That is a massive gnar! Copenhagen Wolves lock H2K up. Forgiven melts Vanda. Inhibitor goes down. SK Gaming pick up the first win. And Unicorns turn to the Inhibitor turret. Oh, that's a great start by Cabo shot.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2015 European League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split. I'm Evie Shokusupporter, here with none other than our special guest, Mitch Crepo Voorspoels. Special indeed, Crepo.
It's good to be back here, John.
It's good to have you back. Yesterday, we saw upsets, explosive debut performances, and a lot of new lineups. And I'm sure today we'll have its fair share of surprises. Let's kick off today with a quick recap of some of yesterday's biggest stories. Up first, of course, Fnatic upset over Elements. Coming in here with a brand new lineup led by Yellowstar, absolutely destroyed that Elements line.
Yeah, I just really like what they brought to the table. This distinct, fast-moving team comp led by Yellowstar, as you said, roaming around, and then in the back, our man, our European sniper, Febiven, was sitting there. He basically was sniping everybody down, played really well in that game, and yeah, a phenomenal play by him.
Yeah, also racked up the most points in the fantasy yesterday, so that was a very good job by him indeed. Secondly, the Unicorns of Love. They had a dominant first LCS game against Gambit. Meta picks, but strong play, strong calls, and just a good game all around.
Yeah, I really like, again, what they did. You know, everybody keeps saying Unicorns of Love, they play off meta tough, but they got ahead with Power Lever in the mid lane. He started roaming around, he dove that bottom lane. Heliosang, he got ahead. Sure, Leona needs a little work on the level 2 timing, and I think around level 6 in the lane, but once Heliosang left that lane, his Leona was super important for the UOL team comp, and they just make picks left, right, and center, and snowball against Gambit. Everybody was saying Gambit's coming strong, they won IEM, they're looking really sharp, and UL just completely dismantled them.
Yeah, and dismantling also some of the question marks around them. What will they do in meta picks? Well, in this game at least, it's only one game, but it was indeed a good first performance. And then, of course, SK Gaming living up to the expectations versus Roccat. Not one player that was standalone phenomenal. The team was phenomenal as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, you could definitely see that SK brought back what they had in the last season, basically that really good shot calling, the good map movements, a little lacking still in the vision control, but now they added to that even better players in their team. We have the Freddy and Svensker and Synergy up in the top lane, that was really great. We had Forgiven playing like a really newfound AD carry, dashing forward instead of always playing passive, and just he just played the game so smart, and all of it together just really showed how great of a roster SK has right now. And I try to get a little highlights here and there. Just Forgiven, what separates him from the other AD carries is that he knows exactly when to dash in and when to go out, and he uses his gap calls aggressively, and that's why he's one of the few players still playing Lucian actually, because he really likes using that E, triggering his passive for a couple shots, then queuing passive for a couple of shots, and he's backed up by his team and ready to play Lulu, a rather defensive support. We don't really see that often anymore, but it works for SK because they had these tank presences in the top lane, and then all the damage had to go unforgiven, but he stayed alive thanks to the peeling from his team and thanks to Enrated as well.
Yeah, and afterwards talking to him as well, nice to see him back and kind of a new view on everything. It's a team, it's not all about me and making it happen, and it definitely paid off for them in that very first game. And now let's take a look at a day 1 game that had you turning to Twitter. Here was your most talked about LCS big play. It comes to us from the Unicorns of Love versus Gambit match and features Cabochard with a flash ult on Cassiopeia from @CrummyPants. Cabochard's flash Cassiopeia ult was a bright moment in an otherwise dominant game from the Unicorns of Love. This was your most talked about big play.
Killed by Chachi, and Unicorns turn to the Inhibitor turret. Oh, that's a great start by Cabochard in conjunction with collateral damage.
Now let's look at Cabochard here, and he's engaged together with Edward coming in. Is it actually an ulti flash? It is, beautiful. So he starts the animation from his ulti, and then he flashes after, so there's no reaction time for Unicorns of Love.
See, and there goes the fish here with actually what I was going to say as my point. You really have to highlight that he starts the animation of the ulti, then flashes, and you can compare it to Charm Flash from Ahri, the old hook flashes from Thresh, and it's really smart that he knows his champion in and out already, and you saw that's where Gambit's Wumble combo was, you know, that's what they wanted. They wanted to get the Cassiopeia ulti, layer the Tibbers on top, but the UL was just smart of them. They never let them get to that point and just absolutely decimated them every time somebody tried to step forward, and Gambit, they were lacking a tank presence, and I really hope they fix that. But speaking of taking down tanks, though, I had one highlight and one LCS big play. It isn't all that fancy, but it came out of the Fnatic match against Elements, and it just shows how well they're playing together. If you can get that clip on the screen right now, you can always see it. So basically, Elements, they're sieging down a tier 1 tower, and you think it's going down, but if you roll the clip, you see the teleport coming in. Look how none of the members of Fnatic get in danger of dying, but they see C chain perfectly. So they get Lissandra W, Lissandra ulti, and he's stunned. Wicked wants to go out, but look at the bottom right, Febiven's coming in, and that's why Wicked turns around, because he had nowhere else to go anymore. He was essentially zoned. If he walks back, Febiven will finish him off. So he had only one choice, put a little damage down, but die anyways. And that tower was seemingly going down, was another objective trade for Elements, but Fnatic just came into that moment the exact right timing. They didn't overextend at all, and they changed their CC perfectly, even though they have multiple languages in that team, even though the communication isn't all that perfect, and they only have been playing for such a short time with each other. I really like what they brought to the table.
Very impressive straight off the bat. Remember to share your favorite plays with us today by tweeting at LOL Esports and using that hashtag LCS Big Plays. Now, before we get into today's matches, let's take a look at the table after day 1 of the season. 5 teams are tied at the top of the standings with a win apiece, while the other 5 are locked up at the bottom. Of course, that will all change today as we start things off with Meet Your Makers versus SK Gaming. Later on, Roccat will take on Gambit. And to wrap up today, we have the hotly anticipated matchup between the Unicorns of Love and our summer split champions, Elements. And that is going to be a firecracker to kick things, or to end things.
I'll definitely be watching that match.
You have to.
I'm kind of rooting for both Unicorns of Love because I really like what they bring to the table, as well as Elements. Like, I've played with all these guys before, so I really hope they can pick it back up. Because for them to go 0-2, yes, sure, they did that last season, but I kind of wish they had a better start to this season. But
they still became European champions, though.
Yeah, even while losing. But let's make them European champions with winning at the start.
All right, if you want to study up on the new teams, rosters, and players, or catch up on competitive play from around the world, head over to lolesports.com. And while you're there, you can also head over to fantasy.lolesports.com, where it's not too late to create your own LCS dream team. Now, Crepo, do you have any fantasy sleepers up your sleeve?
Well, ever since my favorite support player, Crepo, is no longer in the LCS, I kind of lost interest into fantasy
Shedding
league.
one single tier.
So I don't play fantasy anymore.
You know, this my tiny violin. Okay. You've heard our thoughts on the season opener, and now we want to hear from you. Jump on Twitter and tell us which player impressed you the most on day 1 and why. Well, I keep hyping and talking about the Unicorns of Love, but Power of Evil, even on the nerfed Syndra, he did a fantastic job once again.
Yeah, I think if we start highlighting players, we can look at the role. You have Febiven in the mid lane there. Absolutely. I liked Reignover, the way he uses Rengar. I liked the way Yellowstar was roaming around. So it's really hard to pick out one player, so I'll just pick out one team. I was just really happy with Fnatic.
All right, be sure to tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS, and we'll discuss some of your responses later in the show. And as we continue to celebrate the start of the 2015 season, you can still earn a Challenger Ari skin code if we read your tweet on air today. And now it's time to take a look at our first match of the day as Meet Your Makers face off against SK Gaming. SK, they had a very strong showing yesterday versus Roccat, while Meet Your Makers had quite the opposite experience, and we gotta say SK is a favorite coming into this one.
Yeah, they're definitely looking strong. Even before the results for yesterday, we would have said SK is favorite, and the style or the grandeur with SK winning and the way MOM lost just showed like even a bigger discrepancy. This game should be incredibly one-sided for SK Gaming.
Let's start off by taking a look at the lineup for Meet Your Makers. In the top lane, it's Mimer in the jungle, Horo, Mr. Isles on AD, and on support, Nisbet. And then, of course, coming in for Corey, Blizzard in the mid lane. As said, they lost versus Giants yesterday, working with that brand new mid laner who actually hold his own. It was more the jungle in Horo and the top lane in Mimer that dropped the ball of sorts.
Yeah, basically MYM just looked very lackluster. Bot lane didn't get anything done. They played this passive sustain. Then in mid lane, Blizzard was trying to get something done. He made that flash play with the charm flash, essentially ended up missing, but at least he was trying. But then in the end, he let Pepinera roam up top, and that started the snowball of the Jax Renekton matchup, which was the crux of that the entire match was dominated by Jax winning against the Renekton, and Horo at that point he couldn't do anything anymore. He couldn't fix any of the problems they had, and at that point it was just a timer until they lost.
Yeah, Mr. Rallis was saying in the interview here that he was hopeful that he actually enjoyed playing with Horo a lot, and he was putting out an influence in scrims at least, so we'll see how that translates later on. And turning to the red side of the rift, we have SK Gaming in the top lane, Freddy122 in the jungle, Svenskeren in the mid lane, Fox at AD, Forgiven Grey, and at support and Rated. Yeah, the crowd is definitely clapping for them already. Their first day 1 win versus Roccat was very, very convincing. Not one standout performance. They moved as a cohesive unit and just got the job done.
Yeah, and they have the synergy as a team, but then even in between the individual players, there's great synergy. When we had Forgiven on the desk, he kept talking about how Sven and Freddy work together as a team, and we highlighted this clip yesterday, but we can highlight it again today just to show how strong Freddy was when he got ganked on that Gnar. I think if we can get that clip on the screen right now, we can show you. He basically got cornered by the members of Rocket. He should have died there, and he ended up surviving by hopping over the wall, and that was just really impressive. Yeah, here it is. I finally called up the right replay. Basically, what happens here is Rocket should kill him. Freddy should die. They didn't space out their CC at all. They held the kick. Freddy hops over the wall, survives, predicts the kick, gets kicked out. In return comes FLICKR. He came all the way from his own jungle. He basically turns that around in the kill, and they end up baiting an overpower for another 1-for-1 with an extra assist on Freddy. And then, yeah, Freddy starts rolling. He is this big, massive tank presence. Next to him, FLICKR, another tank presence. That allows Forgiven to just play in between those lines of the offense. And then if something goes wrong, and Raided's there with the Lulu to basically buff him up a little more HP. And SK played it out beautifully. Surprisingly, how well they rotate with so little vision is actually quite remarkable. So massive props for SK, what they brought to the table yesterday. Really hope for a repeat this game.
Also, a luxury if we talk about this SK lineup and the way they played, that we don't even have to mention Fox yet. He was playing solid and doing what he has to do, but that's still something they have in their back pocket to pull out.
Yeah, they basically tried to shut down Fox by camping him. He survived, and he did great as well. And it's actually good for him because he's newer to the LCS. If he can be the quiet guy in the background and start shining in weeks 2 and 3, that would be a lot better for him. But he definitely didn't make any major mistakes. And we just have to stress, SK worked as a unit, and that's really good to see because you saw the value of team play even in Fnatic. People that are working together, they basically, the sum of the parts becomes greater than the parts individually themselves, and it's really nice to see that come out of the European teams already.
You have such a way with words.
I practiced that, actually. Not gonna lie.
The teams are just about ready for Champ Select, so let's send it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, here with the ever-resolute Martin Deficio Lunga. It is time to kick off the day as Meet Your Makers will be taking on SK Gaming.
Yeah, and I think Crepo said it on the analyst desk here. SK Gaming coming in as a big favorite for this matchup. MYM, impossible situation. New mid laner the day before LCS even starts. Already had to replace your support and jungler. Communication problems, synergy, everything. It's not looking too good here for MYM.
I do like the fact that Crepo was giving Bleezer some praise. His Ari, he did try to make plays. It wasn't a desperate situation. We need to see a little bit more of those confident plays paying off. But they're going to need more than that against SK, who were just so coordinated and so together yesterday.
MYM has to win the early game in this match, otherwise they're going to get out-rotated, they're going to get outplayed by SK Gaming. So aggressive plays in the early game, try and run maybe a bit of a pick comp here and punish the lack of vision from SK. That could be the chance for MYM. Turn it into a solo queue game. Don't try and play on SK's level.
Now, we'll have to see if that works out, because when Maima was playing Renekton yesterday, it was quite shocking. The reason I bring that up, Maima had a bad game on Renekton. It was actually banned against SK yesterday, along with Azir. It was Rocket that banned those two off, so we'll have to see if we get some more interesting picks and bans, because they also, SK Gaming first picked Kassadin, which caught us by surprise, but it ended up paying off.
Yeah, so SK Gaming actually banned Zed just so they could first pick the Kassadin here, avoid that matchup in the mid lane. And I think there was a reason behind it, but Gnar should be a ban against Freddy. You don't want to give this guy Gnar. Don't ban Renekton.
Well, we'll find out what the teams decide. We are into picks and bans here for day 2 in the Spring Split. Zia, again, taken off the table. That's 6 for 6 as far as Rek'Sai is concerned. And Meet Your Makers taking Caitlyn away for Forgiven.
Okay.
Even though he played Lucian yesterday. Martin, you were talking about fast push comps. Caitlyn could be one of the champions that could do that if SK were thinking about.
Yeah, and SK did show us yesterday how lane swapping early on and fast pushing down the first tower in the top lane was a very good tactic from them, then swapping down to the bottom lane after. But banning Caitlyn and then leaving Lucian open should mean that Meet Your Makers want to get their hands on a very early AD carry pick in the Lucian itself. Otherwise, you know Forgiven is just going to lock that one in if they want to go for the same tactic as yesterday. But once again, Kassadin being banned here. Oh, sorry, Zed being banned by SK Gaming like yesterday. And Kassadin for Meet Your Makers, it could signal they want LeBlanc in the mid lane and kind of want to dodge around this LeBlanc-Kassadin matchup we saw yesterday that go horribly wrong for Rocket.
And with the LeBlanc taken off the table, that whole train of thought is now down. The next question is...
That's exactly the reason for the banning from SK. Knowing, okay, Bleezer can lock in LeBlanc, we won't have the Kassadin to counter-pick it, so we're just going to ban it. It does mean, however, now it's left open, and Meet Your Makers are not going to give it to Freddy.
Well, the question is, what do SK value higher? You know, Lissandra's available, Janna's available. All picks that we saw lots during the course of yesterday, as is Jarvan. Nah has been with Jarvan all 3 times we saw it yesterday.
Getting Jarvan here is important.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see SK think about that.
No, played it yesterday as well, and Svenskeren showed some very good moves. As always, whenever he's playing an aggressive early jungler, we know he will gank a lot. And obviously getting Graves kind of again makes the Caitlyn ban pretty much useless against SK, because Graves is still considered one of the best AD carries, and Forgiven can play very aggressive in the laning phase on it as well.
So we'll see how he controls himself. Those is next to insta-locks as far as Meteor Makers are concerned. Their lanes are shaping up already. Mobility, pick, and a nice tank from Nah. You can see Yamato Cannon there in the background, who is the coach, going to be deciding who their support and jungler will be later on.
Yeah, so Blizzard gets Ahri again, like he played yesterday, where he did try again to make some flashy plays. He lost the laning phase to Pepinero, however, and couldn't actually stop Pepinero from roaming around and killing his poor little top laner in the last game. But getting this Sivir somewhat explains the Caitlyn ban then, as Caitlyn is a counter in lane to her, but Graves is... It's not exactly a lot easier for Sivir to deal with. It becomes a bit of a farm lane for her. She has to stay back and play very passive, but all the kill potential is on the side of Graves and SK Gaming.
Well, we'll see how SK decide to handle themselves. They've got so much damage to play with, and lockup. Jarvan, Cassiopeia, Lissandra, and Graves. Gonna look to see who their final support will be, if it's gonna be Lulu like we did see from yesterday or not. No traditional frontline. It didn't work for Gambit, but SK demonstrated a higher level of play. We'll see what they can do with the similar champs.
I think Jarvan is okay as a frontline in itself here. We could see Enred try and pick up a Leona if he wants to join in terms of engaging and being the tank for the team, but actually Jarvan should be enough for SK Gaming, because they have so much damage, burst damage coming in from Lissandra and Graves combined with, of course, the Cassiopeia, which is actually still a flex pick. We don't really know who's going mid or top between these 2 picks here, depending on what SK has actually been practicing.
And we'll see what they decide to lock in. Meteor Makers have rounded out their team composition. Horo is going to be using Lee Sin in the jungle, as opposed to that Olaf we saw yesterday. And Janna making it all the way down to the second last pick. Janna's sort of first pick priority, or at least has been on 421 for most of the Korean League from LCK. This time around, it will be in Nisbet's hands.
Yeah, so MYM on their side, you have a lot of pick potential through Lee Sin, and then Ahri coming in as well. So good 2v2 skirmish, and Sivir with her ulti. So you have actually a fairly strong team fight. But on the side of SK Gaming, you have great engage from Lissandra and Jarvan. You have again so much burst. Even the Lulu support is gonna make your Jarvan even more tanky, even harder to kill when he's the guy engaging. So I feel like there's so many tools for SK to play these fights and avoid basically getting picked off by MYM.
And we'll see if SK can control the game. So we are going to see that Lulu support once more. We'll see whether or not Enrated can dictate the tempo. On the side of Meteor Makers, they've got their mobility. They've got a fairly good early to mid power spike, and I feel like they're going to need to play much more aggressively than yesterday, and Mima cannot afford the same mistakes if they want any chance.
Again, MYM, they need to win the early to mid game, not even just because of their comp, but just because SK Gaming will outplay them in the late game. So we have to see aggressive plays from Horo on this Lee Sin, no Olaf this time around, and just try and get some kills on Blizzard or Mima, sorry, in the top lane, the 2 solo laners. Sivir Janna is a bit tough to set it up for Horo against a Lulu and a Graves. It's a kind of risky lane to go all in against, but solo laners, it's where your focus should be. Cassiopeia is a very, very easy target to gank. Go for her.
Well, we'll see if they can make it work. We did see the coaches there just shaking hands as they exited the stage. Here's, of course, Yamato Cannon for MYM and Inner Flame for SK Gaming. Coaches involved in those picks and bans. And we do have the team comps ready for you. Guys, jump onto Twitter. Tell us who you think is going to win this matchup by tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag MYMWin or the hashtag SKWin. You can see the skins, and you can see the team comps, and we'll see. We know the crowd was supporting SK Gaming earlier. We heard them cheering and chanting for the home team. We're about to load up onto the Rift. It is Meteor Makers taking on SK Gaming. The first match here of day 2. Let's see if we have any early game shenanigans going on.
Yeah, let's see how MYM wants to play the fights here. You can't really engage just head first onto SK when they have the Cassiopeia in the mid lane with her ulti, Lulu as well for disengage, meaning MYM is going to have to look for these picks on flanks around. Vision control is going to be very important, which is a thing SK Gaming is terrible at. They don't buy any wards outside of a side stone and whatever trinket they're sitting on. So that could be the opening also for MYM.
Well, let's hope they can upgrade their trinkets and they can get use of the modified timers.
1-0 and rated.
Oh,
Forgiven. Oi!
Hey, is this advantage SK? Someone's going to put some damage down, but at the end of the day, nothing really gained from the trade.
We did notice again, though, here in 5.1, the ward, when you place it, actually takes longer before it goes into stealth and you can't kill it anymore. So it gives a little bit of extra time for the AD carry to finish it out. Actually, why Mr. Rales could kill the ward placed by Forgiven.
Well, small advantage then, but nothing really massive. We do see the lane setting up to appear to be standard. Freddy and Mima both going toe-to-toe up in that top lane. We do see that Nisbet going to be running that flash exhaust. I think it's going to be very, very useful once you start having Cassio, Lissandra, Java, and everybody jumping into the fight later on in the game. But for the time being, just head-to-head matches, and we'll see who's going to come out ahead. Forgiven. Crepa was talking about just how aggressive he is with those gap closers. Graves, another champion that he can play aggressively with.
So SK actually wanted to go and try and stop a potential jungle start from NYM, but decided not to do anything and just stay in the lane. So very, very standard start here for both of them. And just some early trading onto Mr. Rales.
Well, going to play aggressively from the get-go. Rated on that Lulu. We talked about this yesterday, how Lulu in lane, yourself and Crepa both not particularly impressed. And look at the trading, back and forth. Janna taking way more damage than I think Nisbet was anticipating. And they're still going at it to Fisher. We'll see how this is going to lead to control, because now Nisbet is in trouble. Glitterlance connects, and look at that damage.
Yeah, and you see a problem from NYM's bottom lane here. They don't really communicate or synergize in terms of who they want to trade on. It simply meant once Mr. Rales was standing in the front, Nisbet would back away, and then it would kind of switch around. So SK could focus 2 members on one target, while NYM just had to try and hit whoever was near them, and therefore lose out on the trade. And obviously Lulu has quite some decent auto attack damage with her passive in the early game. And Cassiopeia against an Ari matchup, that's heavily in favor of Cassiopeia early on in terms of the pushing and trading.
Well, it definitely seems to be paying off that way. Fox has shoved the wave very, very deep. Horo may have an opportunity to get involved if he decides to stick around this mid lane. SK stamping authority in the bottom lane, stamping authority in the middle lane. We'll need to keep an eye on Freddy and see if he can get some control in this top lane. Mima is also being shoved back. Horo's going to have a lot of work to do because all 3 lanes are being shoved in.
Yeah, he has to look towards this mid lane here, especially when Cassiopeia is pushing all the way to town. She's an immobile champion. Go for that early gank, but he's actually taking a full clear. He's not going back to base after doing 3 camps like we saw yesterday, and you then upgrade to Stalker's Blade or the Trailblazer, whatever you want, on the Lee Sin to get that gold boost, the 30 extra gold from the camps. Instead he's just doing a full clear and then going for the recall. So losing out a little bit of gold here.
Well, Diamond Prox tried that yesterday as well. It didn't work out all that great for him. We have seen Sven Skeren on that Trailblazer for at least an additional camp or 2. As we're talking about it, Horo has actually backed off and grabbed his upgraded jungle item. SK still continue to push, still continue to play aggressively, but the time for potential ganks is ticking closer and closer. So we'll need to see if SK either places wards or backs off.
Graves is so strong in these trades against the Sivir. She won't be able to do anything.
Oh,
every
look at
time.
that. There's no spell shield. Mr. Roll's in trouble. He does get taken down. Enrated and Forgiven flash in for the first blood, and Forgiven does it again.
Every single trade from the start of this lane has gone in favor of SK Gaming, and it was just a matter of time before they could try and finish off either Rales or Nisbet here. First blood early on. Sadly went to Enrated, but you'll take it because you killed the enemy to carry it that early.
Such great play from Forgiven and Enrated, all stemming from those very early trades. Open that opportunity, and now Horo is going to look for a first potential gank. At the moment, it's just going to counter jungle. He's also gone for that Trailblazer. We'll see how close Freddy plays. Sven's also sticking around in the mid lane. If you take a look, Blizz has come back into lane. There's no flash on Blizzard, so
oh, and his wave is push up. It's such a bad situation for him when you're sitting with no flash and your wave is pushing towards the enemy tower. This is trouble.
The slide, the glide, Blizzard sent flying, Ignite's burning, Poison's ticking, Fox gets another kill for SK Gaming.
Just the worst situation because you have to get your jungle there to push out the wave, otherwise you will get ganked by something like a Jarvan. Terrible start for NYM, losing 2 kills in the laning phase, which we talked about they had to win to actually do anything against SK Gaming.
5 minutes into the game, and NYM are nearly 2,000 gold down from SK. It is a terrible, terrible start. Double the CS advantage in the mid lane for Fox. 12 CS advantage for Forgiven. Mima this time round is holding even in this top lane. But unfortunately, the rest of the team may just be too heavy to carry if this trend continues.
Yeah, Freddy's fine just sitting and farming and pushing out the wave here. He's gonna make plays with his teleport anyway. Doesn't have to actually kill Mima one-on-one, especially not when your mid and bottom lane is doing so well. And Forgiven, double longsword early, so looks like he wants to go for a brutalizer and really snowball his lead.
Well, we'll see how quickly he can get to that item spike, and more importantly, how he's gonna take advantage with this Lulu. And Fisher, I have to ask, yesterday we were saying how Lulu could get out-traded by the likes of a Janny in the long run. Doesn't seem to be the case for the moment.
Well, it works when you add in a Graves against the Savior in this situation. With his passive and early game damage, he will win those trades. Svenskeren onto Horo.
Horo's in trouble. Svenskeren's going in, continues to land auto attack after auto attack, but Horo can't even control his own jungle.
And this is what you can do so early when your mid and bottom lane is just winning and pushing up all the time. Your jungler just walks straight into the enemy jungle, plays all the deep wards, take the small fights because you know your backup is coming way before the other teams.
Well, definitely works out in Svenskeren's favor. SK continue to accelerate control. Fox is just disregarding the minion wave, and look at that damage from Twin Fang.
Spamming Twin Fang, land one poison, and the trade is heavily in your favor.
Well, definitely working out for Fox thus far. He continues to keep control. Look at the presence here from Svenskeren on the sidelines. He is going to go, oh, that's a flash engage from Fox. They do take down Blizzard. Now Svenskeren is taking some turret damage. Horo's trying to chase down for a apply kill. Fox can jump in and throw some poison down. Not going to be needed. And we do see Svenskeren and Fox backing away. Horo, oh, he's landed the second wave! He's got Svenskeren, but is Horo going to give up his life? Fox is looking for, that's a flash from Horo. Poison's not going to tick. First kill on the board for MYM.
A nice little reply here, getting a kill on Svenskeren. Took a greedy route back towards the mid lane. Still though, your Ahri has now died twice. She's sitting on 27 CS, and she's your newest member to the team. Not exactly feeling too comfortable on the stage. Definitely not after that start.
No, definitely not indeed. Svenskeren with some very, very good ganks to the mid lane. That was an aggressive dive. I mean, Fox went for the flash petrifying gaze.
But it's such a good setup because, again, you have all the wards placed in the enemy jungle, so it's actually yours now. You control 3 parts of the jungle on the entire map. So you can go for these aggressive dives here. Okay, in the very end, Horo managed to pick up a kill, but Svenskeren didn't have to run through the mid lane. He could have just walked straight out the river.
We'll see how that comes into effect. So there's been a second flash that we haven't caught on camera. Mr. Rawls burned his flash. And you can see it's on cooldown, so he needs to be very, very careful. In Forgiven and Enray to try to jump in. And remember, Blizzard came back to that mid lane. He also didn't have flash for the very first time that Svenskeren came around to set up that gank. So MYM are just being bullied around. And SK, 2 games in a row now, yesterday and today, are just really, really stepping up in the laning phase. And just great play.
It's what we talked about yesterday, how they've made some very good upgrades to the lineup, making them a lot stronger in the laning phase, while the shot calling is the same from before. Candypan and Jesus didn't do a major part of the shot calling from SK, so that's the same. You just have stronger laners, better carries all in all, so whoever gets ahead in the lane can just win the game for you.
Definitely a change in style for SK, I think, compared to last year.
You mean not losing early?
Pretty much. But also, if you take note really quickly, Horo has changed his jungle item. So he has gone from that Trailblazer to the Stalker's Blade, the Chilling Smite. And we'll see if he can make use of it, because this is going to be a 2v2 in the top lane Deficio. It looks like Freddy is going to go for the fight. Mima, he hops, he crunches. Glacial Tomb's out, Cataclysm's down. Everybody's involved.
Nice setup.
Dragon's Rage kick goes backwards. Now Freddy will fall immediately after. 2 kills for MYM. Mima and Horo doing work.
Don't mess with the Mega Gnar here. Mima set it up perfectly. Was just baiting around. Horo joined in. No wards from SK on the top side, so they didn't see him come, and just take the 2v2 fight with the Mega Gnar. Beautiful setup again. Notice how Horo unspotted. Then Mima goes in, and Svenskeren is now caught behind enemy lines. He has to go for the engage, and this one goes in favor of MYM.
Very, very well executed fight. That Goomba Stomp from Mega Gnar doing a lot of work. We did see SK taking the tower in the bottom. Looks like MYM should be able to secure the tower on the top, so that will at least keep that global gold as close as it can be for Mutual Makers.
And if they can actually stop SK from running straight to the Dragon here, then it's going to be a big win for MYM. But Enraided already moved into jungle here, setting up some wards to see what's going on, and Svenskeren is pinging on the Dragon.
So we'll see how quickly SK can start this one off. It doesn't look like MYM are anywhere nearby, so first Dragon of the game should go uncontested to SK Gaming. They're just going to get some control of the objective. Look at that very, very small damage boost. We do see an upgrade enchantment here for Horo. He's gone for Warriors. Hex Drinker and Giant's Belt sitting with Mima. And BF Swords now picked up for both of the AD carries. So sort of standard itemization going through. However, for the first time that we've seen a Cassio, it's a Rod of Ages start as opposed to the tier that we did see during the course of yesterday, Fisher.
Okay, again, I feel like it's because he got such a good start in the laning phase, so he just wants some more instant power. Instead of getting that tier, he has to stack up through the mid game. Get your Rod of Ages so early. 10 minutes from now, it's going to be fully stacked, and he's just going to become stronger and stronger, and not waiting on this tier, which still is not slow to stack up, but it takes more time.
Well, we'll see how effectively Fox can make use of those stats.
Well, also make him a bit more tanky, actually, so that works out, seeing as you mentioned, they're only running with Jarvan as like the front line here. If the rest of you can take at least a few hits before you end up dying, that works out well.
Really wanted that Krug. That was a collateral damage, and he didn't actually secure it, if I was reading that one correctly. But take a look at the CS differences. Plus 25 for Fox in the mid lane, and plus 35 for Forgiven in the bottom lane. That is a whole lot of gold that SK is playing with just from CSing alone. 1,000 for the AD carries, 1,200 for the mid laners. That could become very, very difficult to deal with. However, Mima does have a small advantage over Freddy for the moment.
Yeah, Mima is going in there, which is now the standard EU Gnar build, where you actually get Hex Drinker first against double AP. Not 100% sure what I think about it. It's not a bad item at all, but just going full tank, especially when you get a kill early on in the lane, I think it's better, because it just makes you so much stronger in the team fights. And he's going probably towards the Warmock's armor here as his second item, so just getting that flat HP against both the physical damage from the likes of Forgiven and of course the magic from the two soul lanes.
We'll see how Mima decides to itemize in a few minutes' time. Svenskeren still not upgraded his jungle item, but sitting on that Trailblazer double long for a while, but we'll see what Mima can do in the mid lane. That's a stun from
TP
Fox.
coming.
3v1. Exhaust is down. Fox gets knocked up by the wild growth. He's still alive before finally getting taken down. Now Horo is the next target. SK are unable to take him out. Ignite is ticking away, and Horo does manage to survive. MYM initiate and get the kill.
Yeah, again, MYM winning out here on these gangsters setting up. Did take a little while before they actually got the kill, but small win once again for MYM and Nisbet.
Ooh, Nisbet just a little out of position.
Could probably have waited to see if Svenskeren actually wanted to ulti before he flashed away, but playing it very, very safe.
So second death of the game for Svenskeren there. MYM, they won the top lane 2v2. They just had a very strong engage in the middle lane. They got Freddy's teleport, and they got themselves a kill. They're definitely not out of this yet, but the public opinion is that they are out of this. 80% to 20% in favor of SK Gaming.
I do like how Horo has been a lot more active here in the early game from MYM compared to yesterday when he was playing the Olaf and just actually sat back and farmed until he realized, okay, my lanes have lost and the game is now over. Pretty much 10-12 minutes into it. But on this Lee Sin, he's been part of every single kill. He's been there for counter ganks every single time as well, and actually beating out Svenskeren. Really using the early power from Lee Sin and the Chilling Smite, of course, from his Stalker's Blade.
Yeah, working out in Horo's favor. We do see the Warrior enchantment picked up for Svenskeren. Forgiven finally completed that Brutalizer. Grabbed himself a pickaxe in addition. Going to be working towards that Infinity Edge. Keep in mind, SK got the first dragon. It was around 4 or so minutes ago, so that should be up in the not too distant future. And we'll see if they're going to get position. Horo, it's got the scent of Svenskeren. Doesn't have much support. This could go not horribly wrong, but look at the damage onto Svenskeren. That Chilling Smite in full burst is very scary.
Yeah, Warrior Enchant has been actually a very good thing for Lee Sin, meaning he just get one damage item in the start from his jungle, or the jungle enchant, and then just go full tank from there. And you can still do, as we just saw here, quite a lot of damage in the early games. Svenskeren, of course, has no tank stats just yet. But SK Gaming, with this early lead they have, normally we would see a team go back and buy like 3 or 4 pink wards very early and just try to completely push the enemy team out of the map and just take full control of everything. SK is not a team doing it. Once again, they have 1 pink ward on the map. The rest, just get items. Don't really need to deny any vision. We just keep playing like we've done beforehand. And that actually meant that MYM could come back through 2 counter ganks now where there was no wards from SK to spot what was actually going on and how many members from MYM was nearby.
So we'll take a look at that mini-map in a moment and see how SK are playing the vision game. Just a couple of defensive wards near the dragon for SK Gaming. However, Meet Your Makers, we've got a couple of deep wards, both the top and the bottom half of the map. It's not exactly great coverage, but Dragon is still a minute away. We'll see what they decide to do. SK Gaming still holding to a very small goal lead. And we need to see how well they can coordinate around this Dragon. Forgiven's up top. Nobody else is putting pressure on that Dragon objective just yet.
No, and SK likes to do this. Once they've taken the bottom tower, they send in Raided on Lulu with his AD carry to the top side and just start pushing it in. But they will have to go down towards this Dragon here as it is about to spawn. But MYM, because Graves and Lulu was hitting top, is actually able to go in here and place a lot of wards around it. Move your Ahri in there now. Wait for someone to face check, land the charm, burst that target down, and take the Dragon. Should be the call for MYM now. Please, I need to get out of this mid lane as soon as it's cleared and get in here, stopping SK from just getting control of themselves.
Sadly, Deficio, I don't think that's going to be the case. It looks like SK have made it into the river.
Well, what's the point then?
Available. We don't know. We'll have to figure it out because MYM are starting to group, but the vision is slowly being cleared out. That looked like Enrated used his lens to clear out near the blue buff. And Dragon Control kind of still with MYM because they have pushed SK behind the mid turrets.
Well, yeah, but at least SK managed to get a few wards in and didn't get punished. Just walking straight down in an area where they couldn't see anything should never go unpunished, especially when you have an Ahri in this mid game. And it's actually one of the things we see very often here in Europe when people play Ahri. They don't really know how to get the mid game advantage because they just stay and farm in the mid lane and try and go for this one-on-one kill.
Look at the
instead
damage
of catching out targets.
Really chunking down Freddy, forcing him away. But now they're out of position. SK are going to get some damage on the mid turret. It looks like these teams are more focused on the Dragon. That was a flash.
Chilling Smite?
Chilling Smite, actually. I lied to you. Got a little too excited.
Don't ever lie to me again.
No, I did. It's my bad. It's my bad. It's the animation. It's just the Smite coming down. But SK posturing, looking potentially for a fight, to react to a fight. MYM, I think have got... Well, both sides have got really good initiation tools.
Well, the thing for MYM is, again, they can run just head first into Cassiopeia ulti, so they have to actually try and get the pick through the charm, or maybe horror kicking someone back, or flanking around. But they're unable to do it because SK have just been sitting in the mid lane as 5 members. Now starting the Dragon here, again, they can see MYM moving in, making it very hard for them to actually engage.
Climate does not have access to Gnar. Sonic Wave
just give it up.
Connect too late, but there goes the Glacial Path. Freddy is initiated. They've locked down Nisbet, and he gets knocked up by Svenskeren. The slam dunk from the Cataclysm locks him out as Mima is zoned away from the rest of the fight. SK get the Dragon, get the kill, and they get out cleanly.
It's too easy for SK here. They can just walk in and do whatever they want. There's no response from MYM. They're not using the wards they have placed, not using the champions they have here. So Dragon for SK, back to defend your mid lane, didn't even lose a tower. All in all, just an easy win for them.
Well, we'll see how they can keep up that control, because truthfully, MYM, they were so close to doing the right thing, but they unfortunately just were unable to take advantage of the wards that they even put down.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how come, because Blizzard was sitting in mid lane where Mr. Rales could just have been standing on the Sivir doing the same kind of wave clear. And then you would have moved your Ahri into this Dragon here. But enough about that one. We have to praise SK Gaming for once again knowing exactly how to play in this mid game. You group up 5 members in mid lane, waiting for an opening to the Dragon, so there's no chance of the other team can flank around you with the Ahri, with the Lee Sin, and actually get a proper engage. And you just wait, and once they make a misstep, walk in, take the Dragon, back away. Didn't even lose the mid tower because they pushed away first before they walked in there.
Good decision making from SK. In the second game here of the Spring Split in 2015. You can see all the itemization across the board. Warmog's obviously first picked up by Gnar. We're just hearing that Fox was just briefly disconnected from the game, so he's going to do a quick reboot, get himself back into the match. Fox, of course, playing Cassiopeia. Got that Rod of Ages completed from about 11 minutes. Sorcerer Shoes as well. Marilla Nomicon plus those Ionian Boots of Lucidity for Freddy, so lots of CDR. And both of these AD carries working towards the eye edge.
Yeah, of course, but just actually a pretty big advantage for Forgiven with the Brutalizer. He picked it up very early, got the double longsword at least, and then got a BF into the Brutalizer. So he's just been trying to hit as big as a power spike as possible early on. Because he won the laning phase, he got the kill as well, and Raider managed to pick it up together with Forgiven. It's just been all about him and Raider in terms of like the 2 dual lanes.
And they're definitely dictating the tempo. Got themselves a 40 CS advantage from all of that aggressive play. It was level 1, level 2 that they were going all in. And, you know, SK, they danced around that previous Dragon, but they didn't present a weakness. They didn't present an opportunity for Lee Sin or Mima to jump on. And it's just very, very intelligent decision-making, very intelligent positioning around the river, the dragon, the towers. And SK playing this one quite coordinated.
Again, it's always been the SK thing, knowing how to react to whatever the enemy team is doing, how to punish them when they don't use whatever advantage they would have. And that's what SK is doing so well. And once again, why they can pick up a dragon. They did the same thing yesterday against Rocket. Every time they tried to camp mid lane, well, you would get a tower in the top lane or get some more farm on one of your side lanes, and then you just completely out-rotate them. They don't use, or they don't win through warding, but just by being so smart and so good at timing everything.
Yeah, we'll have to keep track of those ward numbers when we come back next week. But Mimer, I do want to touch on. Day and night from yesterday to today. He played the Renekton into Jax. Yesterday did not work out for Mimer. Now he's got the Nards, now into Lissandra. He's doing okay. You can see his CS numbers there, about 13 behind. But more importantly, it just feels like he's making the right decisions. Yesterday didn't feel like his head was in the right space. And yeah, he seems to be doing a much better job, despite the fact that we haven't seen him get a mega Nard that's been, super impactful.
Well, we haven't actually had a team fight yet, so not really a chance for him to do it. His mega Nard in the top lane gank from Horror, or counter gank from Horror, was very well played. But no,
yeah, that's actually unfair because he roamed middle as well. So,
very true.
Yeah.
So he's actually been part of a few of the kills, but very different game for him.
Yeah.
Yesterday on Renekton, he tried to play aggressive into the Jax. He misplayed it quite a bit, actually, fell behind, and then Pepinero came up, killed him. Then Rytel came up and killed him. Frederick came up and killed him. So it wasn't just Whirleap beating him one-on-one. He did misplay it, but he just got camped as well. In this game, it's been one gank in the top side, went in favor of MYM. So he's had an easier or safer game, at least, on this Nard. And I actually quite like his item build, except for that Hex Drinker. I don't feel like it gives you enough to buy it early, instead of just going full tank and really using that early gold lead you get to just become unkillable in the mid-game. Like we saw Sion yesterday from H2K or on Odu Amne. You just couldn't kill him in the mid-game because he was full tank, and then the rest of his carries could kind of catch up. Sadly, though, for H2K, they really managed to finish the game. But
there was no damage to back up all that tankiness. We'll have to see how well SK can continue to play this one. We are hearing that Fox is just having a quick reboot of his PC, so hopefully we can get him up and running and back into the game. Playing the Cassiopeia today, played Cassio yesterday as well, if memory serves correctly. Kassadin.
Almost the same.
Sorry. And then, of course, it was... who was the top lane yesterday? It was Gnar. Freddie was playing Gnar. You were all super excited. So a slight change in even the playstyle here for SK with those sort of double AP champs in both top and middle, which we're seeing a little bit more diversity of in the team comps throughout yesterday and today's games.
yeah, true. I mean, when it goes to like the big top lane names, if you look at like all the other regions, Lissandra and Gnar has been the two biggest one coming in there. Yesterday, a lot of teams seem to just skip those champions. Actually pick like, again, Renekton in the top lane or Jax in the top lane instead. But now, we have two of the what we consider the strongest, and Freddy also just showing he can play a bit of everything. And Horror, wow,
we're right back and they're
Forgiven.
jumping onto Forgiven. Blaz is trying to get the kill credit if he can.
Oh, my
Ignite
hit.
is ticking away. Wonder attack.
Oh
Somebody heals,
my
saves
God.
him. Blizzard, he gets caught by the minions and he's forced to flash away. You are not forgiven for that mistake. You will not take it lightly. And Forgiven gets away.
One hit, let's just see, I'm just replaying it on my own screen. If Horror actually stopped hitting him because he wanted to give the kill to Blazer, and then Forgiven stays alive, heal, and of course the shield from Enraided. That could have been a very nice kill for them to actually push the mid lane after as well from MYM.
Kill secure would have been nice there, I think. But yes, you can see exactly what was happening. But Forgiven manages to get himself out and keep his life before giving it to MYM. Mimer's pushing bottom lane, and SK doing well.
But you also see the lack of damage coming from an Ahri who cannot rush this DFG early on and has to go with Themes because you're losing the laning phase. You're against the double AP, so you go for the safe choice, but you miss out on a lot of damage, a lot of burst potential. One of the reasons Forgiven also stayed alive here. And we can see he's building towards it now, the DFG, but it's coming very, very late for Blazer.
Yeah, 20 minutes in, only 120 CS on the board. In contrast to Fox's 160, we do see Freddy sniff something is up. Horo and Mimer trying to get themselves in range of Lissandra, but he manages to get away. So this is going to allow MYM to take the second tower of the game
Trading
for their
towers.
team, but it will be traded, as you mentioned, Fisher.
Yeah, once again, Forgiven, go back to this top lane. Whenever the bottom tower is gone, he will always just switch to the opposite lane and start pushing it down. And SK keep pushing in. Freddy's in their own bottom lane to actually wave clear. While Forgiven and Svenskern is staying around and looking at this tower, won't really be able to do too much to it at the moment. And this is where obviously you would place down a few deep wards around the enemy blue buff. But in SK's situation, they don't have a single one.
Well, we'll see how they decide to play this.
And I lie, because Enraider was actually there with the sidestep. Thank you, Enraider.
Well done, well done. We'll see how they decide to play the swap at the moment. We did see Freddy still sticking on the bottom lane, the rest of SK backing away from the top half of the map. A couple of wards down around Meteor Maker's blue buff, but that's the only real sort of vision on the side of SK Gaming. They still have a nearly 2,000 gold lead. And just again, a slow passive play. By this point yesterday, SK Gaming had absolute control against Rockhat, and they were just taking towers after tower. Nothing could stand in their way. This time around, MYM has put up a slightly stronger defense, and I think they've caught SK off guard, which is leading to this more defensive, almost passive play from SK Gaming.
Yeah, just because MYM was so good at actually setting up these ganks early on and coming back in the game, it's made SK slow down a little bit and realizing we can't just go for every single gank we want to. Once again, though, they are moving in and raided head first as the guy to place down the deep wards. Setting up for Dragon, which won't be up for a few minutes. So actually just trying to contest a bit of vision from MYM and not really looking for too much. Just waiting, and remember you have a Cassiopeia who is going to scale into this late game and become absolutely insane.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday from the Copenhagen Wolves.
100 AP over.
And Soren, being able to tear through H2K's tank line. Fox is already starting to work towards that Rylai's as a second item. SK are going to steal the red buff. I believe they got that blue buff from the last time they invaded as well. So got control of MYM's jungle, denying them resources. And that's quite a big deal on 5.1 because of the bonus gold that Svenskeren is going to be earning. So he's actually going to be accelerating even further ahead thanks to the new passive.
Mimir here actually just been pushing the top lane and trying to farm the jungle whenever he could. Pushing it back in as well, forcing Freddy to recall, but we won't see much action happening before this next dragon spawns. And then SK Gaming should be moving down and once again set up and just wait for MYM to come in and face check, unless MYM learned from last time and actually have police sitting ready there, trying to burst someone down before SK can establish control.
Well, again this game, MYM have got much better wards. Look at that minimap. There's just blue dots littered across the middle river leading up to SK's jungle. But we need to see if MYM can make use of that vision. That's the real trick. They've got the makings of a very, very tanky Gnar, Warmog's Giant's Belt, and that Chain Vest already in his pocket. But the question is, do they have the same targeting and sort of decision-making in team fights that we've seen from other teams?
Yeah, and we have
that's what's going to show.
We have to remember as well, Polisa and Rallis are behind in terms of damage at this point, because they haven't completed the DFG just yet, and obviously Mr. Rallis just sitting on an Vintage with the Zeal completed for him. No Phantom Dance or Static Shift yet, depending on what he wants to get. I think he's going to go for Phantom Dance, seeing as he's not buying Abyss Blade as his go-to item before completing Static Shift, just to get that extra gold.
Well, we'll see what decision he does finalize with. Forgiven opted for that Brutalizer early, got himself a Vamp Scepter now. You got to question if the money for Brutalizer had gone into an attack speed item or even that BF sword for maybe a BT. Could have been in a slightly different position.
True.
Because truthfully, that Brutalizer hasn't exactly done work for him. He's still sitting on that single assist from the first blood very early in the game.
The thing is, he had the double longsword from the first back, which made him able to really dominate the lane as well. So in that case, it paid off for him. But look at MYM here, moving straight towards the top lane, knowing they can't fight for the dragon. And because Mima has been pushing the top side, they've warded the entire top jungle here without any response. Onto Freddy as well.
He gets kicked backwards. There's 4 members of Meteor Maker setting Freddy to his Maker, interrupts the glacial path. They'll get the kill. They should get the top tower, but SK, they seem to be pushing down the middle lane.
Pushing down the mid here, so instant recall from MYM, moving down at least, trying to see if they can force SK away here. But in the end, because mid tower went down, SK Gaming gets out ahead. But I quite like MYM trying at least to get something and trading it from the dragon here, knowing they can't really go for the fight.
Trying to recall who it was yesterday. It might have been Unlimited saying you can give up 4 dragons as long as you take objectives in reply. As long as you can get a gold lead or stay relevant in gold. It's the 5th dragon that's the really, really impactful one. And MYM doing the best that they can in that scenario. They're still only 1,500 gold down. And they've been that for 20 minutes. So at least they're holding SK at arm's reach. They're not giving them more ground than SK's trying to take.
No, they've been doing a good job, but SK is happy just sitting and farming. That's why they don't force any team fights. That's why they're just waiting for dragons to spawn. They have 3 dragons already to 0 from MYM. So you now have the ticking time bomb. We know MYM within the next 2 dragons has to go for a fight. Otherwise, 5 dragons for SK Gaming, and they're just going to run down and basically destroy you in your own base.
MYM are going to have a difficult time picking that fight. Because SK has not presented an opportunity. And if you go to that second dragon...
They actually did.
But MYM didn't pull the trigger. Yeah.
Exactly. MYM had the chance to put 5-6 walls around the dragon and then just leaves them.
But the irony is, despite the fact SK was in the position, that's more of a misplay for MIM, really, not taking advantage of the vision. Well, where would you put it on? The onus on SK for being there in the first place, or on MIM for not?
I mean, I feel like it's a misplay from MIM. It's good to put up all the wards, but if you don't use them, well, what's the point really? Because SK just ran in, waited till the wards disappeared, and just took the dragon anyway. So it's just MIM not really knowing how to play with FLICKR on this Ari here. Probably not feeling confident enough, really trying to make some of these plays, because again, you have completely new mid lane, and Nisbet and Horo as well, fairly new members for them. It's not an easy situation when you have barely had any practice, if you even had just one scrim with your new guy.
Oh, that's true, that is true. Blizzard's doing the best that he can in the scenario, still falling behind in CS, got that DFG completed. Sun 5K picked up for Mima, so even more tankiness. You do see the Negatron Cloak and Giant Spell to Horo's pocket. Makings of Randuin's Omen for Svenskeren, and Hourglass completed for free. So a lot of big item pickups and that Phantom Dancer for Mr. Rolls. So we've seen less Phantom Dancer than I was expecting on 5.1. But of course it is only a very, very small number of games. And MYM, again, they've got vision superiority. They get more wards down in the sort of river to dragon area. However, the Baron is covered from SK. So priorities are quite clear for both of these teams at the moment.
Yeah, and between that Static Shift and Phantom Dance you just mentioned here, one of the reasons is we have seen so many comps go for these mid-game fights, and then if you go back, you save 300 gold by getting Static Shift, and you get that burst, upfront burst coming from it. It's one thing that EU AD carries really like to use to kind of try and win team fights very early on, and rated instant popping his ulti.
So Wild Growth used from Enrated. Let's actually see who got the blue bucket. It looked like it went to MYM, yes. So small advantage to MYM. Now they're making use of those wards definitely more than they were previously.
Moving straight for the mid lane. Freddy's sitting there to defend, but this is 4 members from MYM. Should be able to at least get some damage on this tower.
Oh, flash charm connects. Freddy's in trouble. Glacial Tomb goes out. He's still got his Hourglass available. Instantly throws it down. Horo forced to use that Dragon's Rage defensively as now Forgiven's joined the fight. Collateral damage goes up, but Svenskeren has been dropped. And Meet Your Makers make the play, finding their 6th kill of the game. But SK defend the tower.
Defending the tower here, but Charm Flash in. Freddy then pops his ulti, pops the Hourglass. It takes such a long time to kill that guy. Actually stays alive. Svenskeren once again, the guy who ends up dying every single time SK fights. Svenskeren dies.
So, Meet Your Makers showing they've got the ability to make plays. Blizzard again with the Flash Charm. Oh, Nisbet in close. A little close to danger there. But yeah, the Flash Charm from Blizzard in comparison to yesterday, this time hitting, finding its target. He's got the burst from that DFG, and he had the support from the rest of his team.
Let's see if it's actually Charm Flash from him again. It is not. He just flashes Charms in, and Freddy instantly pops his ulti. Hourglass followed up, and then Svenskeren, because of the ulti from Nisbet, gets knocked away here. Ends up just being all alone and dying, and the rest of SK Gaming not getting time to actually pick up any kills. So a nice little play by MYM. Sadly for them, didn't actually get the tower yet, and they really want to get that global goal.
Yeah, if you're SK, that's not the end of the world, giving up a kill, because they still held the tower. They still hold the dragon. We do see MYM have got decent vision around. 2 pinks, 2 greens, and now SK moving in to try to get some control of the area as well.
And Forgiven right here, really skipping the attack speed for him on Graves. He's going for as much damage as possible on his abilities, so he should get a Last Whisper as the next one. Then you have the armor penetration from Brutalizer. You're going to get that Last Whisper as well, making your spells do so much more damage. Because when you are a spellcaster, armor penetration, or like Graves with your Q, with your ulti of course, armor penetration just does more for you, gives you more upfront damage, because there's a ratio obviously on your Q, on your ulti, where armor penetration just removes a flat amount of armor and gives you that in bonus damage.
So we'll see if he can get that through the rest of Meet Your Makers. There's a lot of armor to burn through on Mima, a lot of hit points to burn through on Horo for the time being. Dragon has respawned, and again, SK Gaming have just got control.
Straight for this Baron.
Do they have their AD carry? He's late to the party. Mr. Rolls is not around. The rest of SK are healing. Dragon has been secure, but Freddy and Enrated are trying to set up. The charm doesn't connect. Wild Growth goes up. Enrated's the first victim of the fight. Mima's about to go Mega Gnaw. He does crunch down. Look at the Cataclysm in the background. Svenskeren gets booted to safety. Freddy is still alive. He stays alive. They've managed to take down Fox, so that's a 1-for-2 trade. But Dragon was picked up by SK. That was Dragon number 4, and no Baron for MYM.
Yeah, SK just sent 2 guys over to stop the Baron here. MYM backed away from him, but took the fight. getting the mid tower as well here. Still 4 dragons for SK, so the next one in 6 minutes is going to be so important. They can't be allowed to get it. MYM has to take control of that.
And minions may be able to take that tower down in the bottom lane. There are so many ranged minions.
Oh, Rallis is running.
Hammered down. We'll see how quickly they can melt that tower.
Oh, got it.
That's it. So they trade tower for tower. SK gets the dragon. They do give up some kills. This is actually promising for MYM. At the very least, they are winning some of their engages. They are initiating relatively well. But they have no room for error now. With 1 dragon remaining before SK gets all, double all the bonuses, MYM have to fight the next dragon. They have 5 minutes to figure out how, where, and when.
Yeah, that's not exactly going to be easy for them. I quite like they're trying to trade for the Baron here. See if you could pick it up. But as soon as they saw 2 guys, and Raider was one of them and Freddy the other one, they just backed away because they took quite a lot of damage from it already here. And it was a bit of a risky one, of course, but I mean, you had to do it. Because again, you're just giving up these dragons and you need to take something elsewhere for MYM, because time is running out.
MYM have kept themselves relevant in gold. At the very least, they are still so close.
But that's still dispatched, though. I mean, the thing is, as long as you're fairly even in terms of kills and towers, you will be even in gold. Because you don't get that global goal from Dragon anymore. And that's why items, again, are fairly even, and also why these team fights can still go in both favor here. It's basically just all about the Baron and the Dragon.
So, Baron, you see the crab picked up by MYM. They're trying to get themselves some vision around Baron. SK Gaming, they've grouped themselves up in the middle lane. MYM will be able to wave clear this bottom one, but SK, they're trying to find an opportunity, trying to find a way in. We're 30 minutes into the game. Gold is even, towers are even. It's a few kills advantage to MYM. And we've seen that Banshee's Bell picked up by Mimus. Now he's got some MR to back up all of that HP. Last Whisper picked up from Mr. Roll. So there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of tankiness on the side of MYM. But SK, they don't have as much tankiness because they've got additional damage sources. So
crowd control as well. But I really want to see a Locket from MYM against this double AP of SK Gaming, and not being picked up yet. Horo is just building a bit for himself. It looks like he wants to have a Randuins, he wants to have probably Banshees as well on this Lee Sin here. And I'm actually blind because Nisbet, of course, is building the Locket, so never mind what I just said.
We'll get there eventually. Not completed yet. Not completed
It will be
yet.
there soon.
Not too far off. It would be very, very good if it was there before the next dragon fight. Because that's what this game's going to come down to. At this stage, SK have been 1 step ahead of MYM. It has been fairly even, but SK have just been 1 step ahead. MYM have secured more kills, obviously. However, map control and objective control with those 4 dragons is lying on the side of SK Gaming. Look at Mima. Really split pushing, gonna have the support to be seen in a moment. But MYM, they're playing the map, pushing it up and trying to figure out where they're gonna fight as well.
Look at the minimap. You would actually think MYM is so far ahead because of the ward they've placed down. Again, there's 1 pink ward from SK Gaming, 2 wards, 1 at Dragon and 1 near the Baron, and that's about it from them. So MYM again can just run around like they want to, even clearing their single pink ward being placed, which was bought by Enrated. I've been looking at him. Every time he goes back, buys a new pink ward, the rest of his team is like, nah, who needs that anyway?
Yeah, SK are not a team that wards. This is something that's stemmed for a long time. Horo looking for an engage. We do hear on the hunt, Mr. Riles trying to get the support. That's quite a big win for SK, knowing that Siv's ulti is going to be down for at least the next minute and a bit. And that's going to allow the mobility to be reduced. But not the end of the world. Dragon will be up. Siv's ultimate should be up before the Dragon is available.
It will, but some very key items being completed here. Last Whisper 4 Forgiven. We have Void Staff as well on Cassiopeia. If you can get your Death Cap on Freddy, he gets quite a big spike as well on this Lissandra here. See if you can actually get it.
See what he decides to spend his money on.
No?
And it's just picked up a Haunting Guard instead. So
this is purely for this next fight. This is just for this next fight. He just had enough gold to buy it, couldn't complete anything else. So just getting Haunting Guys, getting the flat magic penetration here just to be as strong as possible for the Dragon in 1 minute. That's the only reason he buys it at this point.
So 2 pink wards picked up, 1 by Svenskera, 1 by N-rated. We've got the Elixir sitting in Fox's back pocket as well. Can't wait to pop that one for the engagement. It is Dragon number 5 on the line for SK Gaming. And Meet Your Makers cannot afford to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Locket of the Iron Solari has been picked up there by Nisbet. So going to have that support. And teleport is available for Mimus. So keep this in mind. If a fight breaks out, Mimus is going to be a few seconds late to the party.
he should actually run down here, because if SK Gaming decides to hard engage with Freddy, Mima won't be able to join in time with the Gnar and his teleport. So I actually do want to see him just start the slow push in top lane and then walk all the way down here to his team, so he's part of the fight when the dragon spawns and not risking having to teleport in. And he's actually moving down now.
And very importantly, Mega Gnar form just reset. Can take some time before Mima can build that resource back up and look for the big engage on SK.
Yeah, and MYM has not been able to set up any wards around this dragon here, so SK are the ones controlling the river, forcing MYM now to just engage head-on, which is exactly what SK Gaming wants them to do.
The assumption is dragon number 5 equals the game. If SK can secure it, MYM posturing for the team fight for the first time. He has the engage, Horror's gone over the wall. Red team secures it! SK has dragon number 5. We do see Blizzy instantly blown up. He's dropped down. Cataclysm locks everyone up, but it does not matter. SK are cleaning house. Forgiven's going to get a double kill in just a moment. That's a triple to finish it off. MYM are aced. SK have 5 dragons. They're pushing down the middle lane.
Just a perfect setup here. You're the one starting it. You can see everything happening from MYM, and you get the dragon just before the fight breaks out, so you get that true damage buff. You get the extra ability and attack damage, of course, so you just destroy MYM and pushing down.
So 15 seconds on the clock. SK have got 4 members alive. They're tanking the Nexus lasers. They've got minions behind them. Meet Your Makers are going to go 0-2. SK Gaming finish the game decisively. 2-0 in week 1 of the Spring Split. Congratulations, SK.
And they were just waiting around for that last dragon. They knew they didn't have to force anything, just wait and wait and wait for dragons to respawn. MYM never managed to set up any chance for Blizzard to get a pick on this Aura here, so never managed to stop SK Gaming from doing it. And then they get the last one, get number 5, take the fight, win the game, and that's how fast it can go, going in towards this 40-minute point and the 5th dragon, of course.
Dragon number 5 seals the fate of Meteor Makers. And again, a different style of play from SK. We saw contrasting composition from yesterday. They didn't have the same level of control, but their decision-making was still equally good. It was defensive, it was reactive at times.
And the dude blind. That's the insane thing. They don't put down any wards, they don't see what any team is moving, except for just around one objective they know they want to take, the dragon in this example here. So they're able to defend and often out-rotate the enemy team just by looking at minion waves, looking at where they expect them to be, and move around it and constantly pressure multiple lanes, pick up the kills early on as well. Yes, they got punished a little bit by MYM when it comes to like the early ganks. Svensson died a few times when he tried to go in, but Horio was there to counter gank it. But otherwise, I mean, SK are just such a smart team. They can just do so much more if they actually want to buy wards.
Well, we'll have to keep track of those ward numbers as the games continue to get played out. What we'll do is we'll contrast them to the other teams that are playing.
Pink ward sport by Freddy, Svensson, and so on. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
I think Svensson bought one. I'm going to call you on that
Maybe
one.
one, but that was a misclick. He wanted a green ward.
It was a misclick, according to Defisho. We'll have to get the investigators on Primetime League to look into that one and look at it, because it was the same last year. I distinctly remember going into Gamescom and talking about it. I know it's a broken record.
It's kind of a bit boring, yeah, but it is the thing about SK. Everything else is so good. Like, they're doing everything perfectly, except for that one thing.
We expected SK to do well in the Spring Split, looking at Fox, looking at Forgiven, and sort of evaluating what they brought to the team in comparison to Chezz's and Candy Panda. And I think they are actually exceeding the expectations. You know, yesterday there was absolute control. Today was defensive. Yes, it was against MYM, who are playing with a substitute, of course. But their team fighting was good. The decision-making was good. Objective control, especially the Dragon, perfect. I mean, it was perfect.
Sure.
5 for 5, and they win the game within a minute of securing the objective. So, well played to SK.
Yeah, again, they control the game. No rush, not taking any chances. Letting MYM just walk around the map a little bit, and then you finish it with the Dragon. So, not a whole lot more to say about the game here. But for MYM, obviously, we have to see if they want to play with Blizzard next week, because he is a sub. He's just subbing in for this week here. They didn't have any replacement otherwise for Corey, who decided to leave the team. You kind of have to forget this week, because coming into it, you had zero expectations, because you know we're playing with subs, new lineup, everything. Forget it. Forget the results. Look at the games, of course. What could we have done different?
Yeah.
And then improve on that for next week. But don't even think about you lost 2 games.
So 2-0 for SK Gaming. There are only 18 games in a split per team now, and of course they are playing for those championship points. And we'll have to see how MYM bounce back. 0-2 is the old super hot crew. They're playing in a new banner. They need to really dig deep over the weekend and look to next week's games, look to see how they can come back refreshed. Mr. Rolls in particular needs to find some more synergy with Nisbet. Nisbet's his 4th support in 12 months.
Yeah.
And it does not look like the two of them on the same page. You contrast that to Forgiven and Rated. And the laning phase, it was day and night.
Yeah, very, very big difference for sure. But it is so hard for him because he is a good AD carry, but you're constantly just switching out these supports and making it impossible for him to actually set up a proper lane.
Well, we'll have to see how he handles himself next week. For now, let's check in with the analyst desk where Shox is standing by with a member of SK Gaming for an inside look at their match.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I'm joined by SK Support and Rated after that 5-dragon game over Meet Your Makers. Congratulations, Chris, first off. Tell me about the beginning of the game and the level of aggressiveness. Was that the champion combo, or was that your inherent aggressiveness you've got with Forgiven now?
I think we just managed to pick a comp we felt really comfortable with, and that's just kind of what we played out. We're playing on a level where we both feel like we can aggress people and get advantage with it, and as long as we play that out properly and have a controlled aggression, I think that we can gain a lot of advantages with that on bot lane.
Yeah, going back to the early level, like 1, 2, and 3 trading on bot lane, we could see every time you guys traded together. It was always 2 against 1, mostly on Mr. Rawless, and it felt like MYM's bot lane was kind of like disgruntled, like they weren't trading together. At one point, Nisbeth would walk up, start shield trading alone, then Rawless got caught. Is that a way you guys perceived the game as well? Did it feel like you were more in sync? And why do you think that is? How did you train to get so in sync with Forgiven?
I think we're just kind of on the same page right now when it comes to playing bot lane. I think we have the right playstyle and mindset coming together. They were not really in sync, and we felt like as soon as you see them committing a mistake, you can just punish it. So you see, for example, Jenna shield trading, so you just simply swap to Sivir, and Sivir is kind of vulnerable to everything then. So you just kind of play out the advantages you have, and the more advantages you get,
the easier it gets.
The easier it gets.
And then translating that into like a team style, we saw SK play bot lanes winning and pushing. Mid lanes, level 2, Cassiopeia hit early, he started trading, he started pushing. Top lane, Freddy was pushing. Is this like just a matchup specific style, or is it just like SK plays all the time like this? Because you push all lanes, have Svenskeren play aggressive against that, and even against the Lee Sin jungle, which to me sounds like really dangerous.
As long as we can aggress, I feel like we are in the position to control the game and the path of the game. It's just like, if Sven is able to invade and see where their jungle is, and all 3 lanes are really aggressive, we're just gaining and gaining and gaining. So they're kind of on their back foot, and they need to make a play to come back just from the start of the game, basically, and that's where you want to be.
They actually did manage to come back for just a brief moment. How come you lost control there for just a second? You did regain it right after.
Well, we were kind of predicting the top lane gank, but we still kind of misplayed it and just failed in a 2-on-2 there. But that can happen, and we just came back from it because we were just standing as a team, and we felt like we were just taking the right fight at the right moment. As long as we were in the driver's seat, we didn't have any pressure onto us, and just slowly but surely we gained advantage by that.
Yeah, it did feel like SK was in complete control of this game, and we actually have 2 replays. If we can get the first replay on the screen right now, there's a couple of things we want to show you there. So basically, before we roll the clip, what I want to highlight here is like the bottom wave and the top lane. At one point, if you remember in the game, the top lane was stacking really slowly, and MYM was bleeding farm, and that top lane wasn't going anywhere. But then again, your bot lane was shoving, and it hit the exact same time on the tier 2 tower when Dragon was supposed to spawn. Is this like slightly luck, or is this actually the team really working together to get those side lanes in the right positions?
We're actually working on side lane control, so this was a part of our plan going for Drake. The problem was that they claimed vision on Baron, which kind of like threw us off guard, and Gnar coming out of the brush kind of made us feel like they might be on Baron, so I had to somewhat face check into this position, and they just collapsed on me with Silver Ult.
Yeah, we can roll the clip and then we see exactly what N-Rated actually predicted for us. So they definitely caught you guys off guard, but at the same time you got your 4th dragon, so even if this would backfire, it would be a little bad. Were you worried here, Chris?
Yeah, I was worried. Some more kills for them could have actually made a difference there.
Scumbag Repo choosing a clip that N-Rated dies first.
No, we got the glory clip coming up. The
Yeah,
second
we do.
replay. This is where Chris can shine, and he'll guide us through that. Let's get that on your screen right away. This is the 5th dragon for SK, and this is basically where the game ends. And yeah, just if we can roll the clip, what's happening? Guide us through it.
So we knew Freddy was flanking from top, so Jenna ult kicked him out, but they just collapsed onto us, and we just kind of AoE'd them down. On top of that, the Lulu ult just made it really hard for them to to just fight there next to the pit, and they had this incredible force of the 5th Drake coming in, so we just got the Drake, got the fight, and that was game.
Yeah, and Freddy was basically keeping 2 people busy there, the AD carry and support. Was that communicated, or do you guys just know he's going to do that in the
Well,
fights?
we kind of forced the fight onto Drake because we knew Freddy could flank, so we were waiting for an opportunity to Freddy just to come in, and since they didn't come in before, we just forced them in by starting Drake, and in the end they had to commit, and we forced them into a position where they couldn't possibly win a fight.
Yeah, 2-0 here in your opening week for the LCS with the new player in their rank, so I guess that's a pretty good result. There's a lot of things we noticed that are obviously better about your lineup, seeing how you're so dominating in lane 4. Is there something that doesn't immediately meet the eye that you think that is going a lot better now in the team?
I think like overall, I think the playstyle we're playing right now is more beneficial for us. The laning phases don't seem to be like a weak point or a point where we're struggling. I think everything is more like controlled in a way. Before it was like if we hit mid game, we could control the pace of the game. Now it's like if as soon as we get the lanes we want, it's basically already on our side, and the enemy needs to make a lot of plays to come back from that. I feel like everything is going for us, and the only thing we need to do is build up a bit more synergy, communicate a bit better, and I think everything's going our way.
And tell your soul winners to buy some more wards.
Yeah.
Maybe like that. That depends. I think it all depends on the play style and the way you have to play. And right now it's going good, so let's just keep up like that.
Yeah, keep your head. A fantastic result here in your very first 2 LCS games. Congratulations, N-Rated. Thanks for joining us. We have to take a quick break, but we'll be back in 3.5 as Giants Gaming take on the Copenhagen Wolves. Don't go anywhere.
Time to kick off the day as Meet Your Makers will be taking on SK Gaming. It looks like Freddy is going to go for the fight. Mima, he hops, he crunches. Glacial Doom's out, Cataclysm's down. Everybody's involved.
Nice setup.
Dragon's Rage kick goes backwards. See what Mima can do in the mid lane. That's a stun from
TP
Fox.
coming.
3v1. Exhaust is down. Fox gets knocked up by the Wild Growth. He's still alive before finally getting taken down. Wild Growth goes up and Rage is the first victim of the fight. Mima's about to go Mega Gnar. He does crunch down. Look at the Cataclysm in the background. Svenskeren gets booted to safety. SK has Dragon number 5. We do see Blizzy instantly floating up. He's dropped down. Cataclysm locks everyone up, but it does not matter. SK are cleaning house.
Welcome back to day 2 of the European LCS Spring Split. It's time for our second match of the day with Giants Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves preparing to face off. Let's take a deep dive into this matchup. Starting off, Giants yesterday, a solid underdog victory against MYM. And the Copenhagen Wolves, they beat the newcomers H2K, but they had to come back from a deficit.
Yeah, they were struggling to win that match. So Giants actually looking in a pretty decent spot to go 2-0.
Yep, let's actually take a look at the Giants lineup straight off the bat. In the top, it is Worley in the jungle, Frederick in the mid lane, Pepinero at AD, Adri, and at support, Rydell. Well, they beat MYM in their first LCS game. A well-executed plan, but we have to say it's kind of their typical playstyle.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a lack of scouting. I mean, they gave him the Jax, they let Jax do the Raptors level 1. They didn't punish that, nor punish the jungler. And then they snowballed that. But then again, Giants played it well. They played a little slow. They could have amped up the pace a little bit. But what they did was right. They snowballed the crucial matchup, played it from there, double sidestone, good visual control, and Thresh roaming just out of that lane. And so I was pretty surprised by Giants playing this well.
And Pepinero also identifying correctly where he could roam.
Yeah, so Pepinero snowballed all that with the roam going top. I wonder if he can do the same thing this game. But yeah, that's basically what ended up happening here. Mimer, he just got behind. Pepinero just shows up, gives him a kill and assist. First blood as well. It's really bad if Renekton dies in this matchup. Ideally, Renekton really wants to combo his jungler going top and dive the Jax, put him behind, force a teleport. That frees up Renekton to teleport somewhere else perhaps, but Mimer was under pressure the entire game, and he started, even when behind, he played Renekton as if he was ahead. Some of the trades he did, they would have worked if you were a kill up, but if you're a kill behind, you should really not do that.
Looking at the schedule Giants have here in their first week, now up against the Copenhagen Wolves, in theory, with what we know about the solo lanes of Copenhagen Wolves, they could execute that game plan again.
Yeah, it would work, because yesterday Copenhagen Wolves did get behind in that game really hard, and Youngberg got behind pretty far. I think we have a graphic from the goal
in a bit.
One in a bit. Okay, yeah, I'm getting confused. I'm new here. Shocks can guide me through this, guys. But yeah, it could work, but I think if they fall for it again, you know, Copenhagen Wolves got behind to the strategy, Giants won because of the strategy. If that strategy somehow works, it definitely shows a lack of preparation on the side of the Wolves.
Let's actually take a look at the lineup for those Copenhagen Wolves. In the top lane, it is Youngbuck in the jungle, Airwax mid, Soren at AD, Freeze and support Unlimited, his old buddy. They are reunited. As we said, a rematch. They beat H2K once again, and as you mentioned, they had the upper hand. They fell behind early and then pulled it back, and now it's time for you to talk about your graph.
This is where I get the fancy gold graph. Look at it, guys. It goes up and down.
Fantastic.
But yeah, basically, you can see every time that graph takes a dip, it's Youngbuck dying 0-4 at one point. But eventually, H2K just didn't know what to do anymore. They kept running in, hitting their head against the wall, literally with Sion. But then they ran into this AoE immobile teamfight comp, when they should have actually opened up the map, and you could see at the end the gold graph goes back up. Copenhagen Wolves wins. They feel like they've clawed back out of the grasp of defeat, and they won that match. But I felt like both teams kind of lost that match, because H2K should never get in the position to throw that match, and Copenhagen Wolves shouldn't, in my opinion, pick a lineup that is so immobile, so centered on teamfights, because a simple 1-3-1 split push can just tear you apart and never allow you to play that way. It was almost reminiscent of EG actually coming into Season 3. We kept teamfighting every time. It was like, why are you guys not teamfighting us when Fnatic was just tearing us apart left, right, and center with split push? And it's a really good counter, and it's even better in this meta game.
For H2K, is that then a factor of being new in the LCS, not recognizing when you have to stop teamfighting and start to split?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And maybe the communication with Ryu in there was maybe hindering that a little bit.
Unlimited in the interview said about the Wolves, he said, well, it was all planned, all attention top lane so we can do stuff elsewhere. Where have we heard that before? I don't think it's always going to work.
Yeah, the Youngblood adopting the Darren strategy. However, they did make a good counterpoint, say if they dodged a few of the ganks, Youngblood would have been a bit stronger and they wouldn't have fallen as far behind. Yeah, but they should be ready for it. If Giants attempt the same thing over that they always do, and then that worked against MYM, yes, against Youngblood yesterday, then it shows a lack of preparation. So I really hope that doesn't happen again.
We will see. Youngbuck and the Copenhagen Wolves had a rough end to last summer split, but the team tells us why they expect to make a comeback.
The LCS experience last season was a lot of fun, but also disappointing.
And the Copenhagen Wolves, sadly, will be 8th place for them.
I think the problem we had last year was that we were constantly trying to beat our next opponent on the short term, but when we had time to practice for the relegations, we actually worked on improving ourselves.
Well, it is a nice thing to have as a team that goes to relegations and wins. We're Wolves, right? So when a beast gets cornered, it's like the most dangerous.
Woolite got the offer to play for Rocket, and Freeze was the best free agent out there.
Oh man, the last year was hell on earth for me. I would tell stories about it to my children. I couldn't get to LCS, I always was so close. But here I am, finally after a year of despair, I'm in LCS. The new edition is also old edition because we used to play with Freeze in our first relegation.
He's an amazing AD carry and like he will show up big this play, I'm sure.
I have the honor to play in LCS amongst the best players in Europe, like Reckless, even Forgiven. Those players, they're like the greatest out of the AD carries, and my way is to learn from them and try to beat them in the end.
I think the most important thing is that we transitioned from the challenger scene to LCS, and you can use this experience to get better results this season.
Wolves has always have been like a bottom team. Would be nice to actually for once just rise up a bit and actually be a contender.
It's great hearing Young Buck say that he felt the problem last year. They were only planning one step ahead.
Yeah.
And going into the expansion tournament, the promotion tournament rather, they were looking at themselves and improving. But the problem that we've seen, they always play better at promotion tournaments and not in the LCS. They need to not have their backs against the wall and still be good.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see this season if they have changed the way to practice or the way to look at the game so they can start actually taking some wins. They won yesterday, but it was a pretty hard win for them to actually secure.
Yes, it was a difficult victory, but a victory nonetheless. Giants, on the other hand, they had a much more convincing win. Cassiopeia taken off the table, so Soren's not going to get his hands on it. LeBlanc and Oriana. Mid lane is the focus of the game.
A lot of mid lane bans here. LeBlanc, don't really mind it too much from Copenhagen Wolves when Pepinero played such a good LeBlanc yesterday and in the past as well. They also banned it yesterday against H2K and Rio, so seems to be a ban or a champion Soren doesn't play or want to play against, but a lot of mid lane bans. And Ringa as well been taken away from Airwax here. Not a champion we've seen him play very often.
No, definitely not. And definitely not a champion that is particularly popular amongst European junglers. Frederick and Airwax, we'll see what they're going to be locking in a moment. Rek'Sai almost made it through. Rek'Sai taken off the table is the last ban. Na up, Lissandra up.
Janna would be an option, but
let's see what gets
Rydell most likely wants Thresh over the Janna pick here. Or he could just first pick the Thresh. It really is his #1 champion, but taking that and leaving against stuff like Gnar open for Youngbuck on the side of Copenhagen was a champion where he actually went 0-4 in the game yesterday, but still came back in team fights and had a massive impact. A little bit risky here, especially because Janna would most likely been the go-to support for Copenhagen Wolves anyway if they wanted, or the Annie pick for Unlimited if they wanted some engage, and not the Thresh, because Unlimited, he never really played it. So I don't really see why you would first pick it from Giants.
Options available. Na worked for Youngbuck eventually yesterday.
Lee Sin for Airwax is one sit here with three jungle bans, sorry. Get the last of the top tier junglers. For yourself, Sivir would also be an option if you want that high mobility. Of course, we have seen Freeze play a lot of different AD carries, but Seraph and Gnar coming in, so showing your solo laners very early on here from Copenhagen Wolves. And blind picking Seraph into Pepinero, who's so good at playing assassins. That is a bit of a risky one. He can go for an Ahri here, play fairly safe up to level 6, and then try and go for the all-in kills on Airwax. So a bit of a risky pick from Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, we'll see if the risk pays off. Over to Giants, using their time once again. You can see the coach in the background, that is Lozog, helping the team out, making some decisions. Again, we're seeing a slower pace in the picks and bans. Again, we're seeing that huge priority on Thresh.
Well, Teemo Mordekaiser, who do you want?
Frederick Red. We don't talk hovers and we don't talk those hovers. Yesterday, Frederick played Elise. It was second pick. They also highlighted Graves as an important one. They know what their solo lanes are, so maybe Giants want to buy some more time before they lock in the counters. This time, however, they're going to go with the Graves again.
Yeah, so Whirlip, he's going to do the same on Jax, where he starts the Raptor camp at level 1, and he gets instant level 2 or close to it, recalls, buy a few extra potions, then teleport to the top lane, and kind of overcomes this tough early laning phase where Gnar can just poke him out, and gives him a small advantage, at least to get some more CS. Will still be a lane in favor of Youngbuck. But honestly, yesterday when they played Jax, and Rydell in the interview after, he said, we just want to camp for Whirlip and make sure he gets ahead on this Jax. It might be the same tactic. Youngbuck, he saw it yesterday. He should be ready for it today if he gets camped once again, because he knows that Jax wants to get ahead.
Let's see if Youngbuck can make better use of his vision this time around. because he was punished multiple times thanks to lack of wards. Copenhagen Wolves bottom lane was that Annie, you've already mentioned, Deficio, as well as Draven, with about 1 million stacks. Freeze was unable to cash in on the Draven passive.
FLICKR.
We're going to decide in a second or two what they decide to lock in.
Okay.
Remember that Lee Sin is still available, but they want Hecarim over the Blind Monk.
So that's why they didn't pick Lee Sin earlier here, because Hecarim was the go-to champion. Was buffed here in 5.1, of course. Less mana cost on the Q, and you heal more from your W early on as well. So quite some good buffs for his jungle. And a few more cool things like Chilling Smite now, where you steal movement speed from the enemy champion. Actually gives you more damage on Hecarim due to his passive as well. So quite a funny pick, and the first time we get to see it here in 5.1.
Well, this is a terrifying front line already. Gnar, Hecarim, and Braum, and you add all of their CC damage and utility to the mix. Freeze should, in theory, have a lot of time to do damage, as should Soren. But let's see what Giants decide.
I want to see Sivir from Freeze. I want to see Sivir from Freeze here. You have the movement speed then for the Hecarim. Again, you use it to make it easier for Soren on Xerath to position himself as well in fights, and you have all that hard engage coming in from the Copenhagen Wolves. Braum as well, into a Graves. If you get in front of him and block his ult and his buckshot, suddenly he has barely any damage left in a team fight.
A lot of pressure on Unlimited to use that Unbreakable of his.
Severe.
We did see the Ahri lock in for Pepinero, so we were anticipating that versus Xerath, and I personally love the Vi pick to ensure you can get past Gnar, Braum, Hecarim, and lock down either Soren or Freeze. Let's see which AD carry gets locked in, but Giants comp is all about the single target elimination.
Yeah, but again, Giants comp here relies on them being able to flank on Copenhagen Wolves. You cannot run headfirst into a Braum, into a Hecarim, and of course the poke coming from a Xerath. So they have to be able to come around Copenhagen Wolves, surprise them a little bit, land the charm, or set up an easy engage for Frederick on this Vi here. Otherwise, he's just going to get blown up as soon as he goes into the fight, and the rest of his team won't be able to follow. But it was the Ahri we talked about against Xerath, a matchup we've seen quite a lot.
This was banned yesterday.
Is he actually going to pull it out?
Oh, 2 seconds on the clock. This
it is
might
a strong
be the
lane with Braum.
Kalista, and it is.
Wow.
Initiation galore. And Kalista's going to be able to lob a Braum at their opponents. And we have a new champion here for Freeze. He played Draven yesterday. Going to pull out the Kalista today. Keep in mind that Kalista did have those small changes in 5.1. The passive from your Sentinel, slightly longer to activate it and get that damage down. And it actually hits really hard if you can sync up.
Yes, if you can sync it up here. So Braum, Kalista lane we have seen a few times, not in the LCS, but in other competitive games. And it's actually a fairly strong laning phase, because as long as you get that cube from Braum and you get the stun up, you have so much time to build up Ren stacks to do a lot of burst, and at the same time for team fights, you use it, take the Braum, throw him into the enemy team, he pops his ulti, and suddenly you just catch an Ahri or a Graves.
So this game is going to be all about the vision. You want Giants to have wards down to allow them to flank, and you need to have the Copenhagen Wolves have wards down to ensure they don't get flanked. I don't really know why, I'm not sure where that was going, but it worked out. The coaches, of course, we did see them leaving the stage. Interesting chip picks and bans phase here for the Copenhagen Wolves. They played fairly standard yesterday.
It is a little bit risky though, getting a Kalista into a Vi and Ahri. If you get caught, you die instantly. Like, there's no way for you to escape anything there, and it's not like there's insane amount of appeal from Copenhagen Wolves, it's more them wanting to engage.
Well, there's the team comps on your screen. Hit us up on Twitter, guys, at LOL Esports, hashtag GIAWin. Or hashtag CWWin. The power pony is in the hands of the Wolves along with Kalista. She's going to be looking to throw some soul-bound teammates around. And we'll see how she can make that one work out. And double-checking if she's actually used that in the opening stages. It's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it. Unlimited has been hit with that soulbound, and there's the gates in action as well. 5.1.
First time we actually see the gate be useful.
Useful.
He's running out of the base. A lot of new picks here. The Vi, of course, coming in for Frederick. It's not a champion we see too often. And of course, Kalista and Hecarim coming in for Copenhagen Wolves. So much engaged on their side. And again, Giants, it's going to be all about them creating picks and being able to flank around with Vi and Ahri to kind of kill at least one member from the Wolves before the fight really breaks out. Otherwise, Gnar and Hecarim will just destroy your backline, and Soren can sit safely behind with Freeze.
Martin Deficio Lunga. We may need to borrow a page out of Crepo's book, because Unlimited is playing Braum with Exhaust Smite. So we might be seeing a chilling smite potentially.
Oh, it should be,
coming
yeah.
out of a limited, adding to the thematic of that Freljord Frozen Braum.
So Smite Braum here, it basically means you can take your camp at level 1 a lot faster and get back and not even lose a single minion. Oh, that's the perfect situation. So you get a very fast level 2 ahead of the enemy team. And you can also use it to set up your skill shot now, your Q. So when they're hiding behind a minion, you smite it as you fire your skill shot. Minion obviously dies, and you actually land your Q onto them, get the first stack of your passive, and then Freeze can go aggressive, proc it, get the stun. It does mean, however, Unlimited is actually running without a flash. So he's going to rely on Freeze being able to use his ulti to pull him in if he's being caught a little bit
out of
too
position.
far forward. Yeah.
We'll see if the teamwork between Freeze and Unlimited works out. I'm giving a Bluetooth high five to Crep on the analyst desk. He told me about the new Smite as soon as he got to the studio a few days ago. He even said it on air yesterday. And we'll see whether or not Unlimited can actually make this work. We do see Freeze and Unlimited
And they got
return
the
to
minion,
lane.
yeah. So they got every single minion in terms of XP here. Will be able to last it. You should get a very early level 2 and go aggressive onto Rydell and Adri here with the Graves and the Thresh. Rydell shouldn't be staying this far forward here and trying to trade. He knows Unlimited will hit level 2.
Well, Rydell's going to take a lot of damage. Unlimited playing very aggressively in the lane. And that's a good start for Freeze and Unlimited, especially because of that risky exhaust smite lane for Unlimited.
Yeah. There is a few downsides, of course. Let's see what Whirlip can do up here once again. He's been starting a camp at level 1, then teleporting, actually running all the way to the top lane, because he just did the Merc Wolves and not the Raptors this time. But again, with the Smite, once you go back, you want to have enough gold to buy your Stalker's Blade, and it doesn't really give you any combat stats, other than you just get the damage from the chilling Smite and the slow, of course, but you are fairly squishy, somewhat weak if your Smite is on cooldown as well, which of course is one of the downsides.
Are you calling Braum squishy? Maybe that's why it works on this champion. We'll see how it works out for him.
We'll have to wait and see.
But no, you are 100% correct. It is the potential if he gets caught by too many hooks. A lot of pressure again on Unlimited's Braum. He's going to have that unbreakable shield to block some of the damage. But as it stands, Freeze and Unlimited just farming their way up. Warlip's going to jump onto Youngbuck, counter-strike him up. And they just keep trading back and forth for the time being. But a decent enough start on this Jax.
And this really is the main champion for Whirlip in this top lane. He loves to play Jax. And he's actually very good at taking these early trades, making sure he always stays fairly safe while getting enough farm on the Jax. And of course, yesterday, beat out Renekton from Mimer once again. Frederick looking towards the top lane, looking towards the Jax. Copenhagen Wolves needs to expect this. Youngbuck places the ward, might be forced to flash.
And he does. So flashes the counter-strike, summon a spell blown. Successful gank from Frederick, just showing himself. And Youngbuck a tad unlucky. That ward came down.
Frederick should just go over the Dragon Pit here, or the Baron Pit, sorry, and just straight up towards Youngbuck again, because he's actually staying very far forward. Of course, Airwax did show himself now. Pepinero joining in. They know there's a ward, and Youngbuck, oh, he might be a dead Yordle.
Let's see Frederick and Pepinero coming in. Youngbuck, he
that's
knew they were around. This is going to be a dead Youngbuck. First blood will be secured by Giants.
So you get ganked, you flash, and you keep pushing your lane, you keep staying forward near the Jax. I mean, you have to expect them to come back. Let's see here. Pepinero on a face check. Airwax and Soren can join in.
Oh, if the stun lands, Pepe's going to be in trouble, but he manages to flash it. When you see the Arcana Pulse putting some damage down. But listen. I know what Youngbuck and Copenhagen Wolves are doing. I heard Unlimited yesterday. It was part of the plan. We know Giants are going to focus top. They're just going to let Jax get fed, and then they can win late game, right? It's what they did yesterday. It was the plan. We heard it.
It was. It worked. I mean, the late game team fights, they did manage to win, and obviously yesterday was against a Sion who got extremely tanky. Jax a little bit different to deal with. Let's see, teleport in the bottom lane.
He's gone down. Let's see if Whirlip can help out. Unlimited and Freeze are going aggressive. It's now 2-on-1. Exhaust comes down. That's a double counter strike.
He's all alone though.
Still 2-on-1. If a stun connects, Whirlip's in trouble. He gets caught up by concussive blows. Rydell comes in with 100 HP. He manages to flay in. He's gone in with a death sentence. Why did you do that? Adri gets baited and forced to flash, and Copenhagen Wolves get a kill, a teleport from Whirlip, and a flash from Adri.
But this combo here, Braum and Kalista together, and when you land that stun and you just build up all the rend stacks, you have so much burst damage, people don't expect it here. And that was a 1v2 from Whirlip once he came in there, jumping while his own bottom lane had already backed away. And in the end, teleport used, summoner spells burned as well, and you give over a kill to Freeze.
So the question we have to ask ourselves, was Youngbuck sticking around in the top lane a bigger mistake than Werlip teleporting to a very low duo. I mean, I anticipated he was teleporting during the fight, so can't say too much. Oh, Airwax is in trouble. Peppy's going to spur rush over. That's a dead pony. Airwax trying to counter jungle and just gives up a kill to the Giants.
Some sloppy plays early on here between the Copenhagen Wolves and Giants. You can't really invade into the enemy jungle if your own mid lane is not pushing down the lane. So Pipinero could just freely walk in and pick up a kill for himself, sitting at 2-0 now on Ari. And remember again, he is what we would call probably the main carry for Giants. Giving him these 2 kills early is not a smart idea, so not a good invade by Airwax here. You can't do it if you don't control the mid lane.
So let's see how Giants play. They've got a 500 goal lead. They've got a kill advantage. They've got an Ari who's starting to get fed. 2-0. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on Peppy to actually blow up Freeze or Soren in the mid to late game.
We have to remember, of course, with this double smite from Copenhagen Wolves, their objective control is in their favor if they have to smite over a Baron or a Dragon, or potentially want to invade on some buffs later on. Seeing as also smite stacks up to 2 stacks now, so you can use one of them in the fight and then of course save the other one for the objective after. But Unlimited actually not going for a Stalker's Blade on the Brahmin. Instead of just going tank early, wants to get that Sightstone very early. So not going to go for the Chilling Smite just yet at least.
We'll see how quickly he can get his hands on that item. That's a level 6 freeze. Rydell is in trouble. One more hit will stun him. Concussive blows holds him in place. Look at those Ren stacks. Not enough for the kill yet, but we do see the Fate's call to call Unlimited to safety. Rydell survives by the skin of his teeth. Freeze and Unlimited in control of the lane. If Unlimited had that Chilling Smite, maybe it could have worked out. And you know what? If any team's going to run double smite, trust the team that has the Wolf Camp in their name to run it. But it hasn't shown exactly worth yet.
Just got a little nice poke from Krepo actually backstage, and he has a very valid point. The rent from Freeze will be the slow in, but let's get to that after Youngboy is dead.
All right, let's go back to story time from Krepo. Oh, yeah. Flash! So Frederick, whoa, that was close. That was so close, but Frederick gets out alive. Copenhagen Wolves double smites, gonna start themselves off on a dragon. Nobody from Giants will reply, so this should be the first objective.
So the combo here between them,
Graves,
because Freeze has to slow himself from his E there, you don't actually need the Chilling Smite, but Dragon going over to the Copenhagen Wolves again with the double smite.
So,
how to use it. Yes, point is, there's a slow from Freeze, from his Ren, so you don't actually need Chilling Smite from the Braum itself, which is the reason for him not going it.
Why smite? Why smite? Maybe it's a misclick. Maybe it wasn't intended.
No, again, it gives you the objective control, allows you to go for more aggressive trades where you can land your Q, so Freeze can start going aggressive, proc the stun, and of course, for the jungle camp at level 1 here to get the early advantage. So it still makes sense for Unlimited to run it when obviously Krepo with their played it before quite a lot on his stream, so he knows what he's talking about.
We'll see whether or not it pays off in a win, or whether it's just
Hurricane kill it as well.
That's what I was just about to say. We've even got you've got Unlimited, let's say borrowing from Krepo's stream, and you've got Freeze borrowing from Sneaky stream. Unlimited going the Freeze rather going the Hurricane into potential Bloodthirster, get all those Ren stacks down on multiple targets, and just shred through
That's the important thing here. Whenever you auto attack here, the 2 extra attacks coming from Hurricane also applies the debuff, so you can have Ren on them. And it's so strong in the mid game if you're just allowed to sit in these fights here and just constantly auto attack. But you can still be locked down. That is the thing about
Peppy's got support.
Peppy's going in Soren.
Doesn't land the charm, continues chasing with Spur Rush. Soren's taking a lot of damage, but here comes the Power Pony. And Airwax's presence is going to force Peppy to take the Lantern. And Giants, they're playing aggressive. Giants are the ones making the moves, forcing Copenhagen Wolves to react. Youngbuck gets jumped on, Counter-Strike running. Werlip has got damage down. Double Dorans is burning through. Youngbuck forced to flash. Werlip is thinking about it. He flashes, he leaps, he scores!
Just like yesterday.
Werlip gets the kill. Youngbuck, it's the feed to win strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, Darien 2.0.
Giants are basically playing the exact same way they did yesterday here. You camp for Werlip in the start, you get a few kills. He will now handle everything on his own. I mean, Airwax walks up, smacked in the face by a Werlip, and now he's backing away. And obviously Pipinero just able to roam around from this mid lane, getting a kill here and there.
Oh, Frederick is about to find Airwax. He's got Assault and Battery available. He's charging. He goes in. Airwax, you're going to get caught. Frederick with the timing. Oh, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You can't get feared when you're a Vi chasing down. Oh, Giants, this is so much fun. This is great plays from them. And this double smite strat's not working out.
Well, just wait and see.
Is it too early?
They're winning the laning phase on their side here. Freeze will get his Hurricane fairly soon as well.
Hang on,
a lot of attack speed from it.
Let's be fair. Freeze and Unlimited are winning the laning phase, but Pepe's in a good spot. He's going to spur a rush to safety. Pepe 2-0. Vi 2-0 being played by Frederick. Whirlib 1-0-2 and got the top tower. Fed Jaxes are so difficult to deal with, and Copenhagen Wolves are
not done yet.
In trouble. Oh, are we going to have another one? Youngbuck does not have Mega Gnar. Here comes the charge. No stun this time around.
Jumps away here, but once again, Giants, as soon as they get the lead on the top side, they just keep invading into your jungle, keep trying to force team fights here. Pepanero as well. Decided to go Morel Nomicon, not actually DFG for his first item, despite getting a few early kills. Could just go for either Death Cap here or a very, very early Void Staff to hit such an early and cheap power spike for him that he once again also can just blow up targets.
Oh, Unlimited gets caught.
Don't really want to go for that one.
Idol doesn't want the take. You can see the ghosts from Freeze flying in the background. Those two Sentinels from a W.
You don't want to trade at the moment here. Adre is only sitting on a pickaxe himself, and Freeze with all this attack speed already he allows him to get so many Rend stacks very, very early on, and he's of course maxing his E if people are wondering how to play this Kalista or Hurricane Kalista in the laning phase.
And again, it makes sense with the itemization. Gets multiple stacks of
course,
Rend.
that's the whole point about it. Late game though, when we go into like the 5-6 items, you will be selling your Hurricane and you want to get something like a Phantom Dancer instead, because then it's going to be more about like a single target damage you can do, and you won't really be allowed to just sit and land multiple hits with your Hurricane onto the enemy team.
We'll see if Freeze can get to that point. Still only sitting on that recurve bow. Frederick dashed himself over the wall, charging up the Vault Breaker. Does have Assault and Battery available. Frederick's been around the map very, efficiently, in contrast to Airwax, who we've not seen a whole lot of. He's been invaded upon though, so been trying to play a little bit of catch-up.
Yeah, and the problem is he's not even
I think Soren's
ahead in farms. Yeah, Soren, he's 4 versus 1. He is a great Dane, however. Might be able to survive it.
Oh, that's it, right? Big Danish allows you to survive 4v1s. Let's see if Frederick decides to go and flashes up, Vault Breaker's up, Assault and Battery's up. What resources are going to use to kill Zerath?
Okay, maybe not.
That's a dead Zerath. Absolutely destroyed. And Giants are going to secure the second tower of the game. Easy peasy pudding and pie.
This jungle matchup is so heavily in favor of Frederick. He's just making plays left and right. Airwax is just farming. Has zero pressure in the early game.
Oh!
Unlimited.
Look at that damage.
Has the shield though, has the shield.
Does manage to survive. Giants are not giving up the pressure. Continue to putting damage down. They're going to get another turret. And they grow their gold lead even more. Copenhagen Wolves have to pull another comeback win if they want to stand a chance, because they're falling very far behind against champions you do not want to fall behind on.
Blue buff as well. Over to Giants. Trying to disengage here. Let's see. Airwax going in and dying.
Death sentence. Dead. That's it.
And the crowd's not happy.
Well, why not? That was an exciting kill.
Yeah, but you don't want Airwax dying, at least on the pony.
Well, Airwax has
Everyone loves the unicorns, remember.
Airwax has got himself a Brutalizer and a Stalker's Blade. There's nothing else to say survivability. The Giants should get themselves an uncontested
Again,
dragon.
he's just so far behind. You want to get the Warrior enchant on Hecarim and then just go full tank from there. You can't really go Trinity Force in the jungle unless you get so far ahead in the early game, which of course he didn't this time around. So he will have to go full tank after completing his Warrior enchant. But yeah, he's going to be very squishy for the next 10 minutes. And when there's a Vi and an Ahri walking around with all the ward control as well, and not really any team fights appearing very soon, they should be able to constantly pick you off.
Well, Giants have got
Pepanero going for it again.
All the champions to make it work. He's got that Morellonomicon, got
Sneaking
the blast.
around, it's for Airworks.
Can he blow Airworks up? Without DFG, 100-0, we'll see if he sticks. Copenhagen Wolves get their first tower of the game. Down in the bottom, that'll close the gold just a little and give Freeze some much needed gold.
So again, Freeze has his Hurricane completed now, but in order for that to work, he needs a front line that can actually stay alive and buy him time to hit with the Hurricane and get the Rend on 3 targets. Otherwise, it won't really do a whole lot for him. So unless Youngbug and Airwick suddenly can come back in this game here and actually become useful, then Giants Gaming Boots should just be able to roll over Copenhagen Wolves in a potential team fight if it happens.
All credit to Youngbuck, despite 3 deaths to his name. He is only 8 or so CS behind with a wave pushing into him. You do also see that Freeze has got a 20 to 30 CS advantage. And Soren also with a dive on his lane, staying relevant in CS. Youngbuck playing much further back this time around. So from a CS perspective, Copenhagen Wolves are doing okay, but they've just given up too many towers. Frederick, I think he's going to go in. He's charging the Vault Breaker. There he goes. Assault and Battery slams Youngbuck down. Youngbuck flashes away from the stun and gets some decent damage down, but Flash was burned, and he does get out clean.
Yeah, so just need ulti ready once again for Frederick here. Not a lot of deep wards coming in from Giants. It's just one ward around the red buff, so it's not like they have full control of the jungle. You can actually see where Arex is moving around. Instead, the Copenhagen Wolves have put up a few defensive pink wards. Much needed, seeing as Pepinero and Frederick are using more time in Copenhagen Wolves jungle than in their own lanes.
We'll see how well Copenhagen Wolves can control the next few minutes. They've lost 2 turrets in the mid lane, out to in the top lane.
Boom.
And Freeze is just going to keep shoving those waves all day long. For Giants, if they're not going to be looking for picks in the jungle, you have to anticipate they're going to push that bottom outer turret down. Because as you highlighted in picks and bans, Deficio, it's all about the flank for Giants. And with those outer turrets up, it makes life a little more difficult to move around the lanes and the jungle on the side of the Wolves.
So in a standard situation, it will be about the flank, but seeing as every member from Copenhagen Wolves are so squishy due to the tanks falling so far behind, Pepinero can just choose whatever target he wants to and just blow them up together with one other guy from Giants. And that should do it for them. But they have to care about Freeze, of course. Don't just let him do whatever he wants. And yeah, that was 2 abilities from Pepinero.
That really hurt. Charm and Orb. Soren loses 70% of his hit points. Death Cap, Morellonomicon. So not your standard Ahri build, but when you've got 160 CS, 2 kills, 2 assists, and 3 towers, in a pretty comfortable position. Peppy stepping up on the LCS stage. I think he's performing, at a higher level here than he did during the expansion tournament.
Yeah.
And, kudos to the guy for really sort of silencing some of the critics, myself included.
So we've seen him yesterday against Blizzard. Obviously a matchup we expected him to win.
Yep.
With Blizzard just coming in from solo queue. And Zoran today, not been the top tier mid laners, safe to say, that Pepinero has faced early on. But still been doing a very good job, and he's so aggressive. Whenever he gets a lead in the laning phase, he starts roaming around. He doesn't just sit there and farm. He goes to the top lane, he goes into the jungle, he looks for kills constantly, and now he's down towards his bottom lane, waiting for a piece of Freeze to move near the tower.
Let's see if anyone from the Wolves goes down to this bottom lane.
On their way.
Limited and Freeze making
You haven't seen them in a long time, guys. Just play it safe. Don't walk down there. It's all a trap.
Admiral Akbar trying to say it's a trap, but they wisely do not go down. So credit to Freeze Unlimited. They do smell something fishy. Giants have got great vision around the dragon and deep into the Wolves territory, setting themselves up for this next objective to respawn, and they're going to steal away this blue buff in just a moment.
Yeah, and this BT here Freeze is building towards is going to be very important because he needs the lifesteal, he needs the shield as well when he's dancing around in there trying to apply all his rend stacks. So he will be needing that as soon as he can actually complete it. And once again, the bottom lane for Copenhagen Wolves, the only lane actually doing well early on in the game. It was the same yesterday. It's going to be all about them trying to pull this one through. Soren did step it up in terms of team fights later, but...
As did Youngbuck, to be fair.
True.
Youngbuck really had a struggle early on and managed to bring himself back into the game mid to late. And then, of course, on the side of Freeze, he is the single change to the Copenhagen Wolves roster. That seems to be working out thus far. Now, we haven't seen much from Jax. He's got that Trinity Force completed, and Copenhagen
a lot of people top lane, though.
going to try and gank him. Willip gets knocked backwards. He's going to get that armor and MR, and truthfully, this is going to be a dead top lane now, or not.
Oh, is
he
it?
leaps to a ward.
Pepinero rival here.
Now the Giants are going to turn it back around, and Limited has going to be able to
Freeze
throw that
in.
ultimate down. Let's see what can happen. We do see Braum going forward. That's the Glacial Fisher down on the ground. Vi's going to re-engage. Youngbuck is in trouble. Nah, throws everybody backwards. Rydell, Flash, Flay, death sentence, and they kill Youngbuck. Everybody involved, but only the single kill. Frederick stunned up. He's going to prevent the assault and battery, but the Giants turn around what was a 4-on-1 and find themselves securing the 4th kill onto Youngbuck.
Just shows how far ahead they are here. As soon as Pepinero came in, Freeze actually had to save Unlimited, pull him in the ulti here, tried to re-engage. Pepinero catching Freeze.
Oh, let's see what they can make of this. Frederick has still got his assault and battery available and limited the next target. We do see the spell coming down from Soren, but it's just not enough damage. The Giants are going to be able to take the tower down. They get themselves more gold, a bigger lead, and the gambit from Copenhagen Wolves has not paid off.
No, and don't go Thornmail if you are this far behind. You need just flat HP here to try and survive whatever mixed damage coming from Giants. Flash Charm onto Freeze, beautiful setup by Pepinero, and Freeze can't really do anything once he has used his flash to get away, and the rest of Copenhagen Wolves, of course, not even nearby to do anything. And Giants, once again, just like yesterday, once they get the lead, they just keep playing aggressive, they keep forcing picks and fights. They don't just let you sit and farm like H2K did yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, very, very well played from the Giants. They're accelerating further ahead, 22 minutes in. 10 kills to 1, 5 towers to 1. They've got themselves a 7,000 gold lead. If you look at those items, it's going to mean that Copenhagen Wolves are in a desperate
double
place.
smite here. Copenhagen Wolves starting the Baron. You have also the rent damage from Freeze. Remember, he can stack up to an insane amount of damage from him. And again, Airwax and Unlimited should be able to time the 2 smites together, but Whirlip is here.
Well, let's see what Whirlip can do. There's members of Copenhagen Wolves all going low. Baron has been secured by the Copenhagen Wolves, but what damage can Whirlip do?
They lost
that's
it.
2, that's 3. Whirlip's going to get out alive.
No,
he's not. He's shut down. Triple kill picked up. Soren forced a flash, but he's got no mana remaining. Frederick should be able to run him down with that assault and battery. 3 members of the Wolves have lost that Baron buff. Only Youngbuck has escaped, and I don't think Soren's going to be able to get away. He does have an empowered recall. If he can find a few seconds of peace, maybe, but I might just be too optimistic. Rydell's running him down.
It's going to be a one-on-one here
with
between
those
Soren and
Moby boots.
Rydell.
Rydell's going to get stunned. Let's see. Empowered recall? No.
No, just died to the tower here.
Do the recall. Oh, going to take damage.
Kind of
Won't be able to. Won't be able to. So Soren going to suicide. So only Youngbuck gets the Baron. Desperate play, Whirlip, another triple kill. Jax OP.
Let's just see it again here. So Copenhagen, they started with the double smite with Kalista and her rend here, so they actually get the Baron. The problem is Whirlip is here. He's so strong again. They have dropped low from the Baron. Cleaning it up. 1v3, 1v4 actually. And then sadly in the very end, he couldn't dance. And boop.
You know what? I don't think he's going to mind. 6-1-3, Trinity Force completed, got the Cutlass. He does manage to take out so many of those Baron buffs from the Wolves, which really could have given them the tools to stall, but Youngbuck with teleport unavailable, going to be hard-pressed to find a time where he can actually split push or try get some map control.
Oh no, that won't happen. No. I mean, the Wolves at the moment, I don't know, they basically have to try and just sit in a bush somewhere and hope Giants are playing a bit too aggressive. Maybe Pepinero face checks and they kill him and buy a little bit of time.
Wow.
Because
Airwax is terrified.
Yeah, well, you have to be. All game long. It's not been his jungle since like minute 5.
That means he's really struggling. 0-4-1. Youngbuck is doing the best he can to defend this inner turret. Does go Mega Gnar. Frederick's waiting in the sidelines. The rest of Giants grouped up. But look at that gold. 6k at the moment. 25 minutes on the clock. This is the 3rd consecutive blue buff steal that Giants have put on the map. And this is exactly what you were talking about, Deficio. Jungle completely under Giants' control. There is simply nothing the Wolves can do at this point in time. Frederick, he's going all the way in. Soren's in trouble. Collateral damage comes down from the sidelines. First victim of the fight. Who will it be? Right to the Arcane gets channeled. 1, 2, 3rd one does secure. We do see Freeze picking up a kill as well. That Bloodthirster and Ren stacks is going to be enough. So Copenhagen Wolves, they hold on to fight another day.
Yeah, much needed a win here for Copenhagen Wolves. Giants is diving under the tower here. A little bit uncoordinated for them. And the Copenhagen Wolves can punish him and buy some time. Won't be able to get a tower here because Whirlip has his teleport ready. And will clear off the minions. But still, the Giants, they are so far ahead. They can keep doing what they've been doing so far. Just avoid their little bit uncoordinated dive and you should still be fine.
Yeah, weren't really able to blow Soren up or get to Freeze. So, Giants will put on hold just for a brief moment. Copenhagen Wolves going to start wondering, can they do it again? Can they pull it back 2 days in a row? This is a much more difficult task to accomplish. but Copenhagen Wolves are going to try nonetheless. So take a look at those items. Quicksilver Sash completed by Freeze. I think that's a very big pickup, especially if he gets hit by that straight charm. Airwax still unable to pick up any big items. And Youngbuck working towards some tankiness. We did eventually see Unlimited pick up the Stalker's Blade, so he's got that Chilling Smite available.
Yeah, has it now here just for a bit more peel for Freeze and potential chase coming in from Copenhagen Wolves in the fights. But still here. I do feel like, again, Youngbuck with his item choices, I don't see why you go Thornmail. If you are very far behind, I mean, try and get a Warmox completed, build like a bit of magic resist, a bit of armor, and then later on see if you can complete like a Banshee and a Randuin's Omen and just be full tank and at least have enough HP to survive some burst damage, because, again, Pepinero is just going to blow him up.
And we'll see what Pepe can do. He's got that needlessly large rod, working towards most likely the DFG. A little while away from completing that. But the Giants have now hit a little bit of a stumbling block. They interrupted that Baron attempt earlier. They tower dove the inner bottom turret. And now for the Giants, with this team comp that was sort of designed to flank, but got so far ahead it's not important anymore. Now they're looking for opportunities. They're looking for ways to crack the Copenhagen Wolves defense. And this is where we need to figure out how do they make use of vision and what objectives will it be around.
Yeah, so because Copenhagen Wolves actually got an early dragon in this game here, it's not like Giants are looking towards this 5th dragon just yet. That's quite a while, at least 15, 16 minutes before we can even start thinking about that one. And at the same time, for the Copenhagen Wolves, they have picked up a few key items. Void Staff completed for Zoran, going for the poor man's build on this Zeref here, just trying to get a power spike before having to get enough gold for like a Death Cap or an Hourglass in his situation. So I like the second item, Void Staff. And of course Freeze with the BT Hurricane, getting QSS as well. He knows he has to dance around, and there's a high chance of him being locked down by Giants, so QSS will come in very handy for him.
Well, to be fair, the longer this goes, the happier the Wolves are going to be. Randuin's is getting closer for Youngbuck. Spirit Visage is getting closer for Airwax. Needlessly Large Rod was just picked up by Soren, so even Death Cap is on the way. So it's small things. They are competing with Blade of the Rune King now from Jax. You've obviously got the Phantom Dancer and Eye-Edge sitting in Audrey's pocket with 1,000 gold, and they're about to get their 3rd dragon.
Yeah.
But Wolves, they need time. They need to keep stalling.
Giants right now should just get this dragon, wait for the Baron to spawn, pick it up, or at least force the Wolves into a fight around it, and then just do like a 1-3-1 split push. Have Atri sitting in the mid lane. Of course, the Jax, who can just 1v2 everything, especially with the Baron buff, go in one lane, and Pepinero can do the exact same on Ari in the opposite lane, and you just push every single lane up. You have the buffed up minions from the Baron, and that should be too much for the Copenhagen Wolves to actually defend against, especially because someone like Youngbuck has no chance against Whirlip, who can just walk in and start hitting the tower if he wants to.
So 1-3-1 off the Baron. That's the recommendation for Deficio. It is up in 30 seconds time. Giants have got some vision in the area. It looks like Rydell, Audrey, and Frederick are moving around to potentially ward up. It does seem to be the case. Look at the deep vision in the side of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle. Again, another buff is stolen. Airwax has not had a blue or red in the longest time, 20, 25 minutes, potentially. We do have a very brief pause.
And Youngbuck now managed to complete his Randuin, so he's getting there. I mean, Randuins and Thornmail in a one-on-one against the Jax could be very useful for him, of course. Also what he had built towards just pure one-on-one the Jax, nothing else, nothing focused on teamfights from him with that early Thornmail here. And Randuins, of course, with Ninja Tapi. Freeze, on this Kalista, been very hard for him to do anything.
Yeah. It's not convinced me yet, but on the same token,
you can't really use this game as the example.
Yeah, the Wolves fell so far behind. The laning phase of Kalista Brown did work out. It did go well, and they pushed Audrey and Rydell quite far down. But in the team of Giants, Audrey and Rydell are sort of the weaker hinges. It is normally about the solo lanes in the jungle. And on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, it's about their duo lane, and their solo laners are a little weaker. So you've got this sort of, opposite when you look at these two teams. Also, I just noticed in the items, before we flicked away, their Juggernaut upgrade secured 4 Unlimited Braum. Spirit Visage completed for Airwax.
It's a pretty good upgrade. Very gold efficient, actually, with the 500 HP you get from it for the Braum. But you just talked about how solo laners stronger for Giants. Of course, the bottom lane for Copenhagen Wolves were winning in this game as well. Won yesterday in the laning phase 2, Unlimited and Freeze. And that's where you then look at the jungle. where FLICKR has just been miles ahead of Airwax, and that's why he's been able to once again snowball his top laner here and open up for Pepinero as well, because he's doing a good job in the one-on-one to roam around together with FLICKR. And I'm still a little bit surprised the ganks worked early, because we had the ward coming down from Youngbuck in the top lane. He saw the first gank, he flashed away, and then he stayed around, knowing FLICKR most likely would still be there. Obviously, Pepinero roamed up as well. And that was the first kill. Second gank came in, and suddenly it was just too late for him, and Jax Buffeto again.
Too little, too late on the side of Youngbuck. 0-4-2. Finally getting a little tankier, but let's see what can happen. Now, red turret destroyed, so down in the bottom lane, Willip was able to secure that objective without even needing the Baron buff. But it does seem to be the focus for Giants. So Tofiscio looks like that's their objective.
And look what they just did here. FLICKR walked up to the top lane and just cleared the way for you to start pushing the minions down so they can take the Baron, and instantly after they can quickly rotate to the top lane, buff up all those minions, while Whirlip of course sits in the bottom side and just pushing those two lanes together. Adri doing exactly the same in the mid lane here, so opening up a lot of options for Giants once they secure this Baron.
Well, let's see how controlled they can be of those lanes. Another blue buff stolen away. If my count is correct, that's 4 in a row. Giants have started the Baron off. Copenhagen Wolves are looking to group. Look at Peppy setting himself up for a potential charm. Frederick is peeled away. It's always going to have that incredibly hard engage that Vi offers. Let's just see how quickly the rest of Giants can stick with him. Copenhagen Wolves have done enough to back away and also interrupt that Baron buff.
Yeah, and all this armor stacking has meant that Whirlip can just dive on to Youngbuck. So he's actually able to hold him here. For now, at least. Whirlip doesn't want to push up too far. Airwax might be in trouble though, and Giants are looking to fight.
So stun does connect on Whirlip. Pepineros has used that spur rush. That's a lot of damage coming down from Thorin. Onslaught of Shadows is still available. Let's see if it gets used. Airwax is in full retreat, and Fate's Call used to save Unlimited's life. Unlimited, you've gone the wrong direction, my friend, and he's forced to walk away, but nobody goes down. Ultimates traded on both sides of the fence, but nobody gets taken out, and very importantly, Baron's still available.
Still available here. Giants pushed them away. Let's see how many ults were actually used. 3 on the side of Giants. Should be ready next time they actually go back to this Baron and try and do exactly the same again. And Airwax, if he tries to go in first, we just saw how fast he drops. Forced to just run away instantly, and of course Unlimited being pulled back by Freeze to save him as well.
Now we understand why Flash wasn't taken. Seen it a few times from Freeze, but Unlimited hasn't really had the initiation that maybe they would have liked, but again, they are very, very far down in gold, so it does sort of pay out. We're finally seeing a little more damage on Freeze. Got that pickaxe. Wants to get himself towards the last Whisper, which has just been completed for Adri, so quite a big damage disparity between the two champions. Freeze still looking really to get as many Ren stacks as possible, and Soren finished that dead cap. We saw how much damage Soren actually put down in the previous fight, so if he can land a few spells...
Yeah, he's been farming well in the mid lane here. Picked up 2 kills as well for himself. He's actually been doing a fairly good job on his Xerath, sitting there with the long range poke, but it's just such a problem for him, because you don't have the control of the map, so you know Giants can always flank around you, and Xerath is a very, very easy target to lock down.
Yep, we saw that in the mid lane earlier in the matchup. Giants maintain vision control around the Baron buff. We're getting closer to Dragon respawning as well, so...
They're very passive warding though around this Baron here, so if they actually want to start it and try and punish Copenhagen Wolves for running through the jungle, then they have to move in, clear these 2 pink wards here by the Wolves and place their own aggressive wards to see the Wolves moving towards the Baron here. Otherwise, it's too easy for Copenhagen Wolves to just go in, reward the Baron, back away, and constantly delay it.
So this is exactly what we saw from Giants yesterday. They did have the lead. They played it a little more passively than maybe they could have, but at least their heads are in the right place. They realize that Baron is the objective that secures them the map control, which then secures the win. The only problem is they don't have the vision to allow themselves. Look at the minions, top and bottom wave. That could be the pressure they require to go in on this objective. But Unlimited gets another ward and realizes Baron's still not for the take.
We might actually have to look towards that 5th Dragon anyway. Spawning in about a minute, and Giants at the moment haven't been able to really get on this Baron. They're starting it now because Freeze shows himself in the top lane, meaning Copenhagen Wolves are not in a position to fight just yet, and this one goes down fast.
So we'll see if they can secure it. All 3 shots of Passage of the Arcane comes out. Glacial Fissure goes down. Baron secured. It doesn't work out, and that was actually all too easy for Giants.
Yeah. But credit to Giants here, once again, they've set up the soul or the side lanes to start slow pushing, building up a big wave which can deal a lot of damage to the towers unless you go up and clear it. And that's why Freeze felt like he had to walk up there, clear the minions. Airwax on the other hand was then sitting on the Merc Wolves, a little bit weird for him, but Copenhagen was not in position. Giants once again with the minion waves pushing up, able to get an objective and join in with the Baron buff now.
So Jax is up in that top lane, the rest of the team is grouped in the bottom. They've got that Baron buff for a few minutes. You can see those empowered minions rushing their way to the inhib turret. Only turrets remaining in the base for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Dragon as well.
Going to be Dragon number 4, uncontested here. Giants really just in absolute control. With Baron buff and 1 Dragon away from that Mega buff, there's very little that the Wolves can do. However, for the first time in about 30 minutes, they should get themselves at least a red buff.
Straight over to Freeze, who got his last Whisper now. So both him and Soren slowly getting towards their late game.
But it's too little too late.
It's not like you look at Giants come and say, oh, they're terrible late game. No, I mean, you have a Jax. You have the Graves coming in. Ahri as well, if she gets the flank, can blow up a target in the late game. So it's not like Giants are looking terrible going into this late game. And they are so far ahead in terms of the global buffs they've been able to pick up. And in 6 minutes, in case they don't want to take any chances, they should be able to pick up the last Dragon and then basically do what SK did in the last game and go for the last push.
Dragon to win in a couple of minutes. The one thing I do want to highlight though is this is the second game that we've seen from the Giants where Rydell has gone for a Thresh, first pick Thresh no less. And it's not really been game changing. I mean, lost lane with that Thresh Graves against a fairly unique Braum Kalista combo. But on the same token, you know, we haven't really seen him landing death sentences in the mid-game. He hasn't needed to, but it's something that we should keep an eye on in this game and future games. It's whether or not Giants continue that emphasis. Anyways, they've got minions up in the top lane. Wave should be cleared here by Sora and Xerath relatively effectively.
Yeah.
Giants not deciding to dive just yet.
You don't have the best siege option with a Graves and an Ahri here. So, let's see what Zoran can do.
Oh, 1, 2,
ulti.
Third one.
No.
Not gonna hit.
But Giants at the moment shouldn't be grouping up trying to push down a tower. Use your Jax to split push. Again, this 1-3-1 here. And just push in every single lane. Bottom lane should be building up. Actually, it is pushing in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, so they need to go down and push that one in.
So Baron buff's not a huge amount of time left, actually. And we'll see what Giants decide to do. They actually remaining grouped up. They're not going for that split. That could work for them. Instead, they're going to try brute force their way in. Frederick has gone deep. He's
going
found
straight
his
for
way
a dive.
to Soren. We do see Airwax throwing himself into the team, but that's Soren and Freeze down.
Well, that
There's
works
no
too.
damage left for the Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck forced into retreat. He throws down the Gnar in reverse, but it doesn't matter. Whirlib grabs himself the triple kill. Closed out by Peppy, despite the fact that Whirlib is shut down. Giants are going to get the inhibitor. They're going to get an exposed amount of time on the Nexus, and this should be their game. 2-0 in week 1.
And Giants realizing, yeah, we don't really want to siege this tower and just slowly take it down. Let's just dive. We are so far ahead. Instant lockdown. Soren killed him, finished up everything. Whirlib on this Jax. Second game now where he gets a great start and he just completely snowballed the game.
Well, Giants opening week in the LCS is flawless. 2-0. Both one-sided victories.
Yeah, very one-sided.
If Giants are going to be proving themselves, they've done it. You start your way with the teams who have been down at the bottom half of the LCS tables. MYM, the old Super Hard crew, Copenhagen Wolves, both teams that have flirted with promotion tournaments in the lower echelons of 2014. Giants have bested them both, and fairly convincingly. It's a good start to their 2015.
Yeah, especially because they came in as just a second expansion tournament team. Obviously, H2K won the expansion tournament 3-0 against Giants Gaming. And now coming here, getting a great start. Copenhagen Wolves on MYM being defeated. We'll have to see if they can keep it up for next week. I have a feeling that teams, or I really hope the teams realize now, when Jax is being logged in, Frederick is going to go top lane. Pepperonero is going to go top lane. Don't let him get those easy kills so he starts getting ahead, because then the rest of the team will just use it to completely take over the map and just constantly fight you.
Yeah, Giants really show that they've got vision control, they've got the decision making, they play the map, they play the objectives. It's a little slow, but you know what, it doesn't matter because it's their pace, it's their tempo, and they're in the lead. Now, these are against opponents who again are slightly lower down. We need to see how they perform against the slightly stronger teams, against the Fanatics, against
SK Gaming,
the Unicorns, against SK, for example. But you cannot take anything away from Giants. 2-0 on the week. And like you said, silencing some of the critics. They've started to show a higher level of teamwork than we were expecting. And well played.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of the two teams they played this week really punish him for first picking the Thresh or camping the top lane exclusively. Simply means Giants, I mean, it's looking good for them. I like Pepinero's play in the mid lane. He's super aggressive when it comes to like roaming between the lanes. Bottom lane does seem to have a few problems. But then again, Freeze and Unlimited played a unique lane you don't face very often, especially not with the smite coming in from Unlimited as well. 2
days in a row, 2 games in a row that we've seen a first pick Thresh. Rydell had some great Thresh play against Reason Gaming. There was just hook after hook after hook. I don't really know if I feel like it's first pick worthy when you look at some of the other champions that are available. However, the way that Giants play the picks and bans, they still get sort of comfort type champions with that Jax in the top lane, with the Ahri, for example. It ends up working for them in these games, but it is a big question that I have. Will that strategy still work against teams that can counter a Jax, that can focus him down in lane? Because those are big question marks.
And can they change the tactic? That's the important thing here, because you will see teams next week saying, okay, fair enough, you pick Jax, we're now going to camp you instead and be ready for everything happening here, and suddenly the Jax pick won't get ahead, won't become this late game monster already like 30 or 25 minutes into the game, which he's allowed to do because he gets like 5 or 6 kills early on. So I want to see if Giants has different tactics. Can Rydell play different support? Can we see maybe Pepinero, if he's being banned out on certain assassins, like, is it possible to ban him out here and not allow him to roam around against maybe a stronger mid laner who can actually keep him down?
It makes me think about Millennium from last year, the way Millennium only played a pick comp style. They were very aggressive. They were only about finding kills. This is obviously not a pick comp style. This is a bit more of a split push style, so to speak, because they are playing the map a little more. But it's two days in a row, 2 games in a row, very similar. And we know that these are players that have relatively limited champion pools because they have certain champions that are just leaps and bounds above their opponents. Let's talk about Copenhagen Wolves very briefly because, of course, they showed a terrible early and map game yesterday. They did it again today. Youngbuck is showing that he's not really in the right frame of mind, I feel, when it comes to that lane because he was punished yesterday, he was punished again. It was a little better today, but really not by much. Hey, look, there was a ward down, and then he stuck around. So at least it was a ward this time.
It seems like, again, Copenhagen Wolves, they feel like it's okay if the jungler uses all his time on Youngbuck and picks up a few kills as long as Freeze and Unlimited can do well in the bottom lane. But that requires them to pick up like 3 or 4 kills on their own if they want to like trade for top laner getting fed from the enemy team for your AD carry. And you won't get that. I mean, enemy bot lanes are just going to start playing more passive and just say, fair enough, you can get our tower, but you won't kill us, you won't get that far ahead. And that's why this trade-off from the Copenhagen Wolves are not working at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not. Copenhagen Wolves going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they can start to salvage their opening to the year. For now, let's turn to Pyrotechnics, who is on stage with Giant Gaming's Audrey.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with the other half of the Giants bot lane is, of course, Audrey. Now, you guys are 2-0 in the LCS, coming in off of Challenger. It's a hot streak already. How does that feel? It's got to be great.
Yeah, honestly, it feels pretty great. We didn't expect to win pretty much any game at all. Like, we came thinking we were the worst. We were like, maybe we can win 1 or 2 games. We only wanted to take the spot, you know, safely. But now we think that we can actually do something greater.
Well, that's just awesome. I mean, you guys exceeded even your own expectations. I'm very impressed by your performance. You also dealt with some crazy, crazy picks. You gave away Gnar the first time. I believe you gave away a whole lot of other stuff. The Braum with Smite was kind of unexpected for me personally. How did you deal seeing that stuff? Did it sort of phase you, or did you just think, no, we got this?
Well, honestly, the Smite Braum kind of, it caught a fast guard. Like, we didn't really expect it. Like, we didn't really know how to play against it, so they won the bot lane pretty easily with that because we didn't know what to do. But the team carried on. Like, we didn't have any impact, but it didn't matter. Our teammates carried us.
Well, and you certainly have made a pretty big statement opening, but to send it back to the desk, we're going to go see Shox and Krepo breaking that game down. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on your 2-0 start in the LCS.
Thank you very much, Pyra. He was saying we got carried by the team. Some comfort picks coming in for Giants. On the other side, Copenhagen Wolves confident after their win yesterday. The Hecarim, the Kalista, the Braum with Smite. they wanted a plan. They wanted to execute a plan, but it didn't really go that well.
Yeah, if you look at the Copenhagen Wolves team comp, it sounds so good, right? You know, you get the Nard going in, Mega Nard, the Hecarim like ponying in and just spreading everybody out, and then Kalista just staying behind that Braum, really nice and really good team fight, really good 5v5. But then if you extrapolate that and you open up the map, and then they start struggling again. You know, the Jack split pushing is spreading them out, and all they can do is really group and wait for something to happen. But you saw when, as long as Giants were playing spread and just moving around the map quicker, they were the ones winning. And they, again, they did this signature Giant snowball, you know, feed their top laner, gank for him, and then leave bot lane to their own device. And yeah, bot lane for Copenhagen Wolves ran Smite. I just want to elaborate a little bit on that before we move on to the game analysis. The reason Smite support can work is because you're in a meta game right now where people take Krugs or Gromp level 1 and you can burst that down. But ironically, the Braum Kalista matchup can actually get that Gromp without losing a single creep on lane, so you don't even need that Smite in a sense. And I kind of didn't like that Unlimited played without Flash, because one of the strengths of Braum is that you can Q Flash and then auto attack and then really have 2 stacks and then have the Kalista follow up for the stun all-in combo. So while choosing Smite might throw the enemy off guard, I don't think they got the maximum value out of it. Even in terms of securing objective, Kalista E is uncapped against monsters, so that's like a 1000 damage Smite your AD carry already has. You don't need an extra Smite on support there, so I think they lost out. I think they could have won that bot lane harder, but it's not really their fault, because Copenhagen Wolves dropped the ball in the solo lanes.
Yeah, as you said, bottom lane they won, but not hard enough. And we called it beforehand. Maybe the Giants could work out their strategy again, and all the doors were open for them with that Jax pick that was given up for them again. Whirlip is a beast on that.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to play when he's behind, and then starts getting ahead with the help from jungle. Though Frederick played an amazing Vi, really a lot of presence, because Vi usually only is like this one-trick pony when she gets her ulti, but he ganked before that, got his teammates ahead. Again, Pepinero wins his lane hard enough that he can freely roam and just get the top laner ahead and still stay relevant in the mid lane. They basically blew his flash when he was trying to walk back in the lane, but he was never really punished for that. And then at one point, yeah, the Giants were ahead, and that's where our first replay pretty much comes in. If we can get out on your screen right now, we can basically see how tanky Whirlip was at that point, because they're closing in on him 4 against 1. He should die here. If we can run the clip and just like let the clip speak for itself.
We're going to run it in just a second. There we go.
There we go. So Whirlip, you know, 4 people collapsing him. He should pretty much be dead here, but he pops his counter-strike, survives, then he leaps out, and then he should have been dead here, just straight on. But because he's so fed, it allows the Giants lineup to just come in. This is where Kalista actually works with Braum, because he can ulti him out, but they send him back in, but it doesn't really work. The counter-engage kind of fails. Youngboy tries to go in, but really good spacing from Giants. They don't overreach, which is really important against this lineup. Rydell secures a kill here, and from this point on, if this doesn't work for Wolves, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, we heard the casters talk about it already. This is 2 times in a row that for Giants, their strategy works. Do you think that their skill ceiling is higher, that they could actually execute this against better teams?
Like, it's really textbook, you know. We even hammered on it before the game even started. Like, this is what they did yesterday. They're gonna do it again. I really feel if a mid laner puts some more pressure on Pepinero, if there's more warding, even a lane swap to keep that Jax down, if the top laner plays a little more careful, it's not gonna work, because we saw Giants struggle in the mid game. As hard as they got ahead in the early mid, the mid to late was poor because they kept grouping around that Baron for some reason. They didn't even split push with the Jax, even once they got the Baron. They basically didn't even put the Jax bot to spread those Baron buffs out, and they kept grouping mid, and I don't understand why, because they basically beat a composition that is really good at grouping by grouping against it. So they waited long enough that they got so fed that the composition deficit didn't even matter, and they just like piled on through and just killed them. But they should have been split pushing 1-3-1, open up the map, defuse that Xerath wave clear, because in even teams of equal skill, sieging 5-man into a Xerath, which has teammates that excel by being together, is not a good idea.
I'll tell you why. It's their first 2 games, and honestly, they did start off very good here in the LCS, hoping they can take lessons from that and take that to the next level. Enough of what we think. Let's hear from you. Earlier in the show, we asked you to get on Twitter and tell us which player impressed you the most on day 1 and why. And here are some of your responses. The first one is from @Nazarium. I was really impressed by @Whirlip from the newcomers Giants Gaming. He obliterated the top lane so easy and so early with his Jax. I mean, we can give him a lot of praise in this one. It was me, Bien. The second one is from @Vigilante. Reignover was phenomenal in the Fnatic match yesterday. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, we were talking a lot about Fnatic as a whole and Yellow Star, but then Reignover was sitting here and just explaining, and he absolutely did his part in that game.
Yeah, I really liked just the way he played. I'm looking forward if he can repeat this even on a different champion and basically just show how well he understands the game. If that translates into next few matches, he could be a top-tier jungler in Europe.
Third one is from @Windshade. Power of Evil showing that he can be so much more with Syndra.
Yeah, nerfs don't affect him. He doesn't even care.
That's actually a quote from Syndra. More, I can be so much more.
I
So
see.
+1 on that one. And
Voice
of course,
actor shocks.
voice actor shocks, maybe someday. And of course, you can always add to the conversation by tweeting @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS. Now we're going to take a short break as Roccat sets up to take Gambit. According to the vote at lolesports.com, you think Roccat is going to come out ahead. Don't touch that browser and we'll see what happens. Time for our second match of the day with Giants Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves preparing to face off.
He's got Assault and Battery available. He's charging. He goes in. Airwax, you're going to get caught. Frederick with the timing.
Pepino catching freeze.
Oh, let's see what they can make of this. Frederick has still got his Assault and Battery available and limited the next target. Well, let's see what Werlev can do. There's members of Copenhagen Wolves all going low. Baron has been secured by the Copenhagen Wolves. But what damage can Werlev do?
They lost it.
2, that's 3. Werlev's going to get out alive.
No,
he's not. He's shut down. Frederick has gone deep. He's
going
found
straight
his
for the
way to
dive.
Soren. We do see Airwax throwing himself into the team, but that's Soren and freeze down.
Well, that
There's
works
no
too.
damage left for the Copenhagen Wolves, and this should be their game. 2-0 in week 1.
Last year we became like 4th. So this year, obviously, after changes, we want to make it known for being good, not for being inconsistent. I knew like for like 2 years now. I've been playing with him before the LCS.
I got a proposition and I just thought for a second that this is the best thing that I could do.
Ullard is different because like mechanics are his strength, so he'll always go in and do some crazy stuff.
I was thinking a bit about what I wanted to do, and when I decided that I wanted to come back, then it motivates you more to practice when you get to play on stage, and it's just a great feeling.
In my opinion, this guy is like super smart and he knows the game very well, and I love to play with him.
I wanted to try something new, so everyone agreed on me moving to the top lane.
Overpower actually catching Kevin here, waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. There's the dive in.
But he played a lot of top lane in solo queue. He's kind of familiar with the lane.
He's doing much better than he expected, and he likes his new role now.
For me, at least speaking the whole day English, it's actually like a bit exhausting.
They are speaking English most of the time. Fly is making sure that they all speak English.
We can understand each other and it's not a hard language.
We don't want to be top 4, we want to be top 3, go to Worlds and finally see how it is.
Everything except first top 3 is like fail for us.
Alrighty, guys, I'm standing here with Rocket's manager, Fly, to talk a little bit more about his team. Now, Fly, you guys have made some roster changes a little bit after really none at all for a long time. You've added Nukeduck in the mid lane. How has that really affected the team's dynamic?
Well, the team dynamic changes completely because we had to switch from Polish to English. But happily, the whole team is adapting really fast to it. We had no problems with switching the language in general, and we tend to speak only in English, so Nukeduck doesn't feel cut off from the team.
Well, it's certainly one way to get some new blood into the LCS, and of course on your team, you've made this decision. You've really wanted to get it, maybe a little bit more action for this next couple of games. So we'll see if you can maybe pull up this next win. So far, you're down 1. It didn't quite work out yesterday. What do you have to change up here to make it a little bit different?
I think yesterday we just didn't feel comfortable in the beginning of the game, so that's pretty much what we need to change. We just need to feel again comfortable on stage, playing against those big teams, getting back into the LCS, and we will be fine.
Well, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to toss it back to Trevor and Martin to get into the game.
Thank you very much, Devin. It is time for Rocket versus Gambit. Yesterday, we saw disappointing performances from both of these veteran teams, despite the fact that there were actually high expectations on both of them coming into this one. Fly talking a lot about comfort for Rocket. Let's take a look at that lineup really quickly. We heard, of course, the entire team is now speaking English instead of their native Polish. Overpower leading the way in the top lane. Jankos in the jungle. Nukeduck is going to be playing in mid with Woolite and Vander as the AD carry and support. Yesterday, they really wanted to get Nukeduck fed. That was the strategy. It was very clear, and it didn't work out.
No, it was a little bit too easy for SK Gaming to spot the tactic and just have the castle in the mid lane play very safe instead of being over-ganked by Rocket here. We had Overpower coming in, we had Jankos coming in. Nothing really worked for them. In the very end, SK Gaming out-rotated them. Took the first tower in the lane swap, went back down to the bottom lane with Forgiven and invaded. And I feel like we didn't get to see Rocket play at all because they fell behind early on. The tactic failed for them. And that was about it because they tried to fight, but they were just too far behind to do anything. Yeah, another team that did something similar was Gambit Gaming. They fell behind early, picked some dragon fights they shouldn't have. Let's take a look at their lineup really quickly. It is, of course, Kabashard in the top lane. Diamond back in the jungle. Nick in the mid lane with Pinoy, AD carry, Edward on support. And, you know, Gambit, they struggled against Unicorns of Love. They fell behind. They tried to force that dragon fight in the mid game. And after winning IEM Cologne, I expected a lot more from them, and they just simply did not deliver against Unicorns of Love. They completely gave up the ghost once they tried to chase down that dragon and got shut down. Yeah, so actually the problem started a lot earlier in the game than just the dragon fight. Of course, there was a bad decision, but the tactic from Gambit was basically Diamond would be camping Kabashard's lane in the top lane from basically level 3. and he did nothing. He sat up there, made sure there was no ganks happening, but he didn't do anything. He didn't dive onto Gnar, didn't do anything, just ended up 0-5 as well, picked up skirmishes, Saber, didn't manage to do any or get any fights, any ganks. Rest of the lineup fell behind as well and had a very slow scaling comp with Cassiopeia and Kassadin from the two solo laners, and Unicorns of Love just ran full hard engage in 28 minutes and the game was over.
Yeah, but that was the same problem from Roccat. Roccat tried to get Jankos to get involved. I mean, Jankos and Diamond, both of these junglers, we have such high expectations from them. The Stalkers Lee Sin didn't work out. Skirmishers Lee Sin, rather, just didn't work out at all. And neither Gambit nor Roccat really found a groove. Now, both of them 0-1. One of these teams is going to at least pick up a confidence win here today, but they need to do a whole lot more to try and silence any of the naysayers, because yesterday was just simply not good at all. We did just catch a quick glimpse of the coaches just before I hand over to you, and that is, of course, Jordan standing behind Gambit, and it was Ducky who was standing behind Roccat. We'll get to picks and bans in a moment.
The thing is, we have to remember, only one game has been played for both the teams.
Yep.
And if you look at last year, they were both fairly inconsistent in their performance. Like, you would have great games for Gambit and Roccat, and then the next day they would just go in and get destroyed in 25 minutes. So them losing game one, both having a tactic early game that completely failed, which of course involved their two junglers, doesn't necessarily mean they're bad teams. And I think this game here, both of them are going to play a lot better. And I don't think we're going to see that one-dimensional tactic of just, hey, let's camp one lane, and if we don't succeed, we're going to lose the game.
Well, big words. You're expecting more to Fisho. The teams need to prove that they can give more. Straight out the gate, Cassiopeia banned. That is, of course, targeting Gambit. Zed taken off the table from Nuktuk. Won't be too surprised to see more assassin bans away from Nuktuk. Also, keep in mind, Sejuani was taken off the table yesterday by the Unicorns of Love. They did not want Diamond to run his pocket pick. Whether or not he still feels it's viable on 5.1, we'll find out.
He seems to be the only jungler still playing it, and was, of course, the guy who really showed it during IEM Cologne back in December. Rek'Sai once again being banned, not really much of a surprise. Kassadin, after being first picked a few times yesterday, has now suddenly become a ban in the games today. And it's not a surprise, he's a very strong pick, but I feel like there are stronger options. Again, Lissandra has more impact on the game, and Gnar, of course, we have seen time and time again. Janna is going to be left open, Thresh being banned away, so she could be a potential first pick for Roccat here, seeing as they want to take Thresh away from Eddie.
Well, Europe once again showing we've, as a region, had some interesting tastes when it comes to picks and bans.
They're very different compared to China and Korea.
Siva, as an example from last year, a champion that we never played. But let's quickly get back to this. LeBlanc, removed from
was left open.
Azir, insta-lock-in. We saw Overpower playing it at IEM. But it is, of course, a flex. It could go mid, it could go top. We're anticipating it in Overpower's hands, though.
And this pick is so strong overall. Good laning phase, good mid game, and great late game coming in, both in the mid lane and in the top lane here. Roccat didn't even think about it, just instant locked Azir straight away. If they take a Xerath as well, you have an insane siege poke comp build up already. If you just add in some peel, Janna, sadly for them, been taken away by Gambit, so smart enough realizing we can't give them Janna and Azir at the same time.
Well, Gnar is still available if Cabochard wants to run it. We'll see what he decides to lock in. The pick, let's get back to this. The siege is the word I was looking for, Deficio, has been locked in with that Xerath. They've got some more burst in the background for Graves. So Roccat have got all of their carries locked in already. We need to see what Jankos decides to run in the jungle. Lee Sin is available, as is Elise. Jankos played Lee yesterday. It left a lot to be desired.
Two very good answers from Gambit. First of all, taking Janna, avoiding that massive disengage for Roccat. And of course, the Jarvan to engage on the Azir, on the Xerath here. Because both those champions, if you cannot get to them in the back line, they will just destroy you in a matter of seconds. You have to be able to lock them down. We saw a Xerath yesterday for like Feb event, how well he performed in the team fights. Just sitting back. Elements could never get to him. He sniped up everyone. Same thing can be done here by Nuktuk. So we have to see if Gambit want to add in some more engage together with Jarvan here to kind of follow up whenever he goes in. Gnar again is an option. Fizz would be another one to follow in once he gets that Hourglass.
Well, you've got some more engage. Throw down the Chum the Waters. Have some backup from Jarvan. That might be a way in onto a fairly immobile Xerath. That is locked in. This should also be the first Corki of the Spring Split in Europe. I can't recall seeing one yesterday. Changes to the Valkyrie in 5.1. We'll see how Pinoy can handle himself. Of course, Graves taken off the table, which Pinoy ran yesterday.
Corgi's basically picked just as a wave clear machine in here. Cive would also have been an option for Gambit, but that's just going to be purely wave clear when you have the Fizz already, a champion who can safely wave clear if you're pushing up on a tower, which actually is going to be a very risky pick for Gambit. If they fall behind, Nick won't be able to do anything in these fights here, and he won't be able to assist his team either defending towers, and Rocket can just start taking them down with Azir and Xerath. And one of the reasons they pick Graves, it could be because we're going to see a lane swap, where you have the Azir combined with Vander now on potentially a Nami, so you have this double ranged 2v2 lane that is extremely hard to deal with. And then Graves is one of the best AD carries in terms of one-on-oneing the enemy top laner if there is going to be a lane swap from Rocket. They do have a very strong bottom lane though coming in as well.
So Lee Sin is once again locked in for Jankos. You're going to have Nami for once again engage, disengage, peel. A lot of mobility, a lot of range on the side of Rocket, and I quite like the fairly well-rounded composition. They can do a lot of things with the champion combination. The question for Gambit, who do they want to lock in? We assume that's going to be Fizz in the mid lane. Who do they want to put up top? It will be. Gnar is still available.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Cabashard wants it into...
Maokai would have been great right here, but obviously he's disabled. He and 5.1 at least for this week. So now could be an option for Cabashard just to kind of follow up, or Yasuo to jump in with the jump.
What are we?
Eddie has hovered over a few troll picks before.
Question is, what are we missing for Gambit? They've got damage, they've got magic. There's not a whole lot of physical locked in. And the final change going to be Aurelia. So there's some more physical damage and true damage. Tenacity will help against what Rocket's put up, but
basically,
I'm not sure.
Gambit here decides to say, okay, let's try and invest a lot into the mid game with Aurelia coming in. We have the Jarvan already, and of course the Corki. Trinity Force, get your magic penetration for your big mid game power spike. So that's what Gambit is trying to do here. Try and get a lead in the mid game, make sure Nick then gets ahead on this Fizz so he can start actually assassinating people left and right, and making sure that Rocket never gets in a situation where they can just group up with Azir, Graves and Xerath and just start destroying your towers, because there's not enough wave clear on the side of Gambit to stop it if they fall behind. So we can see Jankos as well put a lot of focus on Nick in this mid lane.
So Gambit once again going for a team composition that is fairly reliant on their early to mid game. I do feel like when you look at what the two team comps can actually do, there's going to be more options available to Rocket. When you look at Gambit, they're a tad more focused just sort of on dive in on fight, whereas you've got some sieging potential, you've got some range, you've got things that Rocket can do. But it's going to come down to this laning phase and whether or not we're going to see those one-on-ones, 2v2s or swaps.
And then how Rocket can play the team fights, because they have a lot of peel, but you don't really have a tank. It's about Nami disengage. Of course, Lee Sin can peel for his carries, and Azir is great at peeling himself with his ulti. If they can manage to pull that one off and keep Azir and Xerath safe, they can win the team fights. Otherwise, though, running without a tank is a fairly squishy comp.
Well, there are the team comps on your screen right now. We've broken them down quite extensively. I feel like this is leaning towards Rocket. You guys at home, tell me if you share that opinion. Hashtag RockWin or hashtag GMBWin. Tweet them to us, and we will jump into our third game here of day 2 in the spring split. We are on to the Rift. Rocket and Gambit looking for redemption in a moment. In a moment. Looking for redemption in a moment, guys. 3 for 3. We'll have a very brief pause. We'll let you know what's happening in just a second. A couple of crystalline flasks picked up on the side of Gambit. You can see those in the hands of Cabashard's Aurelia and, of course, Nick's Fizz.
The first few levels here for Gambit's solo laners, it's going to be about just trying to farm up and survive through your sustain with the Flask and Potion, because Azir and Xerath will be able to land a lot of poke onto you. And then if Jankos can actually be active on this Lee Sin, make sure those two solo laners have a good early game. I mean, then Rocket can just start grouping in the mid game and just destroying towers.
So we'll see if Rocket can actually get themselves into that position to group and go for those towers, like you say. I want to talk about Nukeduck playing Xerath. It's actually not a champion that you typically associate with Nukeduck as a player. When you think of him, you tend to think more of your assassins, your Fizzes, your Aries, your Zeds, things along those lines. And we think back to Primetime League, we think back to an interview that was done with Nukeduck fairly recently where he was saying, look, in the year out of the LCS, he's expanded his champion pool, he's included some more utility mages, some poke mages, some other styles of champions, and we'll have to see how he performs, because his LeBlanc yesterday fell behind, it never went anywhere, invested in that Soul Stealer and did nothing. He can't afford that same misplay here today.
No, I mean, if you do fall behind to Fizz in laning phase, it will become very, very bad for you. Because Fizz is not very strong when it comes to laning. Just farm for him. You want to go late game, you outscale a lot of the other assassins in the game, and you have this all-in potential even in a team fight because you can jump around with your Trickster, you have your Hourglass you will complete as well after the Lich Bane. So it's going to be all about shutting down Nicky in the lane phase, and this is an easier lane to play for Nukedog compared to LeBlanc Kassadin he played yesterday, which typically goes into the favor of Kassadin and obviously was relying on the camp from Rocket, which SK Gaming read like a book.
Yeah, managed to cancel and thwart Rockat's plans. So we did have a mouse issue that has, in theory, been resolved. So we should be back into the game in just a moment or two. My eyes are also going to be on Pinoy's Corki. He's a champion that has sort of fallen out of favor in Europe, at least. We've been seeing Sivir, Graves, Sivir and Graves being the sort of go-to champions. And we are back into game, and we'll see if Pinoy can pull a Pinoy on a Corki instead of a Graves.
And if he's going to have any mana problems in the lane because of the change, adding 50 more mana to his W, his escape here, simply means 1 through 5 in the laning phase. You have to care a little bit about how you trade. Never running completely out of mana, but at level 6 he will still reach his start of his mid-game. Spike and of course Trinity Force will be completed for him around 15-60 minute mark. Then he becomes very strong. Wow, onto Vander here.
Good
Nick and Edward.
Down. Exhaust and Ignite is available for Nick and Edward. Woolite join. Decide not to commit. Now Woolites come in. Nick and Edward have gone very, very deep. Flash is still up. He's just going to get some poke down, but it's still very early on, so really nothing gained by either side just yet.
No, and Rocket didn't actually manage to trade deep wards here because Gambit just kind of brute forced the way in. Put a ward on the red buff and the crooks here to try and see if Rocket is lane swapping around or not. And on the other side for Rocket here, just placed the fairly standard wards in the river to kind of spot any kind of invade.
So let's see how this laning phase will get decided. Woolite and Vander showing themselves towards the top half of the map. Overpower still sticking around. Gromp at the moment. We'll see where he decides to go.
And Nick managed to pick up an extra potion from recalling here. And then joining in with the minion wave, so it will be nice for him. And there will be the lane swap from Rocket, as we talked about in Champs League with this Azir here. He's so hard to deny any farm because he can farm with his soldiers from very long range, and he can actually out-trade your AD carry early on as well. So Jankos, a little bit risky, but
to smite. Edward did the same thing yesterday, actually, when he was trying to interrupt the...
That was a Grump instead,
the Grump instead, but playing aggressive and almost making Jankos panic.
So Overpower starting Grump, gets level 2 for himself, teleports to the bottom lane, and it's actually just a 1v1 here. Pinoy did manage to get a small freeze, but again, Overpower can just farm with his soldiers. I mean, how are you going to deny him when he just puts the soldiers so far ahead of himself and stand there and getting this here? So we'll be actually a one-on-one lane here. Edward joining.
Well, Edward
Cabochard very early.
So Edward is showing his presence all across the map. Cabochard jumps onto Woolite. Vander's only level 1. Going to use that heal to try and keep Woolite up, but Cabochard's taken a bunch of damage, and the sustain is in favor of Rocket.
Yeah,
so
it's pushing towards Rocket as well here. Managed to get the freeze started. Cabochard going in again.
Oh, a little bit aggressive.
Bubble.
In the bubble. This is in trouble. There's the exhaust down. Vander and Woolite trying to set something up. Vander's got forward. He gets it. Vanderlife with the kill.
Cabochard was not expecting a level 2 yet from Vander, so he actually jumped in once again to land the stun. Vander got level 2, connects the bubble, finishing Cabochard here. Nice little play.
Manages to get first blood.
Instant teleport back.
Cabochard does go back up, and he's going to have a ward to play with.
But it's going to be so much harder for Cabochard to farm here, and he has to share XP with Edward. While look at the bottom lane. Overpower sitting at 13 CS already. Nothing is going to stop him. Pinoy can't do anything.
So Jankos playing Lee Sin, borrowing a page from Diamond's book.
Okay.
Skirmisher Saber picked up very early on. It did not work for Diamond yesterday, but if memory serves, it was the same matchup. Lee into Jarvan, however the other way around. So let's see if Jankos can make it work better for him this game.
Basically to be stronger in like one-on-one and 2v2 fights, because you get the 20% damage reduction from your smite now onto, let's say, the Jarvan if you find him. And of course you get a bit of true damage on him as well. That is the reason you buy it, so it requires you to actually look for these small fights early on and not just sit back and farm, a bit like we saw actually Diamond do yesterday, or at least try and camp a lane but not really do anything. Woolite?
Well, let's see. Knock
has
up
a dash
City.
and a flash.
Can it work? Slow is in play. The slide and glide. Woolite gets out.
That is keeping it cool.
And no panic at all. Woolite makes it out. 59% of you guys feel that Rockat's team comp is going to win. They are siding. I do think that Rocket's comp has more options available to it. And of course, they got first blood, so props to them.
Got the first blood and is currently doing just fine with their top laner. But Cabochard is actually left alone now because Diamond and Eddie tried to pull off the gank. Whoa,
Nuke is in so much trouble. He is going to flash, but look at Rocket. They've come to his aid. He gets the slowdown. Nuke is burning. He's still alive. He goes down. Finally, the double tick from Nick. Now we do see Elysium picking up a kill in the background. Jankos survives the fight because of the heal from Vanda. 1-for-1, mid lane is traded.
Yeah, 1-for-1 here, and Nuke was not expecting so many. Oh, Bobber missed.
in trouble.
Anyway.
Sonic Wave gets caught. His Diamond going down. The shield is massive, but Vanda does not connect this time around. And that was a little risky and a little frisky by both of these teams.
A lot of fights early on here, both junglers being involved. Not just sitting and camping this time around. You go straight forward.
Manages to survive at least. Just having a drink of water there, sorry. Chalice picked up by Nuke Duck. Going to be working his way towards that Athenes. There's a fair amount of magic burst to survive from Nick's Fizz. And of course the lanes still in reverse. We haven't really looked at Overpower taking on Pinoy in this bottom lane. Overpower still farming quite well. Pinoy's got himself a CS advantage over his opposite number, Woolite. But of course there has been a little bit more drama and action up top.
A lot more action in the top lane, while bottom lane has just been a farm phase one-on-one. So Woolite did lose a bit of CS, and Cabochard actually came back just a little bit from the gank on Woolite beforehand, forcing him into recall. But still a big difference in terms of the top laners.
So we'll see how it works out, or how it affects these guys. Early level 6 for Nick, just for Nuke Duck rather, just ahead of Nick. And you see how he continues to play that matchup out. Pinoy taking a lot of damage from those Conquering Sands. Soldiers really giving him a difficult time, but he's farming well. He's still got his lead over his direct opposite number, albeit very close. And here's Woolite and Vanda, a lot of damage on this top tower.
Yeah, Yanga's also moving up here because there's such a big wave at the tower, and he's expecting Diamond to be nearby, so he wants to be here for the counter gang and potentially moving in to deny a bit of farm from Cabochard and Eddie. So they're still staying under this tower here. It's going to be a very hard dive.
If a bubble lands, they're going to go in. That's a double bubble. Edward goes down. Cabochard tries to turn it around, but the summoner heal saves Vanda. And now Chum the Waters in the mid lane. Here comes Diamond. Here comes Nick. Nuke Duck gets nuked. He does get the Arcano Pulse down.
Teleport from Overpower.
It's not going to be enough. Overpower wants to join the fight. Rocket get the top tower. Let's flick to Overpower. Let's see. Conquering Sands, Shifting Sands. Can the slide and glide work? He gets in. He's chasing Nick down. Here's the support coming from Vanda up top as well. Nick should be able to do this.
Should be able to.
Gets out clean. Manages to execute, and that's a teleport blown from Overpower. But Rocket secured the tower up top.
So they got the tower top and a kill here due to a very nice bubble from Vanda, but instant reaction. Mid lane, you see how Gambit are putting all the focus on Nick here, making sure he gets ahead early on. 2 ganks from Diamond, 2 kills for Nick, so they should be fairly happy with that start, but they need to be careful these towers don't drop down too early, because that is a lot of global gold for Rocket, and they can keep doing this. Swap around, Overpower, if he goes one-on-one against Pinoy again, he will be able to poke down this tower slowly and just wait for the rest of the team to move down, kill the tower, get a big chunk of global gold all of a sudden.
Well, Pinoy, red buff steal, calculated somewhat, realizing he's quite safe. Velk's over the wall, and he's even going to back out very clean. So very smart play on that Corki. We did see that Vanda's had landed a lot of bubbles thus far, making that Nami do work. As long as he can get that CC down, Rocket have got a way to control some of the highly mobile champions in Gambit. 3 kills to 2, small gold advantage in Rocket's favor, and you can see those items. Warrior Enchantment already completed for Jankos thanks to those 2 kills, and already a stronger start to the game for Jankos, who really did struggle yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of the defensive wards are well for both teams. On the top side for Gambit, with Cabochard up here and all the action being going on between the mid and the top lane. And of course defensive ping wards from Rocket to make sure Overpower can be safe and just keep pushing up. He puts his own little ward here in the bush next to, or well, where Diamond would come from the Grump and jump over the wall on Jarvan. So a very important ward for him. So you can just keep pushing up, get a few hits on the tower every single time. Now Vanda joins, Woolite can join, and you can just force down it. It's only Pinoy left here. This could be a tower for Rocket.
We'll see how hard they want to push. 3 members against 1. We do see Edward moving his way through the tri-bush in a moment or 2. But Overpower's backing up, so not an overly aggressive play.
No, the tower wasn't really low enough either. for him.
Look at the knockup. That's a lot of damage onto Woolite. Here comes Jankos from
Oh!
That's a great bubble! Vander, well done. Sonic Wave does not connect. Edward was able to sidestep it. And even with the collateral damage for closing, not enough for the kill.
And notice what Diamond had just done here. He's actually swapped his jungle item for Skirmisher Saber as well against Jankos here. So now both junglers really looking to duel each other and be part of these skirmish fights for the ganks. And that's of course what you can do on 5.1 now. You don't even have to pay anything extra.
No, not this time round.
As long as you don't
Seen it
enchant.
a couple of times actually. Well, let's see. Fight, Smite fight. Nick's joining in. Here comes Nuke Duck as well. Everyone's invited to the party. And Diamond is just going to use that flag and drag to save.
And the thing about this Skirmisher Saber late game, when you have the 2 smites, and you can actually use it in a teamfight, don't have to save it for a Dragon or a Baron. 20% less damage, or 20, yeah, from like, let's say you use it on the 80 carry for Diamond when he jumps in. That's actually quite a lot of damage he removes from someone like Woolite. The Skirmisher Saber, so I quite like it, and I want to see.
We'll see if it makes a difference, because that's the trick.
For sure.
He's got to be able to get to that point.
Yeah, you don't have the Chilling Smite again, you don't have the Trailblazer 4 a bit faster, clear in the jungle either. And notice here, Rocket, as we mentioned in Champ Select, early on, you start grouping up, you start pushing down towers. Fizz is sitting there alone, he cannot go in and clear these minions here because Rocket is staying around, so there's a lot of damage on the mid tower.
So Diamond is coming in from the side. We do see the comp for Rocket leaning towards the playstyle, but they did this yesterday as well. Jankos and Overpower moving in to help out Nuke Duck to keep that playstyle going. Nick dives and dashes, makes it out, but he's low on HP, so got to be a little careful not to get caught by burst. So, what is happening elsewhere? Cabochard's pushing top. Woolite's down in the bottom lane. He's being held off by Pinoy. And Gambit simply not engaging, so Rocket pick up an uncontested tower.
Yeah, no chance to engage here. You split up in a 1-3-1 from Gambit's side, and your wave clear, or the wave clear you do have on the Corki, is sitting in the bottom lane one-on-one skin against Woolite, who's still getting quite a lot of damage on his tower here. So it should be 3 outer turrets gone very soon for Rocket. And that is a big goal lead getting this early on in the game.
I have to see if they can make use of it. Rocket have been proactive. They pushed top, they pushed middle. They've gone for a couple of fights that are in their favor, and a lot of it stemmed from Vander's bubbles, so we've got to keep an eye on it.
And also the wards, again, the ping wards, we talked about it before, how to place these defensive pings to make sure Gambit is not able to flank around with the likes of a Jarvan here to get an engage when you're pushing up on these towers. So the wards on the flanks are going to be so important for Rocket the entire game long to make sure they can just stay and poke.
Well, Diamond spotted out by that ward, does manage to clear it out. We do see that Jankos was moving towards the top lane, trying to see if Overpower's Azir can get some damage down onto Cabochard. He's going to have that Emperor's Divide available to knock Irelia back, and all of the tenacity in the world isn't going to get you through a brick wall. So if Overpower can find an opportunity, maybe, but wisely, Cabochard backs away. And just keep an eye on those CS numbers. Cabochard behind his opposite number. Nick behind his opposite number. Only Pinoy has got a small advantage against his opposite number. But that has been cancelled out by the fact that Rocket have 3 towers now to their name.
Yeah, and you have Athene's completed on Xerath here. You're going to get Morel Nomicon on Azir as well. So you hit the first early power spike for these 2 mages. But once again, if Rocket does buy a few wards toward the flanks, they can start grouping up. I mean, Diamond is not tanky enough to engage at this point. Nick as well, he really wants to get the Outlast before you want to dive in there on a Fizz. So unless he can go for a safe kill, he won't really be able to do too much if there's a straight up team fight with Rocket grouping. And we can see Overpower already moving straight for his mid lane.
And with all of the burst on the side of Rocket, surely it's only a matter of time until Gambit picks themselves up a Locket. You really think it'll work against both the double AP comp and, of course, the burst that Graves is going to put down in a little while. Last red buff was actually stolen by Pinoy. Very smart little move, actually, reading the map and opponent's movements. This one looks to be secured by Jankos. It looked like there was some presence in the mid lane, but neither team setting themselves up for a big engage just yet.
Well, let's see Rocket what they want to do around this dragon here. You need to get up a lot of wards before you can start it with so many squishy members. But because 80 actually just recalled, and nobody's staying around except for Pinoy hiding down here, getting a bit of damage on Woolite, Rocket just sees the opportunity to go for it. But teleport from Cabochard, will it actually be in time? Engage is coming in.
That's a great chum the waters. Nick has dove into the fight, but he's the first victim. Bubble goes up from Vander, does not manage to connect, and the tidal wave's already been used. Cataclysm slam dunks the fish, turns him into sushi. Yankos kicks Diamond back. That's a Diamond in a rough position. Woolite continues to chase down Edward. Exhaust is ticking away, but Pinoy is the one that picks up the second kill for Gambit. Dragon goes the way of Roccat, 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, 2 for 2 here. Engage coming in from Nick. That's what we talk about, the lack of hourglass. You don't really want to dive in there. Yes, you got a kill from it, or you got someone low, but you just get blown up instantly. Still, Gambit, they got a flank here. Actually managed to engage onto Nuke Dog and Roccat. Let's just see it one more time. So Nick and Diamond coming from the side onto Overpower first of all. Pinoy trying to join in, and of course Cabochard, who actually teleported quite far away. Nick goes down instantly. Diamond sees an opportunity, picks up Vander himself. And from now on, well, if Nuke Dog can manage to land him, or if Yankos can make the hero play, you get the kill onto Diamond in the very end though, because a nice ulti from Eddie actually knocking Yankos back. It should reward in another, or will, sorry, reward in another kill for Gambit. So 2 for 2, but Dragon in favor of Rocket and teleport used by Cabochard.
So Gambit continue to fall behind in gold, but they are a little closer than they were yesterday. At the very least, their fights are looking a little healthier. Nick found himself a decent engage. Burned a couple of flashes early from Rocket. Let's see if Nick can punish those flashes being down. He's got some damage. Lich Bane completed. Warrior Enchant, Moby Boots completed for Diamond. Triforce almost done for Cabochard. And it's already been picked up for Pinoy. But Woolite grabbed himself those double buffs thanks to that previous fight. Actually, it looks like it's just the red bird. Let me see.
And while the Trinity Force is great for Cabochard on Aurelia, a bit like the Fizz pick, he won't really be able to just dive onto the backline. He needs a tank item next year. You're gonna have to get that Locket as well for Gambit here to try and lock down some of the magic damage coming from Rocket and the Zia and Zeref pick. So for now, Rocket's still in the lead. Gambit want to try and push for this bottom lane tower. Vander is going to join in soon, but actually might be able to dive on Woolite.
So Woolite, can he get away? The answer is yes.
Should be a tower here.
Gambit did not actually go for the kill. They've got enough members to push this tower down. Diamond, he decides to throw the flag the way out. Collateral damage used just a wave clear. Woolite and Vander have actually defended the turret. They did commit their ultimate to that, but I think that's fairly well played. Going to deny the global gold to Gambit and still keep them down.
As long as they can keep defending here, we have the Trinity Force completed for Pinoy, so he's feeling very strong at the moment. Just needs some magic penetration to really reach his mid-game power spike. And meanwhile, Nick and Nuke Dog fighting over pink ward. Rocket has kept these defensive pink wards, but because Diamond has this Corki pick now, they can keep sieging on his tower and pick it up. So nice little response from Gambit.
So Gambit do get the bottom tower, despite the fact that Woolite threw his ultimate down. We did catch a brief glimpse of Overpower throwing down his ultimate, the Emperor's Divide against Cabochard. If you look at the cooldowns, I think you can assume Cabochard most likely dove onto Overpower. I don't really know if Overpower's going for the kill. Either way, ultimate is down. Those two continue to trade, and it's Cabochard that's falling behind in CS. Overpower not been with his team thus far, and we need to see how this Azir is going to impact the sieging or the team fighting that Rocket can put forward now that we start to hit this roaming tower-based mid-game.
Yeah, we see Static Shift again for Woolite here. Still something we see a lot instead of the Phantom Dancer, but in this situation it's purely because he wants the instant wave clear, he wants to burst as well, so you combine burst from Azir from Azir with the Graves coming in with the Static Shift and this earlier mid-game spike compared to Phantom Dancer. That is a little bit more expensive from him. Simply explaining his Static Shift, which again on Graves still makes a lot of sense for the
upfront burst. Yeah. Combo that Shiv with the buckshot and the collateral damage.
It just gives you less overall damage. If it's a longer team fight, you want to have that Phantom Dancer instead.
So we'll see how long Rocket's team fights will be. Woolite way on the front line. There's 3 members of Gambit just on the other side of that ridge. But to be fair, Rocket did have the support right behind Woolite. Take a look at the mini-map. Cabochard and Diamond near the top of the lane. Top of the map, rather. Yankos moving around. Finally, the pink ward goes down. It feels like Rocket want to get control of the river and the mid lane. Gambit are not giving it up just yet.
So Rocket needs to put wards on their flanks before they can start moving up
Rocket
here.
got
So
crabs.
yeah, that was one of the reasons they were fighting for this scuttler here in the river. But that's basically why you have double Sidestone, and at the same time you slowly move forward, place 2 wards. move forward a little bit more, place a few more wards. So you can always see Gambit. You can spot the fish, you can spot the Jarvan here, and then you can start setting up the sieges. But for now, Rocket has been fairly happy just waiting for next dragon spawning, waiting for the 2-item spike on Azir and Xerath being completed, and of course the Graves before they really feel like, okay, now is our time to group. Because they don't have the Corki, obviously. If they had, they would have grouped a lot earlier and start pushing down onto tier 2 turrets.
And of course, if any team is going to fight around dragons, it's going to be Gambit. They've always been dragon focused, regardless of who's on the roster and how many years you go back. Yesterday, they actually lost a game with the final nail in the coffin thanks to that. And we'll see how they handle this next dragon in 20 seconds.
And this is a very good setup by Gambit, getting in, placing a few pink wards here and taking full control around this dragon. Not allowing Rocket to do the same, so now Gambit can actually have a surprise factor from the flanks due to the pink wards they've placed. Let's see how Nick and Diamond want to try and engage this one. Other one starting the dragon, it seems, so it's still there.
Really quick to note, top laners have burned their ultimate. Overpower threw his Conquering Divide down. So we need to keep an eye on that. If a team fight breaks out, Overpower does not have it. Cabochard was able to hold on to his. So vision control for Gambit, positioning mostly Gambit's control, but Rocket are tightly knit.
Yeah, no, Rocket, they don't want to move in towards this dragon here unless they know exactly where Diamond and Nick are. And again, the 2 pink wards on the top side, very smartly placed by Gambit. And also why Rocket decides to constantly move away from this dragon. They try and force Gambit to go back and defend the mid lane, so it now opens up the dragon for Rocket to move in and clear these pink wards here. So they're trying to push it up, forcing Gambit to go back.
So let's see how far Rocket can push Gambit. Rocket continue to stay grouped up. They have Azir joining. The Sun Disc was put down on the mid-outer turret. Rocket now have territorial control of the mid lane. Question is, do they stick around to defend this?
Gambit forced away, pink ward being killed by Rocket here, making it a bit more safe for them, and can now place their own ward to see if Diamond is coming from there with his engage. There's another pink ward just in the bush where Pinoy is sitting, and that's going to be the next target for them if they can force Gambit away.
Let's take a look at the turret counter. Does the Azir turret still give a turret kill
yes,
on the scoreboard? So question to our fantasy guys, production, find me an answer. Do you get fantasy points for killing Azir turrets? I remember reading that on Reddit, but I didn't actually research what the final answer was. So we'll have to see. There you go, turret number 2 for Gambit. I'm going to try to remember that now.
Second pink ward cleared for Rocket, instantly moving in towards this dragon here. No longer surprise factor coming in from Gambit, and you can now position yourself accordingly.
And thanks to the delay, Rocket also have Emperor's Divide available once more. That is overpowers Azir ultimate. Dragon's going low. Smite Fight comes out, secured by Rocket. That is a massive cataclysm coming down for Diamond. Nyx in the background. Chum the Waters has already been used. That is a good ultimate from Overpower. Splitting up the members of Gambit. Rocket are in full retreat, tail between their legs. That's a knockout from Diamond. He holds Rocket in place and Nick re-engages. Vander goes down as the first victim of the fight before Nick makes a double portion of sushi. Now they're focusing down Nuclear because he tries to put the magic damage out. It's not enough. 2 for 1, and Dragon goes the way of Rocket.
And again, every time Gambit can actually get a proper engage here, they can win the fight still. But they lost the Dragon again. Rocket managed to set it up, cleared, tried to disengage. The first ulti from Diamond forced 3 flashes, and then second engage from him, resulting in some kills and a mid tower here. So Gambit, as long as they can get the engage in this mid game here with the Corki, with the Aurelia, they can get some kills.
So Gambit, despite being down in gold and losing the Dragons, they're winning the following fights. I've also been buzzed by production to confirm the Azir turrets do not count for fantasy points. So for all of you guys hoping that Gambit were going to get some bonus points, unfortunately it will not be the case. Thank you for confirming. So 6-6 in terms of kills, 3-2 in terms of actual turrets. As far as Gambit are concerned, and Gambit with that mid turret down now close the goal gap a little bit more. Whoop. Vander's gonna get nommed down by the shark that Nick throws out. And that was just all too easy. A very squishy Nami.
Yeah, Nick is getting very close to his hourglass here, which is going to be a very big spike for him on his Fizz here, because he has died quite a lot, but it's because he's chasing for these kills here and he's getting them. So trading kills for deaths on a Fizz is actually fairly worth.
And you sort of expected on that type of champion, because you're always on the front line. There's a lot of damage coming down from Rocket, but Nick's making it work. 4-4-1. Got those Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Looking at some of the other items.
Lock it on the way for Diamond.
Yeah, looks like it's mirrored by Jankos. He's got himself closer. Look at the Mikhail's in the hands of Vander. Ayed Shiv completed for Woolite, Triforce, as well as BF Sword picked up for Pinoy. Death Cap almost there for Nuke. So a lot of big items on the way. Randuin's close for Cabo Shard. Hourglass close for Overpower. This is going to get even more explosive in the next few minutes. Vander, very, very close to getting caught out, but luckily not too much damage from Gambit close by.
Gambit has really put a lot more focus on their warding in this game compared to what we saw at IM Cologne, what we saw yesterday. Really knowing here they need to be able to spot how Rocket is grouping and then set up the proper flank from their side. But for now, again, Rocket just waiting for these 2 items to be completed. You want the Death Cap, as you talked about, for Nuke Dog as well. Before we're going to see potential next fight. And also actually sitting around just kind of waiting for these dragons to respawn. I mean, they have 2 now, so you have 15% more damage on turrets. But they don't feel like they're strong enough to siege at the moment, seeing as there is so much engaged potential from them.
Yeah, definitely the type of game that you were a little bit more expecting actually coming into the week. A lot more emphasis on dragons, trying to work towards the big sort of 5 dragon buff and then trying to win the game. We've actually not seen that in most of our games. A lot of the other games yesterday and today have been more centered around the towers. However, Rocket and Gambit making it very, very clear they want those dragon buffs, despite the fact that Rocket actually have the makings of a pretty good siege comp. In theory, despite not having the best AD carry for it, but Rocket made no attempt to get past that first outer turret towers.
No, they were happy just getting the outer turrets and then start focusing on dragons. And once again, warding their flanks, staying around this mid lane, but they haven't pushed them up, so they can't really move any further. Now they're grouping 5 members again. You have the double side stone, you have a pink ward on Nuke Dog. This is where you have to start placing them on the sides if you want to group on this mid turn and force a teleport from Cabo Shard. Problem is, Gambit is getting fairly tanky on their front line. Cabo Shard getting a Randuin's. Not my ideal first choice against the double AP coming in, but then again you want to have it against Woolite and you already have to lock it from Diamond in this case.
So Rocket finally grouping themselves up. They've got vision in the flanks, at least down this middle lane. They're going to get some damage down into the turrets. See Overpower throwing his soldiers back in conjunction with the collateral damage from Woolite. And that's going to force Pinoy away from the tower. That's a lot of their safe wave clear. Actually, that's most of their wave clear now away from the turrets.
Problem is they haven't actually started any push in this bottom side, and Cabo Shard is still pushing up. So as long as Gambit can keep Rocket here, they should be able to get a tower in the bottom lane, and Cabo Shard might even be able to push further. This one, however, is going to go down, and notice all the wards on the side here, spotting Nick, spotting Diamond as well, in case they want to try and engage.
So Rocket able to secure the tower eventually. Teleport coming out from Overpower. This defends the bottom inner turret. Cabo Shard at the very least forcing the resource to be used. But again, it's still advantage to Rocket. They've got an additional tower to their name.
Slow and steady.
-2 from Gambit's score, keep that in mind. Because there's a 2 Azir turret disc that have been taken out. Dragons up in 30 seconds, that's got to be where the next fight is. Let's see if both of these teams are going to prep. It was Gambit that had control last time, but lost it.
Yeah, so again, Gambit gets to go in here, place up all the wards they want. They do have at least 1 pink ward for Eddie. One already being placed, so nice little setup once again by Gambit. Rocket are allowing them to do it because they don't actually recall in time to come back to the Dragon. And Vander plays down a very important ward. He might die anyway.
So Nick decides not to pull the trigger. Was thinking about it, very seriously thinking about it, and then back.
Mula just recalled from the top lane, so he's not here in case Gambit does decide to start it. But they're just forcing Rocket to face check them.
Jankos is gone.
And that's a trade-off. I mean, if you stay in the mid lane for such a long time, killing the tower, then backing away when there's 30 seconds on the Dragon and everyone goes back to base, it just allows for Gambit to go in and once again place all these pinks here and wait for you to face check them. Cabo Shard.
Overpower's trying to become the Kazekage, throws Cabo Shard into the tower, chases him down, but simply does not have the beast support, and he gets taken out. Now Diamond's the man that's in trouble. Woolite got a good amount of damage down, but Diamond makes it out alive. And Overpower playing quite aggressive with that Azir, but not enough to pick up a kill into Cabo Shard.
No, very hard for him to actually kill him. Cabo Shard again, he is still getting fairly tanky, like we expected on Aurelia here. Get your Trinity Force, go full tank from down. He's going to need some more magic resist, however, against Nuke Dog and Overpower from this combo here.
So we've kind of hit this awkward stalemate at the moment. Rocket, very strong early game, got the first few dragons, sort of took control of the map, but lost fights after securing dragons. And now Gambit have found some global gold, close the gap just a little and appear to be more confident when it comes to the team fight engages. Yet, Gambit have not been pushing them up. So all outer towers are down, and it just feels like these teams only want to fight around Dragon.
So the reason Gambit has been pushing the map is because they're waiting for Nick to be strong enough to split push on his own. So you have Nick in one lane, you have obviously Cabochard in the different side lane, and then Pinoy just sitting on this corky pick in the mid lane as the wave lane is 1-3-1, where you then force Rocket to get away from their team fighting comp and go in these one-on-one situations, which will be in favor of Gambit then due to Nick being so strong once you get to the late game. And that's why Gambit has been happy just waiting for these objectives, set up a few wards and then try and get the engage through Diamond and Nick jumping in together and picking up a few kills on Rocket. And seeing as Rocket has only been able to pick up 4 towers so far, it's worked out okay for Gambit, but they still have to be careful because this siege comp with the correct wards on the flank can still take down the towers.
So let's see if Rocket can make it work. They've got decent vision in the red buff jungle of Gambit. They've got a good stack, and keep in mind, Nick is down in the bottom lane. Rocket are aware of this. They're putting some damage down. Gambit have secured the first tower, but it's Rocket the ones that are forced to back away. Advantage to Gambit as they secure their 4th actual tower of the game. 4-4, pulling the gold to about 800, the difference. Rocket have still not backed away from top. They're just going to roll back and clutch on the tower. It looks like it. Gambit caught napping a little bit, maybe not expecting this, but Rocket are not committing.
Due to the ping walls from Gambit in their own jungle here, Rocket doesn't feel safe enough. Just pushing it in, Nuke Dog as well has already recalled, so you don't really want any engage coming in, but it is going to be a slow game. Not as one-sided as the SK1 we saw earlier, where they were basically just waiting for Dragons, knowing that there was no chance of MYM actually killing them around it. This time around they're sharing the Dragons once again.
Gambit, the solo invade.
Gambit's been fairly happy just letting Nick kill himself, but at least get a kill every single time he did it, and he's getting stronger and stronger on this Fizz.
Second time Pinoy's been able to do that. Got the makings of his eye-edge, actually just completed it. 227 CS to the 284 that Woolite's Graves is putting down. eye-edge, BT, and Shiv. Death Cap in the hands of Nuke Duck, as well as the makings of that Void Staff, which has just been finished for Overpower, as well as his Hourglass. So take a look at those items. Some really big pickups all the way down the board. Nick also got himself that Hourglass. So his next fights are going to be even more explosive because there is really a whole lot of damage in both camps. And there's a whole lot of engage, to be fair. So whoever's caught out of position is just going to get minced.
Well, it could be Vander because once again Gambit has just set up around an objective. Baron this time around, there's no wards at all from Rocket, no response. And Woolite is sitting in the bottom lane, 32 minutes in. This is going to be a free Baron for Gambit.
Gambit have completely snuck this one. Rocket, we're talking about Gambit were the ones that a little bit behind, but in 32 minutes they just take a completely uncontested Baron buff. Rocket forced to back away with a giant whoopsie written across their foreheads. Now here comes the fight. Diamond throws down Cataclysm, instantly booted away. Cataclysm actually ends up helping Rocket stay alive. Cabochard re-engaged. Nick has been exhausted. He's been stunned. He's been dropped. First victim of the fight. Rest of Rocket trying to fight themselves through the fight. Emperor's Divide is going to put some space between them, but Woolite with an easy rundown gets 2 kills in favor of Rocket. Gambit get Baron, overcommit to a fight, and then lose it on 2 of their members.
And that was a very good spot to fight for Rocket here. In the jungle, you had your carry sitting around the tower as well. Nobody from Gambit could even dive towards it. This is Seed again, so they actually go in here, taking a bit of poke on the way, but notice how they engage in this choke point here while Nuke Duck overpowers well. They're sitting around their own tower, so you can never really dive onto them. Nick tries to do it. A stun lands from Nuke Duck. He cannot pop his Hourglass, ends up dying for it, and from here on and out, as soon as you get that Fizz down, and Gambit won't be able to really re-engage on you and knock you up, well, Rocket takes the fight.
Yeah, that Monsoon really did not do a whole lot from Edward. Rocket were able to win the team fight, punish the engage, or the re-engage rather, and also secure the inhibitor turret. So Rocket are the ones that are now sort of in control of the map. 30 seconds until the next Dragon. Baron still standing for Gambit, at least for a few of the members. Going to give them some options to play with, but just a little bit awkward, really. We looked at that team fight. So let's see how they handle themselves. Cataclysm is back up and available. No Monsoon. Just a few seconds until Tidal Wave and collateral damage are back up for Rocket. And we've seen teams fighting off the Dragon over and over.
But
so
exactly the same again here. Gambit gets in here first, plays out a few wards, places their own now so they can see Rocket moving in towards the Dragon, get the engage they want, from the blind here and just try and kill someone in the back line. There's a ward though on the dragon here from Rocket this time around, and Cabochard will have to teleport down if he wants to join.
So they got some decent damage onto Edward, but right to the arcane has been used by Nukeduck. There's the teleport from Cabochard. Knock up from Diamond. Here comes the tidal wave out of Vanda. Rocket are looking for the fight. That was a good split. Collateral damage goes a little wide. Eddie's the first victim of the fight. Emperor's Divide is still available. Let's see what Overpower can do. There's a re-engage from Diamond for his son, landing onto Nick in the background. The Divide splits Gambit up. We see Jankos getting a kill. Overpower lands a kill onto Pinoy. It's only Nick left, but he's low. He gets shut down. We see Cabochard running away. And Rocket, with a convincing teamfight win, they're barreling for the inhibitor.
Yeah, not sure why Gambit decided to re-engage here. They already lost Edward and we're in a pretty bad position, and yet Diamond goes in, ends up dying for it. Nick tries to pick up a kill himself, and now inhibitor suddenly for Rocket.
15 seconds left on the clock. How greedy are Rocket? That's the question. They're going to stick around for a little while. 5 members up.
10
relying on Vanda. Cabochard's got a lot of HP, and Edward's going to get a knock-up onto Overpower. Monsoon's going to slow the pace, but Cabochard's the focus. Overpower again trying to just channel those soldiers. They get a turret. Light's left a little bit to his own devices, but Mikhails gets him out. And Rocket, actually with a fairly calculated move, secure the Nexus turret.
Go straight for Dragon as well.
And going to go for Drake.
Yeah, straight down to Dragon, pick that one up. 3 of them now on the board for him. So that was again second one teamfight in a row for Rocket here, and Gambit trying a little bit too hard to engage just right in front of Rocket and their team comp here, so they're able to basically disengage it first and then turn around and just kill whoever is in the front line from Gambit.
Good, strong plays from Rocket. Be able to fall and extend that gold lead once again. Gambit now playing from behind. Chasing quite deep into Rocket territory. Diamond's near the mid lane, the rest of the team chasing. Let's see how far they commit. Overpower gets chunked, but returns some damage himself. And Gambit now find themselves in the back foot. They've got super minis in the middle lane. Pinoy with his 3rd stolen red buff. But truthfully, questionable team fights from Gambit.
Yeah, and you don't really want to push up here against Azir and Azero. Should be able to wave play it for Rocket, force Gambit away very easily. You have to go over to the split push now. You have to use the Fist. He can one-on-one anyone. You have to use Cabochard as well. At least stand toe-to-toe with Overpower. So whoever is going down against Nick will end up dying or be in a very bad spot. You cannot keep just straight up engaging the fights here from Gambit's side. That's why they've lost the last 2. And Rocket has just been able to, from barely doing anything, the last 10 minutes, 2 big fights and a hit as well. And whoa, that's a pick on Vander.
That's right, Deficio, that is a pick on Vanda. He just gets melted. Chum the Waters, Cataclysm, and the Transcendent Blades thrown in there for good measure. But let's see, what does it equate to? What do they get? They get a kill. Now there's the fight. Ultimates have been used. Diamond should be the first one to go down. He does. Woolite manages to survive for a while before Cabochard takes him out. Now the re-engage from Overpower. He's going to slide through with those shifting sands. Snipe comes down. 1, 2. Will the 3rd get any more? That's the question. Well, it had already been fired. That was the 3rd and final shot. 2 for 2. Keep in mind that Vanda had gone down earlier, so that was a 1 for 2 re-engage. Gambit again with the team fights or the engages. They blew everything on Vanda and then still stuck around for a fight and just kind of went a bit backwards, even though they got Woolite.
Just a little bit too forced for them here. Baron is spawning in 125. That's going to be their next goal for Gambit. If they can get down once again and actually establish the vision control, get that Baron picked up, and then use these super minions to really start split pushing. Don't go this 5 vs 5 at the moment, and definitely not try and siege down a tower. You have no chance of killing it with so much wave on the side of Rocket.
Well, if there was one thing that Rocket really needed to work on last year, it was closing games out. When they were in the lead, despite their pretty good win-loss records, you know, it was 55-60% and above, they tended to struggle in the late game decision making and actually finishing matches. They've replaced Nukeduck.
Pinoy again, waiting around.
Let's see what they can do. Pinoy should be able to get Vanda. Exhaust goes out. Bubble does not connect, and Vanda just gets shut down. An easy kill for Pinoy.
Pinoy is one of the only AD carries who's going to sit in the bush 38 minutes into the game and just wait all alone, and then a poor little support walks by and Pinoy just kills him. I mean, nobody expects the AD carry to sit there.
Nobody, least of all Vanda. But he's 4-1-4. Pinoy's Corki doing okay. He's quite far behind in terms of damage items. If you contrast it to the BT, the Last Whisper, Eye-Edge, and the Shiv, he's not irrelevant. Nick, with the help of the rest of Gambit, starting to invade. The Vision game is playing. 5 seconds till Baron, and that has to be where teams are sort of setting their eyesights.
Gambit needs to get this Baron here. They're actually engaging on Woolite in the mid lane.
Oh, Woolite's being caught out. Can he get away? Exhaust is down, forced to flash. He's the first victim. Now they turn their attention to Jankos. No CC locks him up, so he's able to safeguard. Flashes away from the knockup. That means Diamond is unable to chase. So Gambit find themselves another kill. They commit a lot of resources. What does it equal? Gambit have not been able to get objectives previously, but they're thinking about Baron. Look at minions. Rocket have got them pushing top and bottom. Let's see what Gambit can do.
Well, let's see what Rocket can do to defend it. Dodging the fish, first of all, for Nuke Duck. Very important. And managed to actually get Gambit off the Baron here, and a lot of damage on Peanut. That should be enough.
Look for the snipe right to the arcane. 1 and 2. The shifting sands is going to connect. It's so close! Pinoy survives. Rocket turn it around. Jankos, safeguard. Sonic Wave misses. He's going to look. Remember, no flash. Dragon's Rage. Roundhouse kick to the face. There's the Emperor's Divide. Now Diamond's in trouble. Nick is going to jump in. 2-man bubble lands from Vander, but Overpower is going to survive. Mikhail's Crucible plus heal, I think that was, going to keep him up. And he picks up the kill. Rocket playing these team fights exquisitely and punishing Gambit.
Yeah, and we just see the late game damage from Azir here. It's disgusting to look at. Just 2 soldiers hitting 2 targets. Both of them drop instantly low. Finish up Edward here and continue for Rocket. Every time there is a potential fight, they win it. It's been the same for the last 10-15 minutes here, pushing up for another inhibitor.
30 seconds on the clock to get this inhibitor down. Diamond and Cabochard need to defend the objective wisely, backing away, not going to look for the contest. Woolite's going to be joining the party in a moment. Get the assist credit, and the rest of Rocket can back away. Baron is live. Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Vision somewhat lacking for Rocket. Let's see where they decide to set their sights and what they want to actually secure. But now it is Rocket that's once again in control of the game. And it looks like they've started Baron.
Nick has just respawned. Obviously no teleport for him, so he won't be able to join this fight. It's going to be just 4 guys from Gambit trying to defend this one, and it's already dead. No chance. Overpower even just knocking Diamond away here if he tried to flag and drag over the wall. Smart little use of his ulti. And this is so important for Rocket, because now they are dictating it. They can force a team fight as well. No split pushing coming in from Gambit, because you can buff up your super minions, and everyone is forced to go back and defend. Gambit, however, this is going to be another red steal.
So Rocket find themselves 5,000, sorry, let's do the math again, 7,000 gold in the lead. They've got item advantages pretty much across the board.
Oh, they're waiting for Woolite.
And Pinoy's chilling in the bush. There's a lot of wards here.
Oh, I didn't see the pink. He did.
Oh,
okay.
he did.
That might have saved his life.
Let's see what happens. Knockup doesn't connect. We do see the smite coming down. Woolite tries to get away. Not going to be enough. First victim of the fight. Now right to the arcane. 1, 2, 3. Not going to kill Diamond, but the soldier just might. It doesn't this time. Diamond gets out. So again, Gambit find or prove they can get a pick. This time it'll actually lead to an objective. That's the first in a while. And that'll be the second dragon of the game for Gambit. But you've got to wonder, is it really enough against super minions in the mid lane and empowered minions in every other lane?
Well, it's enough to delay Rocket here and make this Baron buff disappear before they can really do anything with it. Just because they get that one pick and Woolite. And again, you don't expect anyone... Pinoy obviously stealing the red buff, but you don't expect anyone to stand there right now. You just pick up the Baron, you should be in control of your own jungle, and suddenly 3 guys just come from behind and kill you.
That's got to be some sort of record for solo red buff steals.
For an 80 carry.
For an 80 carry, because, you know, Pinoy's really been uncontested. Found his push, gonna be chilling. Let's see, he did this yesterday as well. Let's see if we can actually find anybody to kill. Overpower, 4-0-4 on this Azir. Has actually had a pretty good game. Rocket able to secure the top tower, so that's their 7th of the game. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gambit have only done 4 towers, if my math is correct. The outers, both on the bottom lane. At the end of the day, as you so rightly said, Deficio, the dragon and the kill onto Woolite has stalled out Rocket's Baron buff. They've been unable to play the rest of the map, with the exception of that top tower. Jankos has decided to contest with his red buff, but he doesn't have a lot of support yet. Look at the mini-map. There comes Woolite from behind. Smite did go the way of Jankos, I believe. Just managed to secure that. Another denial from Gambit, but keep in mind, Rocket have lost a bunch of them.
Yeah, you're kind of just trading red buff here. It's okay. I mean, you give yours, Pinoy, and then Jankos gets his own on the top side. And now finally Rocket with this Baron buff, which is almost gone. Have finally managed to group up. No more sneaky plays by Diamond here. Now you just run 5 together, ward your flanks, don't get caught out.
Look at mixed positioning. Diamond
that's
getting
getting caught out.
Two-man knockup. Tidal Wave's going to be splitting up Gambit. Look for Emperor's Divide to break Gambit's lines. It does go to the side, but it's Nick that's caught out of position. Diamond's down, Nick's down. Roccat 5v3 should be able to secure the inhibitor turret and more. Gonna carry on chasing it. Baron has now worn out. They're onto the top inhibitor. Super Minions about to get to the steps of Gambit. Roccat, how much do they want? One Nexus turret remaining. They're setting their sights on it. Edward's doing the best he can to defend. And in the background, Pinoy caught up, putting damage onto Walleye. Cabashot is the focus. Snipe 1, Snipe 2, Snipe 3. Cabashot survives. Roccat, get the Nexus turret. Roccat, turn to the Nexus. This will be game. And Roccat are on the board in the spring split. 1-1. After a interesting game. Swings back and forth, but Roccat are the ones that close it out.
Very slow-paced game here, but Roccat from the start get the 3 outer turrets down here with their very, very strong siege they have. And once they got those towers down, got a bit of a lead, this decided, okay, let's just wait for late game. Let's get enough items on our carries here, so Gambit won't be able to just straight up team fight us here. Wait for the Aurelia power spike to end, wait for the Corki power spike to end. That did buy time for Gambit. And there was some mistakes from Roccat here where they allowed Gambit to set up before Dragon here and get a few picks left and right. He got caught out a few times as well, which kept Gambit in the game. But to be honest, looking at Gambit's side here, once they actually got back and they had Nick getting a lot of kills, Pinoy was very strong. They didn't manage to use it because they just kept trying to run headfirst into Roccat here for these teamfights. Didn't try and use the 1-3-1 split push. Split them up here. How is the Zerif going to defend one-on-one against a late game Fizz? That's not going to happen.
Yeah, but Gambit have never really been a team that have demonstrated that style of play. And it's something that I think they need to explore and practice if they want to try and shake things up. Because again, it was just really Dragon-centric, Dragon-focused. Pinoy did some decent red buff steals and controls. But it's a little bit of an awkward game if you look at it in the bigger picture. Roccat won the early game quite convincingly. Gambit dug deep in the mid game and then overcommitted near the late. But there were swings in control throughout.
Yeah, it was very safe play by Roccat. Again, once they got the lead early on where they knew they were stronger and could start grouping early with the lack of wave clear from Gambit, they just said, you know what, in this mid-game part, we're not going to fight. We're just going to wait around. Again, wait for the Corgi, wait for the Aurelia to become weaker and weaker going into late. And we saw overpower as well in Azir. Once you get to late game, 3 or 4 items. I mean, put up 2 soldiers, and if like an 80 carry standing near you, just kill him in a matter of seconds. So as soon as we got to that late game point, Roccat were controlling the team fights, and that's where Gambit just failed to adapt to it, and that's why Roccat now wins the game, even though there was some tricky plays by Pinoy and like Gambit itself hiding in a few bushes where you wouldn't expect them to be, bought them some time, but it really wasn't enough for them to really get the lead back and actually win the game.
Yeah, and definitely the 2 junglers that are doing things a little differently, the Lee Sin into Jarvan, seeing that Skirmisher Saber, and then actually seeing Diamond on Jarvan changing from Chilling Smite first to the Skirmishers. It's something that I think we should keep our eyes on and try to track what and when and why they're doing it, because I haven't seen anybody else doing that yet. But then again, 5.1, I do believe we're the first region that's running it. So we need to keep our eyes on how every other region adapts to the new patch and to some of the changes.
And also if other regions still want to play Corki, because this was the first time we really got to see him played by Pinoy, and because we didn't really get to see too much of the laning phase, it was the one-on-one against Overpower.
Yeah.
We never really saw the changes.
It's not really fair, is it?
To his W, no. So it didn't really tell us too much about the Corki pick here on 5.1, where it has been picked a lot less compared to 4.21.
Completely. But then again, Europe as a region has trended away from other regions' popular AD carries.
Very
so,
true.
you know, we need to keep track of that. Graves still far and away probably the most favorite out of the 8 games we've seen. And
Nar as well, Lissandra wasn't picked in this game, so we do have some of our own picks, and we have a lot of team fight focus comps coming in. So another reason, like the Corki, we have seen him a lot in like Siege comp, Corki Zerif together. You have this 20-minute power spike where you just start wrecking down towers. We don't really see that too much. This was the first time we really saw Siege comp in action, and that was from Roccat with obviously Azir
They didn't really see
and
that
Zerif.
much.
Well, they didn't to start when they got the outer turrets down, and then obviously later on when they felt confident enough, they actually pushed on further and could really take down this tower easily.
Big picture, 45 minutes. You didn't really
play it safe. I mean, there was a good mid-game for Gambit, so no reason to take a chance. You lost yesterday. You want to get your first win.
Yeah.
That's why they play like that.
I think that's a good point to bring up, is that both of these teams had very heavy losses yesterday.
Yeah.
And today, this was not a convincing win, not by any stretch of the imagination. But it's got to be important for Rocket, a team that had these massive slumps in confidence last year. So we'll need to see how this does actually affect Rocket, both them and Gambit, looking to come back stronger next week. For the moment, let's send things over to the analyst desk where Shox and Crepo are going to take a closer look at that game.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. We're here with Rocket's newcomer, Nukeduck, and longtime support Vander to talk about that win over Gambit. Welcome, gentlemen, and congratulations on that win. What did you guys identify yesterday as the biggest problem versus SK Gaming, and how did you rectify that today, Vander?
So we played really passive in this game. Like we could go for really much more fights and do much more on the map, and also we didn't know what they're gonna do. Like one time we thought they're gonna go top, and we put our resources top lane, and they go bot lane, and we like Ulai died, and we lost the tower. So I think they just outplayed us on the map overall. And also they did a really good lane swap with Gnar level 2 instantly teleport bottom. So it gave them a big edge early game.
It did. Nukeduck, how was it adjusting yesterday? Were there maybe some jitters coming back into the LCS, and how did it go for you today?
It went okay, I would say. We won the game, but I didn't play that much better than yesterday, honestly. We just played better as a team and realized we shouldn't fight that much for the early dragons. We should just try to scale more with the Azir and the Serath to the point where Irelia and Corki gets pretty useless.
Well, in the beginning, you guys were doing very well, and especially compliments to you, Vander. Let's actually get that replay up on the screen. We put a little highlight reel together because you went for that Nami pick. You stuck with it when not that many people are anymore, and you did very well. Let's just roll it out because he's doing very well in that one. There we go. You can comment on your mad skills.
So what are you doing here, Vander?
I just go see Irelia going in, and I knew we're gonna win 2v2. And here I just know the shield is still on cooldown, so I just flash in and easy kill, you know?
Yeah, you had a couple of really good bubbles, because I even thought Edward stated one time that...
Here was like, or we hit a bubble and dive, or we miss a bubble and we go for tower, but yeah. I hit the bubble within 2 people, I thought I will catch only Janna.
Was this a predict on Valkyrie?
Oh, this, yeah, this was predicted Valkyrie.
Predicted Valkyrie. Oh well, easy game, easy life.
Nice.
And then yeah, you guys got ahead there, but then your composition was all around like sieging and scaling into the late game while they had like more split push. I just want to put on one replay here for you guys. The second dragon that you guys got, you actually rotated mid, put an Azir turret down, but then ended up going back to that dragon. Do you think this was a mistake going for this dragon, and you guys should have just like sieged mid because your comp is way better at sieging, and they kind of caught you guys off guard, or what are your thoughts? And we can roll the clip in the middle.
Yeah, let's watch the clip first.
So you end up getting the dragons with a good smite, but this is like Gambit just like see hero, kill hero. They're basically diving in and they picking up a couple of kills.
Overall, like here in the game, we were confused. Should we go mid or Drake? We chose Drake, and then really good engage from Diamond here. And like our composition is not that good yet. Like Fizz can kill us really easy, so we shouldn't go for this fight knowing that Xerath and Azir will be just much better late game than their solo lanes.
Yeah, I did feel it was probably
smart. I think it was our mistake.
Yeah, we could also have gotten out there. Like we kind of out-rotated them. We got actually a free dragon, but then we thought we could fight if they would commit that hard. But yeah,
was maybe a little bit too early.
We split a bit also in this fight.
Yeah.
But we have another replay coming up showing, like, as you guys are saying, like if you just wait a little longer, get a little stronger, that you can pretty much blow up the Fizz when he comes in. I think this is basically an Augur Dragon. Yeah, if you can roll the clip immediately, we'll see that actually ends up happening what they're saying. Gambit now wants to do the dragon. Instead, you guys are waiting at the side and poking, and you're basically using your disengage really well. Nukeduck, what's going on in this fight? What are you looking for?
I'm just looking for the Fizz and the Jarvan and try to kill them when they come in, but at the same time stay alive. So yeah, hey everyone.
So everything we have to do is just kite them in the team fight.
And Fizz E-flashes in.
I even hit the bubble on Corki here.
Jesus Christ, it's almost like you get paid to play this game, man. No, you guys played really well, and then you could really see that this composition really scaled well into the late game, and then once you guys group up, they have so much wave clear, so much poke. Is this a comp you guys trained a lot, or is it specific against Gambit?
It's more like Overpower is really good on Azir, and he's really strong right now, so we just let him pick Azir, and then we kind of pick a bit around that.
Nukeduck, you of course re-entered the LCS here, and there's a lot of talent in the mid lane. How high do you think you can go in the standings? How do you personally think you can go with this team? I feel like the synergy, as you mentioned, you just trust Overpower to pick what he wants to pick and kind of adapt, so that's a good sign.
I think I can do very well. I'm not really scared to face any of the other mid laners. I think I will do really well.
All right, Vander, final question. We saw Janko saying in a video before that we want to be top 3, everything else would be a disappointment, which is different because at last year in the beginning you guys would often say, you know what, we'll see where we'll get. Is that a clear change in a standpoint from your side?
Yeah, it's a different mindset than last year. Like, we were newcomers, so we didn't expect that much from the competition, but still I think we did a pretty good job and we had a chance to be top 3. And now we changed some people on the team, and it would be a waste if we wouldn't get a good spot, right?
Yeah, good to see you guys in that mindset. Congratulations on that victory here
Thank
today.
you.
We're going to take a short cut through the base gate to be back in just 3.5 as Fnatic gears up to take on H2K Gaming.
It is time for Roccat versus Gambit.
Whoa,
Nukeduck is in so much trouble. He is going to flash, but look at Roccat. They've come to his aid. He gets the slowdown. Nukeduck is burning. He's still alive. He goes down finally. Bubble goes up from Vandit, does not manage to connect, and the tidal wave's already been used. Cataclysm slam dunks the fish, turns him into sushi. Yankos kicks Diamond back. Roccat are in full retreat, tail between their legs. That's a knockout from Diamond. He holds Roccat in place, and Nick re-engages. Vandit goes down as the first victim of the fight. Roundhouse kick to the face. There's the Emperor's Divide. Now Diamond's in trouble. Nick is going to jump in. Two-man bubble lands from Vander, but Overpower is going to survive.
Welcome back to the European LCS. It's time for Fnatic to face H2K Gaming. So let's take a look at this matchup. Fnatic, they had an absolutely fantastic start yesterday with Yellowstar leading the pack in their revamped lineup. Decisive win over Elements. On the other hand, H2K versus Copenhagen Wolves. They'll be beating themselves up about that loss.
Yeah, H2K pretty much had a win guaranteed, and then they kind of slowed down too much. They didn't play their composition right, and they let Copenhagen Wolves get back in the game. And H2K lost due to a lack of strategic insight, and I think Fnatic won by such a large margin because their strategic insight was so good. So there's definitely a disparity there already. So the only way I can see H2K winning this is if they just outplay the lanes individually and get such a big lead that basically Borat can't command his troops to the victory anymore.
It's going to be a huge task up ahead for H2K Gaming. Let's start by taking a look at Fnatic's new roster in the top lane. It's Huni in the jungle, Reignover, mid, Febiven at AD, Steelback, and at support, Yellowstar. Now, Fnatic in their very first game, they crushed Elements, and basically they had a super heavy engage comp going on. They had Lissandra, Rengar, Xerath, Sivir, and Annie just ready to demolish Elements.
Yeah, we actually got a graph of the team comp because there's so many subtleties that I want to highlight and the way the game played out. So first of all, you have this Annie Sivir lane that's technically weaker than Janna Graves if they play it well. So Yellowstar solved that by roaming on the Annie. He got his mid lane Xerath ahead. We saw how hard Febiven carried. Then in the top lane, you had Huni struggling against Wicked Sirelia. Wicked did really well in the laning phase, but Reignover was there every time to punish him for overreaching. This got the Lissandra ahead, then in turn roamed mid together with Yellowstar to get Febiven even farther ahead, and they kept making these little picks because Yellowstar really predicted the team comp that Alliance or Elements rather right now was going to play, which is this disengage type of comp with Janna and Lulu there with a little bit of hard engagement, not too much. So they knew exactly the style Elements was going to play, and they countered that with their composition, but also with strategy. They didn't start team fighting really hard until they were already far ahead by making smart picks, by making smart decisions, and basically shifting the lanes around. They didn't play the standard 2 bottom, 1 mid, 1 top meta game that Elements plays all the time. They basically roamed them, confused them, and basically won the game that way. And it was really beautiful to see.
It was really beautiful to see as well when Yellowstar and Reignover were on the desk here, and Reignover was saying, well, Huni is I'm still translating for Huni, and then I do for the rest of the team. How high is the skill cap for that team?
Yeah, you could always see there's like an innate synergy. The guys are on the same page, and Yellowstar pointed out that there is no longer any egos in the team anymore. It's a fresh start. You're basically building it from the ground up. There is no old tendencies that you have left in that team, and it's working for them. But it was only one game, and we should learn not to draw too many conclusions because last year we saw it as well. Alliance back then went 0-4. Elements might go 0-4 again and end up winning the split. We don't know, but Fnatic, they look great.
And egos build up after being successful, so we never know what's going to happen.
That's why my ego is slowly going down.
It's deflating.
It's deflating.
Let's actually take a look at their counterparts in this matchup. H2K Gaming in the top lane. It is Oduamne in the jungle, Lulex in the mid lane, Ryu at AD, Yarnan in support, Voidal. Well, we talked about it already when we were discussing the Copenhagen Wolves just before this. Great start from H2K, coming out fierce. A lot of focus on that top lane, but not playing their comp correctly as the game went on.
Yeah, I really like the synergy they had between Lulex and Oduamne there to get him ahead. But they just ran a composition with too little damage, and then once they got out team fought, they never split open the map. Maybe that hints at a communication issue with Rio, or just a shot caller issue just in the team itself, that they didn't recognize that the best way to win that game is by opening up the map for a split push. But then again, they have strong laners. I can see Oduamne winning lane because Huni was losing lane yesterday. They know Febiven, so they know how he plays. So that might be used to their advantage. And in the bot lane, I don't think Yellowstar and Steelback are the greatest 2v2 just yet. Nor do I think Yarnan and Voidal are. So any team can come out on top there. However, when I think it comes to roaming, that's where Yellowstar has an edge. So H2K should definitely avoid the lane swap. And yeah, basically keep focusing top. I think Oduamne can carry this match.
When we think of this matchup, H2K versus Fnatic, there's of course this second layer, the fact that Febiven went over to Fnatic versus their old teammates. How much does that really play in the game once you get on that stage?
Honestly, I have no idea. I think that's different from person to person, how they evaluate it. There'll definitely be a revenge aspect and also just a strategic aspect. Febiven knows H2K and H2K knows Febiven. It's to see who does more with the information. I would recommend Febiven knowing more about his 4 teammates speaks to his advantage. So that could already be an extra strategic insight for Fnatic again.
The mind game's on there. It's time to kick this one off, so we'll head back to the caster desk. But first, we'll hear from Yellowstar about how Fnatic reinvented itself for the 2015 season.
Right after Worlds, I knew that something was going to happen. We were really good friends, so we were not afraid of telling each other what we were going to do. If you want to live, build your own future, then go ahead. I'm not going to tell you to stay here if you don't want to stay. I felt like I had to continue the story with Fnatic. I tried out the high-profile free agents that were available, but I didn't get really convinced because why did no one pick them up? There is a reason, right? So I'd rather pick like some not known players that are really motivated to make it work. Before Worlds, we went to Korea to practice for about 3 weeks, and we screamed a lot of Korean teams. One of them was really, really strong.
한국에서는 삼성갤럭시 연습생에서 활동하고 있었고 그 숙소에서 파나틱 매니저와 이제 만나게 되었고.
He said that he got a test to enter in a team, and he got matched with Rangover.
I have known Huni because we tested together to SKT, and then they were looking for the jungler later. Then Huni asked me,
and we took the pair since they were playing a lot together. I was in charge of finding 2 other people. I ended up making my mind of taking FEBIVEN because he's really young, he's really talented.
I feel really honored to play with Yellowstar because he's really experienced and he knows so much about the game, so I can learn.
I am choosing my AD carry by analyzing how possibly good he can be.
FEBIVEN asked me if I wanted to try out for Fnatic. I played some duo queue with Yellowstar. It went pretty good, and then Yellowstar wanted me in the team.
I believe that we have to continue the Fnatic legacy. It's way too early to say that this new Fnatic is going to be better as the old one, but all I can say is that everyone is really, really motivated. Now let's just work together and reach our goals.
Some powerful stuff right there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devin, Pyrotechnics Young, and for the next 2 games, I'm here to bring you the play-by-play. Now, Deficio. Fnatic utterly destroyed Element.
Oh, yeah.
That was just an insane performance from them yesterday. Everybody really stepped up. Rainover managed to get an absolutely massive lead on a tank Rengar, really, just kind of jumping all over and getting the lanes ahead. And
again, if you get a Rengar to have 2 successful ganks pre-level 6, something is wrong here. Element's warding wasn't in check, and Rainover, he managed to punish it.
Yeah, it was a pretty big thing for them, and also everyone else started stepping up. Huni got pretty big eventually on that Lissandra, and they kind of just rolled ahead to victory. Also, Yellowstar stepping up, as we saw in that video, into a very big leadership role. He kind of picked a lot of these players. That Annie pick worked out extremely well for them, and they really just comboed up quite a lot of synergy. I'm really happy to see this brand new team really exceeding any possible expectations that have been set on them.
Yeah, it really feels like for Fnatic, they've gotten the right players here, and they trusted Yellowstar to pick them, and he's now the captain, he's the shot caller, everything. It's working for them, at least if you look at the game yesterday. And we have to see if they can keep it going, because H2K here had a good early game performance yesterday's game. Didn't know how to finish the game here, but Fnatic, I'm not expecting it to be as easy early on as it was against Elements, sorry, not Alliance.
Well, we're going to keep making the mistake for just a little while, I'm sure. Yeah, H2K didn't look nearly as crisp. They started out pretty decent, I would say, against Copenhagen, and they just sort of slowly rolled themselves into a corner. It was really strange. Oduwamne seemed very out of sync with the team. He would just go ahead and unstoppable onslaught whenever he got an opening, and the rest of the team was like, slow down, we can't keep up with you. And it just started to fall apart for them.
It was just pretty weird to see, because they knew how to push the lead if you look at like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, but then around start of the late game, they just completely stopped. They went for Baron a few times, decided, it's a bit too risky, went back to the mid lane, and then we saw people being caught out of position. Suddenly Copenhagen have also got a few key items, came back in the game. Obviously the game was fairly long, it was like 55 minutes, but still, H2K is showing a strong early game because they have some good players. I mean, Oduwamne in the top lane, him and Lulex together, they can really make stuff happen if he gets a few kills early on. Yanen and Voidal can play fairly safe in the bottom lane, and Ryu, we know he has good mechanics. He just doesn't really synergize with the rest of his team simply due to the communication problems, but they have good individual players. So early game is where they have to take the lead, and as Crepo said, if they can close it out, then Yellowstar and the rest of Fnatic should be able to just regroup and win the team fights in late game.
Absolutely. On the other hand, though, one thing that really does give an edge here to H2K is they know in and out the mid laner of Fnatic probably better than Fnatic themselves do at this point. So if they have a little bit of ace up their sleeves, but I mean, I don't know how well preparation can help if we have a massive Xerath snipes like that, and we'll see if it happens again. Going up into picks and bans here. Fnatic versus H2K starting up.
So Fnatic yesterday managed to get a pretty crazy comp going with the Rengar Lissandra together. You had the Sivir being locked in. One of the few teams in Europe who actually still likes to play Sivir. Obviously with Steelback and the synergy you have with like a Rengar pick from Rain over here. With him being banned away instant against Lulex, we will see this quite often. It is his main champion. He can dominate games completely on it. And also Castellan been taken away. So 2 fairly predictable bans from Fnatic early on.
Yeah, not really all that surprised to see that one there. And again, we've only seen one game off Fnatic so far. They looked very strong, but as everyone's been saying, we don't want to draw really strong conclusions so far.
But so we have only seen one game in the LCS, but again, from talking to the players, from talking to the other teams, they all talk very highly of Fnatic and say in the scrims, they have been dominating. Huni in the top lane has been looking great. Synergy with Rainova, and of course Febman, we know how good he is in the mid lane, and he's very respected among all the other players in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jarvan ban as well, and that is really a lot of jungle ban focus. I mean, the Rek'Sai is pretty much a guarantee at this point, but you know, it'll be interesting to see what the last 2 are, because there's a lot that's been untouched here. Gnar, still on the board?
Rengar would be open as well for Rainova, so I don't think he cares too much about the Jarvan ban coming in against him. Yeah, Gnar would be a possible first pick. Janna, if you want it for Yellowstar, if you don't want to go for the engage here. Them banning away Lissandra really actually does tell me Gnar could be the first pick for Huni. So taking away the top lane who could actually deal with him and also kind of like outplay him in terms of teleports should open up for Gnar here.
There's still a lot that are falling down in those second tiers, and they're completely ignoring a lot of the other lanes, the mid lane and the bottom lane as well. I mean, Castellan is that flex pick, so is Lissandra, but there's still a lot on the table here, and it all comes down to what H2K wants to prioritize last. They will get 2 pretty strong picks no matter what on that rotation, and it looks like, yep, it's going to be the Gnar ban.
Yeah, so banning it away is simply due to Lissandra being banned on the side of Fnatic here, knowing, okay, Gnar was going to be picked up by Huni, a champion he's played a lot of in solo queue, 100% win rate.
Oh!
And wow, first pick is Zed.
Yeah, and that's, you know, Ryu's had some history with Zed.
Yes, of course, now against February in this situation here, but still, first picking as Zed really shows how confident your mid laner is. And also maybe shows how February wants to show his old teammates how to play against a very good Zed.
Yeah, well, after a game like he had yesterday, I think you got to walk with a little bit of swagger in your step.
Yeah, but I mean, still, you don't have to first pick it. I mean, yes, Ryu can play it, so it could have been an early pick for H2K, but still, there is a lot of things you can build around him here. You can build a comp with the likes of a Lulu mid lane into Zed, which basically will nullify his ulti in the late game due to the wild growth and the shielding coming in, so that could be an option for H2K. At the same time, Sivir been taken away from Rainover and the Rengar.
So they do grab that one away from Rainover. Sivir's been a really, really hot pick in a lot of leagues right now, actually. There's just so much synergy with a number of supports, by the way, all of which are left open.
Very true. Janna could come in here for Fnatic if they want some disengage against the Rengar engage, because he's gonna come... I mean, the thing about Rengar is he's great at starting team fights whenever his ulti is ready. So if you have a Janna to disengage him as soon as he jumps in, and therefore force him to just wait for ulti to come back from cooldown, then you can kind of shut down the Rengar pick. Only problem is if he does manage to land a boulder strike onto you, you're kind of stuck there doing your monsoon, and you can still be caught by the rest of the team. And that's why Sivir also synergizes so well with Rengar, because not only will you speed him up, you're also going to have the rest of your team able to follow him into the fight.
Yeah, it definitely adds, as we mentioned, a lot of utility to the rest of your teammates as well, and it kind of looks almost exactly like what Fnatic started out with yesterday. On the other hand, Febivin here with the Corki, that's been a pretty high priority pick for a while now, though, so I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, except for here for 5.1. We only saw it once, actually, the last game we played it, but has been a very, very strong AD carry pick for a long time. But the funny thing is, it's actually normally being counterpicked by a Sivir, and this time around, Fnatic is picking it into the Sivir pick from H2K. So it could show again that you maybe just want some wave clear for this for the mid to late game, where Zed, of course, will be split pushing, and you just keep Corki, one of the safest AD carries, sitting in this mid lane here, landing a bit of poke, clearing the waves, and just waiting for Zed and whoever they're picking for the top lane to actually outplay someone in the side lanes and do this 1-3-1, which we always see with Zed.
Yeah, and that's really the way that they're going to want to go with it. Now, interesting pickups for H2K. Well, okay, never mind. Let's go over to Fnatic for a second, because we have another Olaf.
Yeah, Horo played it yesterday. That didn't work out for him at all, because his entire team fell so far behind. He lost his entire jungle here. But for Fnatic, I mean, you have a very, very good upfront burst now coming in from the Annie, Corgi, and Rumble together. And then you have an Olaf and Zed to follow it up and just charge in, kill the backline of H2K here. Sivir won't be able to escape on her own from both a Zed and an Olaf, but still it's a bit of a weird comp from Fnatic, because you have some split push in there, then you have the team fight from the Rumble, obviously from the Annie with her engage as well. So I want to see how they want to play it here in the late game. If you're just going to see the Zed with like Samsung Blue style with Dade, where he would actually just stay with his team and just purely teamfight on a Zed, even though he was better off split pushing.
Yeah, I don't think this is a team that really wants to fight. This is kind of like a lot of split focus. And H2K, speaking of focus, they just know exactly what they want, instantly locking in the Leona for Voidal.
Yeah, and we talked about this Lolo pick here. So with them picking Rengar and Sivir early, it just fits in perfectly. Get the Lolo here. Even more synergy, speed up the Rengar. You have the Wild Growth when he goes in for the engage, and you can now prevent Zed from popping your AD carry or a squishy target with the Lulu as well here if you decide to use it defensively. So I really like the pickups from H2K, the response to the first pick Zed. A lot of engage here. If Febivan ever tries to split push, you're going to see Sivir pop her ulti, and you're going to see a Rengar and a Leona just jump right into the enemy team, engage them while there are only 4 members standing around, and therefore forcing Febivan away from this split push here and into team fights.
Yeah, this looks already a lot different than what we were used to seeing in the pick ban from Fnatic yesterday. I'm really a little bit confused by that. H2K seemed to have a much more concrete plan. Maybe, you know, backs against the wall just a little bit after the performance yesterday.
Yeah.
They really could have closed that game out against Copenhagen a lot earlier than they did, but I don't know, it's a little confusing.
Now they have a lot more engage options. Before it was Zion who had to engage in the last game for H2K here. Now you have Leona, you have the Rengar. And again, because of the first pick Zed, H2K has now drafted a comp just around that one. Okay, you want to split push, we're just going to engage on your team. Oh, you want to try and kill our AD carry, here's a Wild Growth from our AP mid laner, the Lulu, making it so hard for Fabian to actually play Zed in this game.
Well, alrighty then, that's going to be the start of this one. Now, as the teams load up, let us know who you think came out ahead in that pick and ban phase. Tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag FNCWin or H2K win, and we'll check out the results in just a minute.
And we really have to see what Reyno can do on Olaf here, because it didn't work out yesterday for Horo.
Yeah, here we are starting off the board. Fnatic versus H2K. This is the LCS Spring Split 2015.
Alright, so Club 5 start from Huni here, no real surprise against Anarelia, and it's actually a bit of a tricky matchup for Rumble, because what Odo Omni can decide to do is max his E and always just take a little bit of poke damage from Huni when he's trying to farm on this Rumble here, and then you land a stun, followed up by a Rengar gank at level 6, and then you can completely shut down a Rumble in the laning phase, which could be an option for H2K. I mean, again, they have so many options here in terms of engaging fights.
Oh yeah, and on the other hand, on Fnatic, they have some kind of weird synergy here. If they want to chase some things down, they've still got the Annie engage as well.
They do have the Annie engage, yeah. Yellowstar played it yesterday, some very good roams early on. Applied a lot of pressure here. A few people yelling for Fnatic.
The fans are pretty excited to see this team. You can change the players, but you can't change the excitement.
Oh, that's very, very true, and a new brand being built up under the Fnatic banner here.
Hey,
Fabian definitely showed yesterday that he is able to replace the likes of Xpeke, if he can keep up that performance at least.
Now with this particular composition, we might see quite a lot of objective solo taken by the Zed. We'll have to see. Huni having a little bit of fun in that brush as he joins Rain over. Start off the Gromp.
Just stacking up a little bit here, getting the extra damage on his Flame Spitter to help out Rain over. And again, Olaf coming in. If he finds Rengar in a one-on-one, especially after level 6, it's going to be very scary, because you won't be able to lock down the Olaf, and he will just chase the Rengar, immobile champion, when it comes to disengaging at least. And wow, Fnatic waiting for H2K here to try and come and stop the Crooks. Didn't actually start them.
Game sense is tingling. You got within about a pixel of danger.
A smart little trick, because we've actually seen more teams go in to try and stop the other dual lane from doing the buff, or doing the level 1 camp, than just two teams trading camps early on, and very early engage on Yellowstar.
Yeah, really quick. They're going to trade just a little bit of damage, but Voidal definitely got the better of that one. Well, Yarnan's a little bit more interested in the farm game, but looking at the way they want to play this early game out, I feel like Fnatic's lane's going to be a little bit weaker, but towards that team fighting phase, it should start to get very, very, very strong.
Sivir is a very, very strong pick against Corki in the laning phase because you can spell shield his Q if he ever tries to trade with you, and you just constantly push your wave in, and he's forced to farm on the tower. And at the same time, Leona can engage on the Annie here. So Fnatic for now, happy just sitting back and waiting and trying to pick up the farm they can, and just letting Yanin push in the wave every time.
That's what Sivir's going to do. It's pretty hard to actually try to freeze a lane as Sivir. It just sort of happens that you push it.
But again, it's kind of somewhat okay for Fnatic because it means we won't see Bottle try any engages on Leona because he can't really go on the tower this early on here. And Rio, in this mid lane on Lolo, will be able to just have a bit of a farm fest with Fabian. Won't really be able to kill him, but at the same time, he should be very safe against him.
Absolutely. Now, wards down there for Vivian trying to be even safer as possible. I'm curious to see where Reignover's going to end up going, but also what I really want to know is if Lulix can really stack up to the Rengar performance that Reignover had yesterday.
Yeah, Reignover looked very, very strong. I'm not expecting the same kinds of pre-level 6 ganks, because that should never happen again. Never be able to be part of 2 early kills through a pre-6 Rengar. So for now, Lulix went back to base. He's no longer doing this. Wow.
Fnatic fan base remains unfazed.
Yeah, 91%. I mean, Fnatic looked fantastic yesterday in H2K. A little bit sloppy in the late game. But Lulix is no longer doing this very greedy jungle route he used to do on 421. He's actually going back after the 3 camps around the buff to get his jungle item, get the 30 gold, while Reignover on the other side did a full clear of his own jungle.
In the top lane, Odoamne looking for Huni, but it's just going to be a bit of a slap fest until we get to those level 6. Reignover going to find, oh hey, there's a ward for Reen. Take that one out, 10 gold in the bank, and he's going to chase Lulix into his jungle, or at least feint at it.
And this game here, we can have quite a lot of fights around a potential dragon because there's a lot of mid-game power on both sides. You have Aurelia on one, you have Rumble, of course, getting your magic penetration early. On the other side, and Corki with the Lulu, who also shines fairly well in this big game here. So there's potential for a lot of fights in February, going a bit aggressive. Yellowstar already roamed from the bottom lane. He's still back all alone.
This could be trouble. The bull is down, but the stun is as well. Yellowstar gonna have to flash out of that one, and that's a win for H2K.
So H2K reading Fnatic here, noticing how Yellowstar was not in the lane very early on, so he must have gone towards the mid lane, and Lulix is running in, finding him, forcing a flash here. Very important, and meaning Yellowstar has to be a little bit careful on this Annie, because you are very immobile.
Yeah, it's really what helped them quite a lot in their game yesterday, but this time Steelback's feeling a little bit of the burn. There we go! Zenith Blade in onto Steelback, but Harnan was too far away to follow through.
Still, H2K have actually just been pushing his bottom lane, so Steelback is not falling behind in CS, even though he's been 1v2 for the last minute at least. Yellowstar will rejoin him now. Yanin now is trying actually to freeze it, just a little bit too late for him.
Oh.
When it comes to really denying Steelback, which they could have done before if they realized Yellowstar had actually roamed away in time. Straight on to
Lost a lot of experience in levels too now. He's actually trading reasonably well with Voidal, but they will back right off. Jarnan doesn't really seem 100% in sync with his support, and that's a little worrying.
Well, it's a different playstyle. Let's just see what happens here. Reignover finding Lulix.
Yep, a little bit of jungle fight going down. Now, wait a minute, Reignover. Olaf is very dangerous when low, and he forces the flash.
And this is one of the reasons for this Olaf pick here. The one-on-ones against Rengar play very aggressive. Notice how both the solo laners here from Fnatic has pushed all the way up to the tower, opening up for Reignover to invade and knowing he can get back up from his teammates.
He's actually going to make his way up to the top side now, looking for Odoamne, but that was a timely ward from him. Going to spot that one out, and he knows he's still in a bit of a trap, though. Reignover's thinking it over if he wants to go in level 4 to level 6. Maybe not the best place. Wait a minute, what's going on? There was no Huni support, and that's first blood to Odoamne.
Very greedy here. Level 4 for Reignover against the level 6 Aurelia, and of course Huni caught on the other side of the tower here. Odoamne just like, okay, I'll take the fight.
Talk about synchronization issues. That was just a little bit awkward. So a little before 7 minutes in, H2K comes up with the first kill of the game, and Odoamne is going to teleport right back to the top lane and get back to the farm.
I think Odoamne was a little bit surprised by the burst as well. Oh, sorry, Reignover was surprised by the burst from Odoamne. He's maxing his E. As we mentioned here, he can do in this Rumble Aurelia matchup, and as soon as Lulix hits level 6, you can just see the camp start against Huni. Just lock him down, the 2-second stun, followed by Rengar, and that should be a kill every single time.
And now Fnatic's bot lane's been pushed back, not too unexpectedly here. Yellowstar still Still feeling a little bit of pain from his unsuccessful roam earlier. Steelback doing okay in the farm game, keeping up with his counterpart, however.
Oh, yeah, Fnatic can be happy enough in this bottom lane with Steelback just staying fairly even because Huni's doing a good job on the top side, already completed his haunting guys. Now he just needs his boots upgraded, and we have this very standard low-cost Rumble power spike for potential first dragon.
Are saving the teleport that was spent by Odoamne, so there is a small timing window that they could try for this one, but I don't think that Fnatic is really wanting to take that kind of risk right now. They're playing extremely conservative, doing everything they can to just not give an edge to H2K right now.
Yeah, and also just sitting back and kind of trading farm on the junglers. At the moment here, Reynolds only invaded once he knew his solo laners could actually come and help him. Otherwise, they both just been aiming for this level 6 point. Lotus will be very, very close. See how much XP is actually missing at the moment. Nothing, because he got level 6.
There you go. Huni is going to be hanging out in the brush. He's invited Odoamne to the party, but he must have missed the memo.
Also, like with Olaf here, you can actually go for Juggernaut. Because again, you scale so well with the HP and you just want to be as tanky as possible when you're running towards the enemy backline. It's one of those really gold efficient tank guys. It's 500 HP and also 10% cooldown, which is very useful for the Olaf.
Yeah, it's kind of been a while since we've talked about Olaf builds, really, but with the start of a new season, there's always bound to be some interesting stuff, and I'm actually really excited. Especially, I'm really happy he's using that skin too, because that was the skin that I actually drew a picture and asked Riot for 20 RP.
Did you get 20
I did.
RP? Wow,
I did. And
good
they
guy,
told me they don't normally do that.
Don't tell anyone else, because they're just gonna.
Oh, did I spill the beans? Oh man.
Alright, for now, so we have level 6 on Lulix, meaning he can set up a gank. We even have a ward in the tri-bush here to see if Fnatic goes in toward it himself. So Lulix should know there's potential for a gank over the top side. He's a little bit low, however. Don't really want to take the chance of being counter-ganked, because the thing about Rengar is he's extremely good at counter-ganking and predicting, or if you can predict where the enemy is sending their jungler. So if you have like a lane pushing and you know the enemy jungler is going to come up there to gank, you have Rengar sitting ready. Let them start the gank first, then you pop it. But now it's going to be on to Huni. He's caught a little bit out of position here.
Right into each other. Ooh, abort mission. Yeah, that's... Once they saw the ultimate from Huni, they wanted to back off.
Yeah, that's the thing also about Rengar. Once you go in, you don't go out again. So you don't really want to be the guy starting it if there's a chance of the enemy jungler being nearby. You'd much rather be the guy to actually disengage or counter.
This time, though, Lulix doesn't have his invisibility, so he's just going to give himself away by chasing in. Yeah, this could get a little bit bloody. Lulix looking for the opening. Reignover and Huni in retreat. Bull is not going to connect, just out of range.
Just out of range, but still, Odoamne there kept up with Huni and CS. Once he picks up the wave here at his tower, there was quite a lot of minions being grouped up. Yanan and Voidal actually moving from the bottom into this mid lane. As soon as Ryu went to the top lane, they moved in there to try and see if they can actually prevent any kind of push happening. February decided just to back away.
Game's still very, very even right here. It seems like both teams are at this point of uncertainty where they're not entirely comfortable going in and forcing something, but they're going to try. And this is actually one of the more passive openings that we've seen in the day of play that we've had.
Very, very different compared to what we saw yesterday from both of the teams. With, of course, Reynova and Lulix being very, very aggressive in the early game. But honestly, H2K are just waiting for Lulix here to try and create a pick on the Rengar. Before they really want to try and make anything, don't want to try and start a risky dragon. You don't want to give any edge over to Fnatic.
That was a nice back cancel. Fnatic, I feel like, are giving a fair amount of respect here to H2K. There's really not a lot of openings that they're giving, but at the same time, they're not trying to grab anything. They're not trying to be too greedy. I agree, they probably should have tried to set up for a dragon. They had a little bit of a teleport window. Now it's kind of uncertain, but I don't think they expected the H2K comp, to be honest.
No, and I actually think it was okay that they didn't set up for that dragon. This early on in the game here, you don't really have any major advantage except for the teleport coming down from Huni, and then he would have to give up a lot in the top lane, and still 4 members this early in the game when you're tanking the dragon can do a lot of damage to you. But Fnatic instead just playing fairly safe with it, and basically also saying, you know, we have the Zed in the mid lane against the Lola here. He won't be able to kill her, so let's just have him farm up, get the Blade of the Ruined King so he can start split pushing, because then suddenly there's not really anyone who can stop him once you get in towards this late game. Aurelia will be able to duel him in the start with the Trinity Force, but boom, later, Zed will just completely take over that matchup.
Yeah, and an interesting thing to note here in particular is since we don't really have a true tank on Fnatic, you've got the Olaf going Juggernaut and Chance, so they really want to keep him in the thick of things as long as possible. And it's hard to say anything is meta or not, but oh my goodness, here we go. Odoamne and Huni. Oh, 2v1 Lulix. They're going to secure it, and that is Huni going down. Odoamne 2-0.
Nice little setup here, and again, the Maxi on Aurelia allows you to set up these ganks very, very easily. Fnatic instantly moving around this dragon here, might try and aim for this mid lane instead, because Rainover is on the opposite side here. And H2K, they're not done. Now they are, after the C. Huni on this pink ward here around the Raptor.
A little slow to react to try and make a dragon out of it. Plus, Rainover wasn't really in a good position either.
Huni
Yeah,
was dead,
they were caught very off guard by that, and it's just H2K grabbing another little kill here. It's small advantages.
And Huni just playing a little bit too aggressive when his jungler wasn't nearby. Could have been a good bait if Rainover was there, but being so far off, and you know the Rengar will have his ult here. Just installed the death. 2 kills for Odoamne early. He is the big carry. He's the star player on H2K now. The February has joined Fnatic instead of staying on H2K.
Yeah, Federelia starts to get pretty terrifying once she hits that Trinity Force power spike as well. So that's something that Fnatic are going to have to watch out for. There are a lot of squishies on their team.
Yeah, I really want to see H2K just wait for that Trinity Force to be completed and then try and go down towards an objective like the Dragon here. And try and force Fnatic in. You have all this hard engagement from Leona from the Rengar, Sivir ulti as well. Try and use Odoamne here to just blow up a target, because again, as you just said before, there's no real tank. Olaf is going to build very tanky, but he's not there yet. Rest of the backline, the Rumble can die easily. Obviously Zed, if you get onto him, if he doesn't just juke around you, should also be a fairly easy target for a Trinity Force Aurelia here, if she gets some help from her team.
Not quite there yet, but Fnatic don't really seem to have much of a plan other than wandering around the backside of the Dragon Pit and clearing out some wards. Yellowstar gonna make sure that happens, and Steelback's just still keeping his farm up, and he's somebody else waiting for a Trinity Force at this point. And again, the game's kind of settled into a bit of an awkward, slow start.
But again, if you do see H2K go for that Dragon with the Trinity Force, they want to create the pick first, because you don't want to straight up teamfight into like mid-game Corgi and of course the Rumble. So they want to like create their pick, and if they can, well, no reason for them to start the Dragon, just kind of wait around a little bit. Fnatic, again, waiting for February here to scale up on the Zed, get his blade completed, get the Trinity Force on your core, get the Hourglass on him so he can actually survive this hard engage coming in. So Fnatic has no reason to fight at the moment here. Just get this key item completed first, then you can start looking for it.
Absolutely, and you know, their mid game is going to be insane
once
they get up to it, but it seems like if they're not planning to, they're going to have to just flip a switch and go, okay guys, now it's time for us to jump in and make the plays and catch H2K off guard, because it almost feels like they're being lulled into a false sense of security right now.
Yeah, just will be a lot harder for Fnatic actually to catch out H2K, because you only have Annie here as like the main engage, and she's all alone. I mean, it's going to be all about Yellowstar himself.
Well, it's hard to blow anyone up on H2K's side too. I mean, this is a fairly strong and mobile team from a sustained standpoint. I mean, Odoamne has a lot of getaway, so does Lulex, he can go invisible. Hjarnan, all these ultimates are pretty much built for either engage or disengage. You can go either way with them.
Yeah, and we have to see if Febiven is actually looking to be with his team here and just 5 versus 5, knowing he can't really go split push with the engage from H2K, or what's going to happen. For now, again, still very passive farming for all the teams. Lulex, he's around this bottom lane now. As soon as Yellowstar shows himself, they can engage on him instantly. And if Lulex comes in there as well, he should end up dying.
Making sure that there's no vision there, and you just really never know where Yellowstar is going to be. Here we go, Ryu smited down by Rainover as well. But they're going to have to back off because Odoamne is teleporting on in, and they do not want to deal with him. Oh, look at that damage already. Transcendent Blades, he's going to go for it. Flashes back out. Here we go, Rainover, and he's going to pick the kill after the Ragnarok. Odoamne is down, and another teleport coming in. They found Lulix, a Tibbers. They're going to jump on him, but he's going to jump on his steelback, and he just blew him right up. That's going to open a dragon up for Fnatic, and just like that, they've blown this game open.
Odoamne here, even though he got the 2 early kills, he goes way too aggressive in the mid lane here, trying to kill Febiven, ends up dying for it, and then suddenly teleport coming in from Huni. Lulix dies as well. Dragon for Fnatic, looking very, very good already from the early game, just with that little turnaround, despite the 2 early kills for Odoamne.
It was just like clockwork. We were saying that they needed to get a little something back in, to get their items up to speed, and then to just go for something, and they found it. Little tiny edge, 1 kill, go for another, snowball it off, and they took the dragon quite easily, and well played to Fnatic there.
Yeah, well played, and again, Odoamne probably feeling just a little bit stronger than he actually was, jumping in for Febiven here, of course, with Rainover standing around him.
Yeah.
Already getting so much HP. He's going to do quite a lot of damage when he starts dropping a bit lower as well on this Olaf pick.
Yeah, it's really hard to intuitively think of where Olaf is and how much he's going to do to you, because the lower he gets, the stronger he gets that attack speed boost. And it's really, really dangerous when you're building all the tank stats, because he can last a lot longer. He looks not as sturdy as he actually is. H2K, they're going to grab a turret out of all that. Still, game's fairly even. They are holding on to a slim gold lead thanks to that turret.
They are, but now Fnatic here actually swapped. Still back to the top side. He has his Trinity Force and Magic Penetration completed, but there's not really any objective to fight for because they got the Dragon beforehand. So fair enough for them. They can just wait around, get Hourglass completed on your Rumble, and Febren already Blade and Brutalizer. Fairly good on this Zed.
Yeah, he's gone in, not really gotten
Rainover.
any pick-off, but yeah, Rainover's going to make some moves as well and pops the spell shield of Hjarnan. Fnatic still looking for little openings here and there, but H2K are on their guard after that. The kind of trick only really works once.
They're just waiting again for Lulix actually to create the picks or maybe use and the Sivir ulti straight on Yellowstar.
Immediately trying to jump on him. Rainover's here. The Timbers is down. However, Yellowstar is going to melt. Hjarnan picks this one up, but Vivian trying to provide some backup. But Ryu is the one that goes down. Voidal now extremely low. It's a double kill. Going over to Huni, and Steelback's coming in from the back, trying to join the party, and he blows up Hjarnan. Now H2K are just starting to melt, but can they pick up more? Not for Vivian. Odawamne says no thank you very much, and it's a 2 for 4.
And again, H2K starting the fight here. They engage onto Yellowstar, pop everything to kill the support. Febren joins in. Huni with a beautiful ulti as well. I mean, this mid-game power spike on a Rumble and the Corki is just too much damage for H2K to deal with. And the Fnatic now really starting to get ahead.
All-ins, don't try this at home. Let's take a look at how that one happened.
So again, they want to try and engage on Yellowstar just because he's a little bit out of position, but because Rainover is here, because Febren can join, and Huni is coming with his ulti here onto H2K. There's just too much damage, and Fnatic are too strong at this point to get the kill. Steelback obviously also joining in at the very end.
And Huni picks up that triple too. It's absolutely nuts. Now Lulix, yeah, he got the smite down, but at that point Rainover's done his job. This is just ridiculous, and Odawamne got way too late to the party to do anything about it.
Yeah. Nice little pick at first, but then the rest of H2K were not in position to react as fast as Fnatic could. And in the end, I mean, that's the thing about Fnatic and what we saw yesterday as well. The coordination and like the shot calling really seems to be on point. As soon as a fight breaks out, everyone just moves in. They join in before the enemy team can react in time. It happened against Elements yesterday, and it's really hard to play against them because you think you have to pick, you think you're catching someone off guard, in the end you end up dying for it.
Yeah, it looked great for a moment if it had just been a pick in that, but you know, the instantaneous reaction. And not only that, you don't always talk about how the shot caller sometimes can get frustrated when they're the ones that get picked off first, but at that point it's just easier. You're not having to control the champion anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. They're going to try to jump on him. Deathmark is down, and his health bar is going all the way down to 0. Huni with the Rampage kill, 4-1 on this Rumble. They're going to have to start checking him out on the side of H2K.
And again, just a smart little move by Fnatic to send up the Zed. Blade is completed for him actually a while ago. And obviously Odawamne tries to defend. Well, Huni shows up again on this Rumble here and just 2v1s him. Ends up killing him. And talking about, you know, getting the shot caller to tilt. Yellowstar has played enough games to just keep it very calm, even if he's the first guy to die in these team fights, and still be there for his team.
Absolutely, and you know, it really shows how much he's developed, not just as a player, but as a leader, coming in and picking these guys, effectively having a big say in pretty much everything on the team, and they listen to him.
They do, and I think if you had to keep one member of the old Fnatic lineup to build a new team around, Yellowstar was probably the best option, because again, he was one of the shot callers, he's the captain now, and his mentality going into this new season was, okay, I tried out some of the old names, the big names, and yeah, you know what, I didn't really like them too much. I wanted the young players, the new players who really want to show what they can do, and no egos or anything. Everyone listens to each other, and it's really paid off for him so far here. If they can keep playing like they're doing right now, definitely be a contender for the top spot. Obviously still only 2 games in.
Yeah, definitely can't take too much from it, but here we go. Odawamne gonna bait the Deathmark out of Fabivin, who's gonna back away from this one on the hunt now. Pop looking for Rainover, but still extremely dangerous to try and jump on an all teleport coming in. Odawamne, huge Timber stun, and that is gonna be Fnatic getting the turnaround. Huni, unstoppable. They're looking for Voidal. They should be able to find him, and this tower should be going down as well. Massive play from Fnatic, 2 kills to none.
And again, every single time we have a fight, Everyone from Fnatic is moving before it even starts. Rio didn't manage to join in time, but Yellowstar here with the turnaround. The engage was just about to happen from H2K, but very good axe also from Rainover on towards Lulex. Actually slowed him down, he didn't get in range, and then the flash tip was coming in.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one again, because Fabivin looks like he's in trouble, especially when he goes in there, but then the turnaround.
Yeah, look at the minimap here. Rio was walking back to mid lane while everyone from Fnatic were walking down to this bottom side. As soon as the engage missed from H2K, flash tipples Yellowstar, so much area damage, Huni as well joining in.
And I love the way that Yellowstar played that one out, because not only did he drop the tibbers on almost everybody from H2K, but then he turns around and stuns the only other member that he didn't hit in the exact same moment. Talk about mechanics. And also, while that's all happening, Fnatic grabbed themselves another dragon.
Of course, might lose his mid tower here. H2K has been knocking on it a few times, so at least some gold for them in this game here. But 2 dragons, 23 minutes in, and a lot of gold on your Rumble for Fnatic here.
Yeah, 5-1, not a bad tagline. Everybody, though, is lending a helping hand here. Kill participation isn't too bad on the board. Fabivin may not have any kills, but 7 assists with no deaths isn't too bad either.
Oh, going in once again for H2K.
Yep, the exhaust is down Fabivin. They're going to try to run out. Here we go. Voidal going to check onto Fabivin. Here we go. They're going to try to turn it around. Though Rainover. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Deathmark on the Voidal. Rainover coming up with a kill on Hjarnan, and everyone from H2K is scattered. Huni joining the fight. Lulex invisible might just be able to get away.
Sneaking
just
away.
barely, but they lose 2 members. And why is H2K keep trying to force these?
I feel like it's the only option for H2K here. They just keep trying to engage, and every single time they disengage first from Fnatic and then they counter engage. Is it a Rumble ult? Is it Tibbers? It doesn't matter. Fnatic wins the fight.
And they're going to be able to grab a tower as well. Gold lead starting to creep up there for them. About 5,000 in the bank ahead, so I'm feeling fairly confident at this point.
Yeah, Warmux should be completed soon as well for Rainover here on his orb, just stacking HP. He's going to be so hard to kill. Like, Sivir is one of the worst AD carries when it comes to taking down tanks. So she doesn't really have any percent damage onto them. She doesn't build Blade of the Ruined King either, normally at least. Which normally is a very good item against the likes of an Olaf here.
And we seem to see that H2K looks still a little bit out of sync. Yesterday it was Odoamne going in ahead of his team. This time it seems kind of the opposite. He's sort of late to the party. You have Lulex and Hjarnan trying to run in there and make a play, and Voidal as well with his Solar Flare. But for whatever reason, Odoamne is just not right there when they started.
Now the thing is, H2K think they have like a pick opportunity. That's why they're engaging. They think Fnatic is out of position. But they're not. They're always staying close enough to join in very fast. It was Huni before who was pushing the top lane, but his ulti from long range was enough to really turn the fight around. And every single time H2K think they have a pick option, Fnatic are there, they respond to it. And it simply means for H2K, because they needed that tank item on the likes of an Odoamne, on Lulex as well, before they can really start engaging straight up team fights. They've just been too weak and caught off guard, actually, even though they're the ones starting the fights.
Yeah, Fnatic, the masters of counter-engage here. And you're right, it just seems like as soon as they get anywhere near somebody on Fnatic, the rest of the team comes out of the woodwork, and all of a sudden you have to deal with 3v5.
But also just again the mid-game spike you mentioned earlier here from Corki, from the Rumble. You don't want a straight up 5 versus 5 against those two in this mid-game here. And again is why it's backfired so hard for H2K. They're trying once again on
yeah, they're getting the chilling smite down. Lulex, they want this fight, but he's going to deathmark away from the Solar Flare. They still pop him down. They may pay for this one, but H2K are going to dedicate to killing Yellowstar. All that's down. They get a double kill going over to steal back. However, this is just kind of going a little back and forth. It's a 2 for 3, and Fnatic still comes out ahead.
Same again. I mean, every single fight, you try and go for this pick here. Everyone moves from Fnatic now, pushing on, doesn't want to chase. This top lane has been built up with quite a big wave here, and all these wards on the top side of the map as well from Fnatic, allowing them just to move around here and actually spotting when H2K wants to go forward and quickly move down to help.
This is the mid-game from hell for H2K. Fabivin gets jumped on here. The smite goes down. They're saying, we're already in deep. We're going to find him. They look for Yellowstar. That's great. Yeah. But then they just have no follow-up. They have no spell rotations left. Rainover runs train over all of them, and Steelback just gets a massive double kill pickup.
You cannot fight against a Rumble in the jungle here. Like, his ulti coming down just basically means you are either going to stand and die on it, or you have to just keep running forward into the rest of Fnatic and you're going to die anyway. So impossible situation for H2K's backline after that engage. And Fnatic really just baiting H2K constantly to engage here.
And there's so many threats on Fnatic's team right now. You've got a Corki that hasn't died yet. That's hit just a fairly good point. And the rest of their team on H2K's side is just not really up to par in the damage department. They can blow up 1 or 2 targets, sure, but they just don't have anything in the tank after that.
And I really like how Fnatic is putting all the focus now around this Baron here, knowing there might be an opening soon if H2K goes for another engage and Fnatic wins it. Or just if Yanin stays in this bottom lane, he's running now up the river here. Fnatic already started.
They have an insane amount of damage. Look at this one going down pretty quickly, 27.5 minutes. H2K, they have to know something's up, but they're not going to get there in any time at all. And a Baron snuck away by Fnatic. At 28 minutes.
Great use of pink wards here. Every single member has bought a lot of wards because they're getting so much gold from these kills here, from the fight.
They want more.
Engage as well.
They're going to run hard. Where did his health bar go? And he gets his spell shield out too late. Timber's going down. They're going to Solar Flare to try and get away from this one, but they just don't have the retreat. Lulex taken down by Steelback, and they have to get away from this one, losing a member, and they might lose a turret here too.
Well, let's see if they can actually defend. Still 4 guys left from H2K. They're back in the base healing here, and Fnatic has no minions at all. Whoa.
We're going to jump in. Ooh, that was not recommended. Fabiven coming up with his kill there, and it's going to be another one. Huni flashing forward. The laser nearly finishes him off, but the Zanyas will keep him alive, and they're going to be able to back away if Odoamne can't catch him, and it looks like he won't.
This Olaf pick here has actually really paid off in terms of starting the fights and just chasing as well, constantly landing the axe here, slowing them down. The rest of Fnatic can then follow up. Also for the disengage a few times by Reignover. This Korean duo is looking pretty sharp for Fnatic.
Whole team starting to look pretty sharp there. Another Dragon picked up 3-0, and that movement speed is going to make them even slipperier for H2K to deal with.
Yeah, Baron with 3 Dragons, of course. Meaning even if you don't manage to finish the game within the next 10 minutes, we're going to have that crucial 5th Dragon. We've seen a few times today, at least, teams trying to fight over it. And H2K has really just hit the point now where Aurelia had her Trinity Force spike, but she wasn't tanky enough to take a 5 versus 5. She, again, needed just to like cut off people, small skirmish, not a straight-up team fight. They completely failed on that part because Fnatic were always grouped up and able to punish him for engaging. So now you already hit the point where Aurelia is just becoming a bit of a mediocre tank.
Yeah, and they really just, we're seeing this happen over and over again, that they can just start chasing down H2K. And now Fnatic are the ones pushing on in. Reignover, Bromacia, let's take down some inhibitors. They're going to jump right on for it, and H2K just has no way to stop them. They give it up for free.
Well, the first time H2K didn't actually get caught out of position here because they were so far away from this Olaf. And Reignover, straight for inhibitor, down towards the bottom lane. I mean, who needs split pushing when you're this strong 5 versus 5?
Yeah, they have to demand the attention of H2K, but they're giving way here, and if they can build up a minion wave, they can push this in. However, they have to be paying some attention to the top, but wait a minute. Fnatic hanging out in this brush here, hoping for the check.
Spotting H2K and making sure they can make the same trick. Of course, the old Fnatic death push.
Now it's only with 4 members this time.
Didn't actually connect it.
No, but they have to know something's up in there. It's living dangerously. Oh, maybe not. No. Oh, all of a sudden, hey, there's 3 members right behind you. Spell shield's down. Maybe they can get the chase burn both of his summer spells, but there's still a Timbers, and I think they're going to find him. Reignover says, no, you don't. Another pickup, and Fabiven says, hey guys, I'm here.
Fnatic can still do the little trick here, trapping in a bush, and Yanin was like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to check my boomerang. Oh, didn't hit anything, I'm probably safe. Ends up just being blown to pieces again, while Huni could go back, defend the wave here, push it up as well. He can actually build up quite a big wave, and pushing it together with the rest of Fnatic here. There's no reason for him to back away.
Yeah, pinging now for this tower. H2K needs to get here to defend this. Teleport actually coming in for Huni. They're going to commit to this one, and H2K is waffling back and forth on this. Here we go. Tower's going to go down. Inhibitor sure to follow. H2K is just not even trying to defend their base.
Fnatic can just go straight to the top lane here. The wave was built up by Huni before. Smart little teleport as well on the minion, tanking the tower here, making sure it doesn't die, or at least stays alive for quite a while. And nope, no base gate for you.
Apparently, Annie's been drinking her milk lately. That is a very large character model with the Iron Elixir.
Looks pretty good. Yellowstar in the front, flashing in. Everyone can follow behind him, get extra movement speed. And they need it. I mean, to catch the Sivir, to catch the Lulu, gotta get that extra movement speed in here. And also the Ghost for Reignover, of course, just landing these axes to constantly follow up.
Yeah, he's really forcing himself to the front of H2K, and they just can't deal with him because what do? Do they focus him and then let him get more dangerous with his passive? Or do they just ignore him and then he just Shreks the backline?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you don't have enough damage to kill him at this point. Sivir will never be able to take him on one-on-one. And again, sadly for H2K, they had the right plan. Okay, we're going to play a bit of a pick comp here, try and catch out Fnatic. But the team play and the teamwork from Fnatic was just far better than H2K's. And now they're in a position where they're so much weaker, and they're gonna need Fnatic to like dive the Nexus or the Fountain.
Yeah, you don't need to win picks and bans when you get this far ahead, when you snowball the game. And here we go, looking for the Master Stroke setup. There's only one tower, one inhibitor left that isn't on the Nexus, and Fnatic is eyeballing it right now. Fabivin bringing up the back, and they're gonna wait for H2K to step out the base.
Yeah, and just wait for the super minions to push in on the Nexus turret here and force someone to go down and actually clear them. And then you can just brute force your way in on the tower. Minion waves on their way. And Odoamne is sitting down here with the super minions.
There we go. They've got a normal wave coming on in, and they're going to start pushing in on Voidal. He's going to get a big solar flare. This is what they have to do to try and stave alive. Lulex, Huni going to pick up a kill though, and there's Lulex going down. Fabivin picking up the kill, and just like that, they get 2 for none. Barely scratched, but for steal back. And there's a tower going down here. Should be an inhibitor. How much can Fnatic grab off of this? No, they don't want the inhibitor. They're going for game. Here we go, pushing it down. They're going to be able to take them down. The super minions are just way too strong here. H2K offering absolutely no resistance, and 33.5 in. GG, Fnatic is 2-0.
Man, this team looks absolutely fantastic in their teamwork, the shot calling, the mechanics from the players. I mean, Huni on his rumble here, perfect ultis, flash tables from Yellowstar. It is looking so good for Fnatic at the moment, and of course look at the captain here talking to his new teammates.
And you don't need a pep talk, you've got a victory speech to give right there. Extremely well played from Fnatic, surgical victory. They just waited until the time was right, and then they struck.
They were basically just waiting for H2K to make the plays and just disengage, then counter-engage, take the fight every single time. And really H2K, I mean, didn't really have much they could do in this game. From the first few fights, then it was basically over for them.
Yeah, it was a really tough position to be in. They had a fantastic pick and ban phase. They knew what they wanted to do. They just simply couldn't execute it. And this band of newcomers, led by Yellowstar, have just absolutely made a statement here. And that is their massive fan base. Very, very happy to see that Fnatic's still very much in top form.
Yeah, for sure. Again, solid performance, H2K on their side. They wanted to create the picks early with Aurelia once she got the Trinity Force here. Seeing as it didn't work for them, they were forced into team fights. That's where she basically loses all her value if you don't start winning those. And I mean, you can turn around and say, could they have sat back and farmed a bit more, get the 2 items on their carries? Yes, you could say so, but at the same time, that's where Corki and Rumble as well are going to be the strongest at that point of the game. So how were they going to play it? They had to spread out the map with the Aurelia, try and again create these picks. They didn't have the vision control for it. It's something Yellowstar has always been very famous for, knowing how to place the correct wards here. He's always been one of the guys buying and killing the most wards in the LCS here. So Fnatic, all in all, I mean, looking very solid. The Olaf pick from Rainova, I loved it.
Yeah, I really think that if H2K had done that strategy against any other team, it might have worked, because there really wasn't any vision control on their side. We didn't really touch upon it as much in game, but they tried to go for the picks, and they met just an insane amount of Fnatic members in the brush every single time, or out of the brush, as it were.
Yeah.
And Odoamne got a little bit cocky there. He went in, he made some good plays early, came up 2-0, and I almost wondered, Rainover goes in that early and tries to 1v1 him, saying like, hey, Huni will back me up, and he doesn't. And then at that point, Odoamne is like, I can take on anybody.
And that's the thing, I mean, that was the first turnaround in the game after Odoamne had such a great start on Aurelia, 2-0. Goes for that mid lane teleport, dives onto 2 guys all alone, ends up dying for it, gives up the dragon and another kill as well to Fnatic, and that was all they needed to really just completely take over the game. So for H2K, again, you have Rio, he's a new mid laner, you lost Fabivin, who they of course just played against. It will take time to make it work here. You're going to lack that communication. We always talk about it with Rio, because he's not like Rainova who speaks English. It is hard for them, but going into next week, they have to look at the early game they're playing and say, okay, fair enough, we're doing a good job early on. What's going wrong in the team fights itself? How can we fix it? How can we fix our map rotations, our plays, our vision on the map?
Yeah, they definitely have a lot to think of going forward. I really don't think Rio's communication this time didn't seem much like a problem. He was fairly well in sync. They weren't always out of it, but I was a little bit troubled by Odoamne going in again when it was sort of
him
not
in.
safe to do so.
And that's the thing, we don't really know what's going on in terms of like their communication in the game itself, is if Rio is trying to communicate a lot, or if it's miscommunication when one guy engages, the other guy runs away. But there were a few times where you could see Fnatic were moving down as a team before the fight would even start, while the rest of H2K was still running around. Like Rio would run back to the mid lane to wave clear when his team is engaging on the bottom lane, and that's where Fnatic are instantly 5 members against 4, turns around the fights. They are the better team at the moment. That's all we can say, and they played another great game.
Yeah, and H2K, you know, credit to them for really pulling out quite a lot of good plays, or what could have been very, very good plays. They did manage to pick off their targets a number of times. It just was Fnatic's follow-up was just absolutely insane. I really, really think that given some time, given some refinement, you know, Coach Prawley will be talking to him a little bit, giving them some encouragement and say, hey guys, it's okay, you know, we come 0-2 into this, but we can still come right on back. So we're going to go ahead and talk about that one a little bit more on the analyst desk. So we're going to shoot it over back to Shox, who's sitting down with Fnatic's mid laner Forbidden at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics. Congrats on that first cast, though. Good job. And congratulations, Febiven, 2-0 here in with your new Fnatic lineup coming into the LCS. If there was any doubt in your mind, what has been lifted off your shoulders by this performance of your team?
I think this performance of this game right now is, I think we're playing so much better than I could ever play in H2K, because we're playing so fast-paced and we're not leaning back, we're going full in, and yeah.
I asked this to Crepo before, if there are sometimes when you go into a match like this, do you let that influence your mindset knowing that you're up against your ex-team members, or do you have to shut that all off?
Of course it hits my mind that I'm playing against my ex-teammates, but it doesn't really affect my gameplay. It's just I play the same, so it doesn't really affect me.
Yeah, I basically want to call up the first replay already here that we have, and we can roll it immediately. It's basically, it felt like you guys actually knew where Lulix was all the time, because if you can roll the clip immediately, we'll see it's blind right now, it's early game, he gets pinged immediately. Did you guys, is that Rainover doing that? Did you know that Lulix was on that red buff at that time because of the way the bot lane went? And then later you have Ward ZP in his jungle, so you kept track of him really well. Is that because of you knowing Lulix, or was that just Rainover doing that?
Well, Lulix is a really predictable jungler, and he kind of does the same pattern every game. So we kind of knew where he was going to start and how he was going to base and where he's going to ward. And we actually didn't see him on the red buff there. Like, was he spotted there?
No, he was just blind. He was just pinged by your team, but it was completely blind.
Nah,
that's why I was wondering, like, did you guys just map that out?
Actually, my jungler wanted to go there. I don't know why, but we didn't see him.
I just wanted to invade. Okay, that makes sense.
I had a good feeling about that. Talk to me through the beginning of the game. Yesterday, you guys just were ahead against Elements the whole game. Then in this one, Odoamne did get a few early kills. Did that change the way you approached the rest of it?
We were actually playing fine in every lane, but then we just made a misplay on top lane. I don't know what exactly happened, but my lane was going fine, bot lane was going fine. We had good vision control, and we just snowballed from good catches and good team fights, and
yeah, we can basically get the second replay of that on your screen immediately and roll it. Basically, you guys were slightly behind, but then it shows how great your team play is already. You go in on Rio here, you have Raynor following up, and talk me through this clip. What's going on?
Well, I basically went on Rio to force his ult there, because we could have killed him if they didn't teleport, but here Odoamne just goes a bit too deep and we catch him off.
And it always seems like you guys are one step ahead and like collapsing. Is that because you guys have really good communication? The Alistar even finds Lulix here, turns it around. It felt like H2K was trying to catch you guys, but you guys were always ready.
Yeah, we are always like, if we kill someone, we always look to fight, because we know there's one man down in the enemy, so we can just go full ham because we have Flash Annie, and yeah, we basically win the fight.
And who's doing the most of the communication there? Is it Rainover, is it Yellow Star, or is just everybody chiming in?
I think it's everyone making calls, because we all kind of have sort of engaged. Rumble ult, Annie Flash Tibbers, Olaf can engage with Ghost, so it's kind of everyone.
Talking about going all in, going ham, you did lock in Zed first pick, and we heard Voidal actually in the H2K video saying yesterday that you did have the hardest matchups maybe versus Rio in the past, or some hard matchups. Did you really want to prove something with that Zed lock in first pick?
I actually really respect Rio, because I think he's has a really good laning phase, but I know that Zed is my best champion, and I know that I can just perform really well with him. And with the new playstyle that we are doing with a lot of team fighting, it fits us really well, and I'm really confident on Zed, so I just didn't want to give it away.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at another one of those team fights in a replay. Let's get that up on the screen, and you can walk us through that.
Yeah, we can roll it already. It seems like repetitive. Every time they try to catch one of you guys just counter-engage and find a way to win the fight.
At this fight, I thought actually we were gonna lose this fight, but they used so much stuff on Annie to kill her, so we were fighting in like a open spot, so it was a really good fight for us.
Yeah, I have to give props to Huni for his Rumble. He got a little bit behind early, but then his ultimates came like always in the right spot at the right time. Like it does look just really good for Fnatic. Do you think you'll keep on going like that, or do you think you'll ever start struggling? What are the weaknesses right now for Fnatic?
I don't think there's really weaknesses, but the communication is pretty weak at the moment. We still talk some Korean in game, and it's not really nice to listen to. I want to have like all English, but
so your Korean's not going that
great, not going that well.
Yeah, it's fine. But play style wise and how we're playing, I don't think we have that much weaknesses. I think we're very strong, but yeah.
Well, you mentioned it already. If you still have room to grow, then that's very scary for your opponents. Final question. It was a huge change for you coming to Fnatic and leaving all your old teammates behind. Did you need these 2 games to kind of keep being secure in your choice, or did that come the last couple of weeks when you met these guys for the first time, when you started boot camping? How fast did that feeling come of, okay, this is the right choice for me?
I knew it was the right choice for me because I played so long with my old teammates. It was like 1 year, and I really felt like I needed to change something. I just wanted to leave for another team, and when I heard the lineup of the new Fnatic, I was really excited and really motivated, and we have really motivated players, so we have so much time to grow, and I think I'm really confident.
Yeah, should be. 2-0 here in your opening, and what a performance. Congratulations, Febivin. All right, coming up next, it'll be the Unicorns of Love facing off against Elements. According to the vote at LOLesports.com, it'll be a close one, but you think Elements is going to come out on top. Stick around and see if your prophecy is fulfilled.
Starting off the board, Fnatic versus H2K. Odoamne is down, and another teleport coming in. They found Lulix, a Tibbers. They're going to jump on him, but he's going to jump on his steal back, and he just blew him right up. Immediately trying to jump on him. Rainover's here. The Tibbers is down. However, Yellowstar is going to melt. Yarn picks this one up, but Vivian trying to provide some backup, but Ryu is the one that goes down. Voidal now extremely low. It's a double kill. Going over to Huni, and Steelback's coming in from the back. Still extremely dangerous to try and jump on an all teleport coming in. Odoamne, huge Tibber stun, and that is going to be Fnatic getting the turnaround. Huni unstoppable. They're looking for Voidal. They should be able to find him. Voidal, he's going to get a big solar flare. This is what they have to do to try and save alive. Lulex, Huni going to pick up a kill though, and there's Lulex going down. Fabivin picking up the kill. GG, Fnatic is 2-0.
I love our name. It kind of gives personality to the team. I think a lot of people actually started like paying attention to us just from hearing the name itself.
I like to have this name, actually. I wouldn't change it for anything else.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like a big part of the team, I think.
Yeah, I think it's quite funny, like the irony in it, to as the name Power of Evil combined with the team name, Unicorns of Love.
That was like the point of actually making the team name. We wanted it, like, if we play against Fnatic or some good teams and they're really serious and we come there with our name, they're like talking to friends and they're like, how'd they go? And they're like, yeah, we lost to Unicorns of Love. And they're like, wow, okay.
We have now with Kikis in the jungle somebody who is just trying out everything. Like, if you say the champion, he tried it out in the jungle, thought about it.
I think it's good when the player feels good on the champion, even though he might be like not exactly in the meta, or maybe there's a better pick in the situation. But if player feels good on some champion, he will perform better, will have better attitude, and the game will go better overall. We always like to look for picks that may change the meta a bit.
Well, we always have like the main meta game that you usually follow, but on top of this you have the off-meta picks that you can always pull out.
I think in some games we will most likely surprise the enemy and get a win, but obviously in LCS you can't do that every week.
Now we're actually doing this for a job, so now it's not as much play, but more about being serious.
I'm totally looking forward to playing on the big stage.
It's first split of every player of ours. We're gonna play mostly first time on stage like that every week.
The first split is like a lot of learning. We are willing to show them who we are and what we can do. It's not only the name.
Well, they certainly seem to be adjusting quite well. Now, it is time for our final match of the day between Unicorns of Love and the LCS Veterans of Elements. Now, both of these teams are coming off a surprising day one result, but, you know, only one of them had a really strong opener, Deficio.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, they look great against Gambit. Completely destroyed him, 28 minutes long, fastest game of the day, of course. While Elements, shaky performance against Fnatic here, really looking to bounce back now.
Yeah, let's see if they can. Now let's take a look at the lineups. Over on the blue side for the Unicorns, it is Vizichachi in the top lane, Kikis in the jungle, Power of Evil in the mid lane, Vardag's the AD carry, and his support will be Hillisang.
Yeah, Power of Evil yesterday, he got his Syndra pick here, and I'm not sure that's going to happen today because he was insane. I mean, it is his main champion. It was nerfed in 5.1, but he doesn't care about that. Plays it anyway.
This guy's not affected by nerfs, man. 9-0 and 5. He went perfect. I mean, it was just really, really crazy stuff, and they really snowballed on that.
And it's a scary thing about Unicorns of Love because Power of Evil is so good in the mid lane, and the rest of the team, they put a lot of resources on him here, and as long as he gets a good start, he can completely take over the game. We saw it yesterday. Rest of the team actually just followed him around, picked up kills left and right, beat out Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely crazy aggression. And again, they were the ones who were known for innovating quite a lot. Gambit was way back when they were called Moscow 5. And it's a different team, a different lineup for the most part now. But taking that title away, say, hey, you know, we can come in here, we can hang with the big boys. Unicorns, they're not a one-trick pony.
No, they're not. I mean, the pony was banned yesterday, and they still managed to win. So they've shown a lot of different picks, but also shown they can play standard and just play, use the champions in the current meta here to their advantage. But of course, we also have to look at who we have on the red side, and that is obviously the team formerly known as Elements, formerly known as Alliance, now Elements.
Maybe they'll change their name
again. Yeah, maybe they're going to change the name again. We have in the top lane Wicked, in the jungle is of course Shook, Froggen sitting in the mid lane, Reckless as the new AD carry, and Nif on support.
Yeah, Wicked and Shook really failed to deliver yesterday. It was kind of disappointing. This is a team with a lot on their shoulders, a huge chip to try and perform. They looked great on paper, but against the, it's kind of weird to say this, up-and-coming Fnatic squad, they really just did not look good.
No, I mean, so yesterday, Shook didn't have much of an impact on this Jarvan here compared to Rainova on the Rengar. And Wicked actually had a fairly good start to the game. He was getting ahead in farm against Huni on Lissandra, but he just completely failed to do anything with that lead because Elements were forced to actually teamfight a lot earlier than they wanted to. So Wicked was running around, not being tanky enough on Aurelia, and just had to kind of try and dive in towards Fnatic, who had so much damage and CC just to lock him down. And then Elements had no real solution to the problem and just kept trying to teamfight and teamfight and teamfight, which meant Wicked ended up dying 11 times in one game. So for the fantasy owners, that's not too good.
Yeah, a bit of a bust for week one. So maybe they can do a little bit better this time around. Again, they have put all the expectations on themselves. They've hyped themselves up quite a lot. New banner, they brought a new AD carry in, and a lot of people have said that, oh, well, maybe it's not so much of an upgrade because Tabs was quite a good AD carry. Reckless is obviously a great AD carry, and when you go from 9 to 10, how much better can it get?
Exactly.
It kind of has gone downhill, though. I mean, Reckless didn't even have that much of an impact, and it was really, really strange to see that kind of performance on day one.
Yeah, very true. It was a disappointing performance, but again, it is only week 1. They have been a slow starter beforehand. If you look at Elements or Alliance, which we used to know them as, I mean, they've started out 0-2, 0-4 in the opening weeks here and still come back. They need a lot of time. Their playstyle, it looks the same. It's, again, very focused on these grouped up late game team fights. You play passive in the early game. You just want to kind of draw out the laning phase. And that's where a team like Unicorns of Love can do what Fnatic did yesterday and try and get them out of that comfort zone here and force these fights and picks early on.
All right, well, here we are into champion selection right now. The Unicorns of Love on the blue side, banning away Janna very quickly against Elements.
Okay, against Nif, one of his main support picks. So obviously also fits the whole disengage team fight style from Elements, which we know they like to pick. They first picked it yesterday against Fnatic, by the way. So smart enough ban. We know Hylissang prefers to play Thresh or Leona at the same time.
Wow. Taken away.
Yeah. One of their flex picks for Unicorns of Love.
One of their many. I'm pretty sure the entire champion selection is their flex picks.
Very true, and really also one of their main champions of Power of Evil. I wonder if Syndra is going to be a ban from Elements. Yesterday they banned 3 assassins against Febivent. Now obviously facing Power of Evil, the same kind of mid laner here. Different kind of bans, but if they want to take away the Syndra, it will leave up a lot of the really strong picks. Rek'Sai being taken away, Gnar again would be open. We know Vizicsacsi likes to play it, played it yesterday. Actually into Cassiopeia, who's now been banned away by Elements.
Yeah, the Aurelia ban from Wicked too. Actually, a lot of people have just been saying, we don't even need to. We know exactly how it's going to deal, but Unicorn's not taking that chance here. And they also ban away Lee Sin. So a lot of focus there, actually, on key pickups from Elements. Not so much necessarily the more meta stuff.
Banning LeBlanc, so Syndra is left open for Power of Evil if he wants to try and play it again. Not a first pick.
I mean, this still is kind of his...
risky.
If it's open, he's definitely going to play it. But, Unicorns, they want to take a little bit more of a top-tier route.
Yeah,
they're going to go for
Jarvan,
it looks like.
And again, Jarvan just works so well in the jungle. You ban away Lee Sin yourself against Shook here, opening up for the Jarvan first pick. For Vizicsacsi, for Kikis. Could be a flex pick, but I'm expecting Kikis to play just like yesterday.
As far as the Syndra goes, too, I think it's pretty safe to leave it till a later rotation because Froggen's not really a Syndra player.
Yeah.
Not at all.
They can wait till at least the last rotation from Unicorns of Love to see if Elements has picked their mid laner, but typically Elements like to save the last pick for Froggen in this mid lane here. Give him the chance to actually counter pick or see if one of his long-range mages like a Xerath can fit in the comp and also do well against whatever the opponent has been picking.
Taking their time here on the picks.
Should be Gnar.
Ooh, yeah, this would make a lot of sense. It's top tier.
They have to take it away because you want to avoid this Gnar-Jarvan combo, which we have seen a lot yesterday, and we know Vizicsacsi plays a great Gnar here, so Elements kind of forced into it. Let's see what Wicked can do on a Gnar again. Wicked is typically not the guy we associate with too many new picks, but a Gnar is something everyone should be able to play. And wow, actually showing the Kassadin very, very early for the mid lane for Froggen here.
Yeah, that is really curious because, as you mentioned, they usually don't like to take their mid lane until the very end. It seems like maybe they did kind of get backed into a corner that they didn't really want to be in with that Gnar force.
Yeah, and again, Unicorns of Love, they have a chance of going like Lissandra here. So you have an insanely strong early mid-game engage from Lissandra and Jarvan together to kind of force this Kassadin into 2 early team fights where he's not really stacked fully up on his Rod of Ages, he's not really hit his late game point. So that could be an option for Vizicsacsi in the top lane, and of course Syndra into Kassadin is a fine matchup for Power of Evil if he wants to play it again.
They're just going to go for their bottom lane right now. Thresh picked up on top of the ever-popular Sivir from Vardags and Hylissang. They don't need to pick a mid lane right now. They know what they're going to.
Exactly.
And there's no reason Elements would take it away.
And again, getting this Sivir here, like yesterday, really allows Unicorns of Love to snowball that early lead they can get, because you can just force so many teamfights, and there's no chance for Elements to shred up disengage when Sivir pops her ulti, speeds up a Jarvan who then jumps in with the Cataclysm here. And at the same time, you don't actually show too much. Sivir, while she fits really well in these teamfight comps, she actually works fairly well just as a passive wave clear. She can also work decent enough as a tower pusher because of her spell shield. Sadly, though, has very, very short range, which is a problem. So she needs some disengage with her if they want to go for that route, which I'm not expecting from Unicorns of Love. They would have probably gone for a different AD carry then.
Yeah, well, they also tend to have one direction when they go, it's in. And on the other side, Elements looking to play something a little bit different. Locking in the Graves, and yeah, I don't think we're going to see an Whoa, never mind, okay. I mean, is that a jungle Aatrox?
We are in Europe, so
that's true. I'm still getting used to it.
We have a lot of Aatrox here. I do wonder if we're going to be... I mean, it must be a jungle Aatrox coming in from Shook here. I haven't seen that in forever.
Unless they send Gnar in the jungle, that'd be really strange.
Since back in Season 3, where Aatrox was one of these very aggressive early junglers who had great ganking with his jump and obviously high amount of damage in the early game, and he could just really try and snowball the game. And if he didn't, he just became completely useless in like the late game team fights.
Well, and this jungle that's all about sustain should definitely not be really hard on him in the early levels, but it is really risky, I agree. And now, well, okay, Unicorns are going to lock in both the Azir and the Orianna, so we should see Power of Evil on Orianna and get to see another top lane Azir today.
Okay, so Unicorns of Love actually go a little bit towards this siege style where now you have Orianna, Azir, and Sivir together. A lot of range coming in, the long-range poke from Azir, and decent amount of disengage with the Thresh. Obviously, Azir himself and Orianna to help out with the ulti from Vardax here on Sivir. So very, very strong 5 versus 5 team fight from the Unicorns of Love, and Azir can do just fine in a one-on-one against the Gnar here. Unless Shook decides to really try and camp him early on this Aatrox, because he's going to have to try and make some plays to make this Aatrox really work.
Yeah, on the other hand, Power of Evil, a little bit surprising they don't go for the Syndra, but I agree with you, this is definitely more siege-oriented, a bit safer because they'll have some disengage and a way to make some counter-engagements. And also, Orianna's been a pretty big champion for him too.
Yeah, it has, but Orianna, I mean, she's always the same. She doesn't have much impact in the early game. She just wants to sit back and farm here. She's fairly weak in terms of like 2v2 skirmishes around the mid lane because you can flash out of her shockwave here. She doesn't really have much follow-up damage. But going into late game, if Elements wants to play the passive style, Unicorns of Love is gonna scale to late game and be so strong in the 5 versus 5 teamfights here where Elements won't be able to fight them. With Blitzcrank being locked in for Nif, a little bit of a new support, but you have the Graves, hook one in, you have to burst for it.
Yeah, it's a good combo if you can land it.
There's
a lot of hooks in that bot lane.
A lot of pick potential from Elements here on their side, but they won't be able to go straight toe-to-toe with Unicorns of Love, so they have to land the hooks from Nif here, and Shook has to make some plays early on this Aatrox, otherwise the Jarvan is going to completely outscale him going into the late game.
Yeah, and this is something that Elements did struggle with in their first game, trying to overcome some relentless early game aggression. Unicorns are known for this style. They've made their name doing it so far. Let's see the coaches contemplating what the total picks are right now. This is an interesting composition from either side.
While there's some new picks from Elements here, we don't really know what to expect from Nif on Blitzcrank, and of course the Aatrox from Shook here. I kind of like how they change up the style at least a little bit and go for a bit more early aggression and not just sit back and like play super passive, wait for late game, because that's Unicorns of Love comp, which is going to basically outscale them in this situation. So if Alliance here can make the plays early on, create these picks here, get Froggen going on this Kassadin as well, they might actually be able to punish a fairly slow scaling Unicorns of Love come with the Orianna and Azir.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch around there. We'll see how it works for them. But with the picks and bans all locked in, it's time for us to chime in and let us know who you think is going to come out on top. Tweet at LOL Esports using the hashtag UOLWin or ELWin, and we'll add it up very shortly.
So let's see what we get here. Last game of week 1 of the ELCS. We have had some great games. There's been a lot of action going on.
Marching out the gates. And you know what's crazy? Both teams have 4 dragons to start the game.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That's new.
Not a bad start for both of them.
Surprised they were able to do that in about 30 seconds.
All right, so when you have Blitzcrank, you have one of the best level 1s as long as you can actually get the engage here. So Elements straight up out of the gates into the enemy jungle.
No surprises here.
Gonna place a few deep wards to try and spot if Unicorns of Love are sending around their dual lane towards the top side. Because Nif on this Blitzcrank here against a Sivir and a Thresh lane. Might actually see Elements try the lane swap and just have Nif roaming around on Blitzcrank, get the level 2 in the lane, then start roaming and create picks together with Shook very early on.
But they're definitely going to take their time about it, waiting for the right moment. So just the deep wards in, and they back right on out. I wouldn't be surprised if they try round 2 or go down to the bottom lane, but it looks like at this point they think that the window is closed.
Well, they've used all the wards here, so they got all the information they need. They can see if Hylissang and Vardax decides to recall and walk towards this top lane, which is also why we see both Reckless and Nif staying around up here. And Hylissang and Vardax say, fair enough, we take the lane swap. Now they just really have to watch out for Nif on this Blitzcrank when he gets to roam around.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how safe as well, even in lane, Vizicachi is going to be on that Azir. If he gets pulled in, it's going to be very difficult for him to stay alive. Here we go, round number 2. Elements coming in, eyeballing the Gromp. And yeah, potentially the blue buff there. Shook's going to get some help from Nif and Wicked.
Very standard in the lane swaps here, especially when you know it's going to be a 2v1 on the top side. You invade on the enemy blue buff from Elements here, so you make sure you at least get 2 buffs for your own jungler and not get 3 buffed by the enemy team. So a very standard invade, nothing special yet. Kick is actually started on his own red buff, and I remember him doing this at IM San Jose, but that was in a standard situation where he then walked straight into the enemy blue buff and actually found the Evelynn and just killed him straight away. But because it is a lane swap, Shook is going to stay on the top side of the map.
Wicked's just trying to find a little bit of boomerang action, and Vizzy's not giving it to him, but they'll force both of them to back away to start this one off. Free push for Vardags and Hylissang, though.
Yeah, so this means Wicked should just TP down here as fast as possible to pick up all this farm on his now, but he decides to actually save his teleport. Won the farm here. Again, actually never mind my statement before. With Kigis being on the bottom side, he didn't actually know if he was waiting in the bush and would just have dived or dove him instantly. So actually smart decision by Wicked. I'm a little bit too early here with the teleports.
He is missing out on the farm though, and that's not going to be extremely helpful. But Vizicachi's not gotten anything either. He's really being pushed back here by Reckless and Nif.
Yeah, staying still 2v1. We know how good Azir is if he gets to just have the one-on-one with the AD carry. Which is also one of the reasons for Nif staying in the lane, making sure Reckless gets a slight XP lead before leaving him all alone. And Wicked now has returned to the bottom lane, placed the ward on the Gromp. Let's make sure to see, okay, Gromp is still alive, so I assume now that Kick is gone from this side of the jungle and I can actually move in and get some farm.
Quite a lot of information you can get from seeing one frog.
It is. Did you know it's actually a fungus?
Oh.
It's a toad getting a fungus that then goes insane. It happens in real life as well.
I'm going to take your word on it.
Trust me. I watched it.
Ah.
Don't remember where.
Maybe in this game. Reckless looking for Hylissang. A little bit of damage with the buck shot. It's just going to be a little touch and go here, but there's a lot of catch potential now that Hylissang's kind of hanging out up there and giving a little bit of support to Vizicachi. Ooh, Hook is going to whiz by his ear.
Really putting a lot of focus on trying to deny Vizicachi here on Azir so he doesn't get that easy lane swap situation. So no roam yet from Nif. He's gonna need Shook to join him anyway. It's not like Kassadin applies a lot of pressure pre-level 6.
Neither does Orianna.
So very true in terms of like a skirmish. And Shook looking for his very first gang. Alliance are completely controlling the top side of the map here, and that's also why Power V will wisely enough is staying a little bit towards the bottom side of the map, at least it was beforehand, knowing there was a high chance of the Aatrox coming in for a gang on the top side.
Yeah, the lines have kind of been drawn here, but Unicorns are perfectly happy to play this one out passive, which is pretty contrary to their usual MO, but this composition really works well the later the game goes on, and if they let Elements kind of fall back into their old ways, then that'll be good for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you do go late game, Unicorns will up with their strong team fight. Wouldn't mind it too much. Let's see, Kick is trying for a gang on Wicked here. Not a lot of setup from Vardax. Wicked is pretty far ahead if they can just deny him some of the farm.
He's going to go Meganar, though. This is kind of hard to deal with. Vardag's actually a little bit low on HP. And here comes Kikis. He's going to hop right on top of him. A little bit low, not quite transforming just yet. Oh, this could be something. No, Meganar really low, flashing forward. And that's a first blood, but wait, we might have an answer. Power of Evil will flash out of danger, but Unicorns of Love pick that first kill up. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Hylissang caught up by Reckless and Nif. Gonna burn his flash hook. Gonna go right through the middle of him and Vizicachi. And an Ignite is burned and nothing else.
Nice little juke here. Mind games in the top lane. Nif delaying his own hook, waiting for the flash, and then Hylissang instantly just juking to the side here. But Wicked giving up the first blood to Vardax. The boomerang just managed to hit him in the very end so they could flash and finish him off while he was staying very far up in the lane. So nice little gank by Kikis.
It's a boomerang battle in the bot lane.
It is, actually.
So far, Vardag seems better, but Wicked is up on farm.
Yeah, and keep in mind at least the Wicked situation. When you're playing Gnar and Azir, both of them are great in these lanes. Well, we keep talking about how the long range farm they can do. They're both having a bit of a hard start though. There's a charge of being zoned away, and Wicked of course dying here early on and losing actually a lot of farm from the first wave, which was pushed in.
Power of Evil had an extremely clutch ward right there to know exactly when Shook and Nif were coming for him, and as a result he stays perfectly safe. Froggen actually eats a large amount of damage with the command, attack, and dissonance, and despite him trying to push in at level 6 here, Power of Evil's coming out far better.
Well, the thing is, he just wanted to push the wave into the tower so he could actually go back and recall. He wasn't really looking for potential trade on this Kassadin, but he's been doing a fairly decent job farming. Kassadin Orianna, it's a pure farm matchup. You can't really deny each other much of the farm here, and you won't really look for these early fights either on those two.
Shook's made a couple of visits there, but he's not really able to do a lot. Didn't go for the
Nif and Reckless.
Uh-oh.
Hylissang has no flash, remember.
This chance is a little bit lower too. Hylissang though is the one out of position. Here we go. Nif rolling forward, looking for a hook. Does not connect. Either one actually. A little bit of a hesitation by Nif.
Well, a bit of just kind of all-in hook here. Fairly easy for Hylissang to juke around it. And now he starts roaming, at least getting a ward on this blue buff belong to Elements so far. Again, the top side of the map in this lane swap. Obviously, two teams just swapping around on the side here, and also why Power of Evil has been keeping his wards beforehand on the top. You talk about that port ward before to spot out the invade from Nif and Shook.
So, speaking of Shook, the Rangers Trailblazer, definitely good for clearing a little bit more, but doesn't this kind of gimp his ganking? Well, not necessarily the blue stealing, but doesn't really help his gank ability as much.
The thing is, he already has a slow, he already has a jump in to knock up a target, so he has plenty of CC on this Aatrox. I think it's more about him just kind of power farming up, trying to become as tanky as he possibly can, because that's going to be his job late game. He's just going to be a tank who has to die twice, maybe even 3 times with a Guardian Angel. So he's also going for the Juggernaut as his jungle enchant here, so not going for the early power on Aatrox, just kind of trying to rely on the kit he has.
He has been going for Power of Evil, but that guy just knows what's up all around him. Serious 360-degree sight.
Has been standing back at his tower as well, being very safe with Kikis backing him up every time. Pingwar being cleared out by Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, Hylissang on the roam with Kikis now. Froggen's going to see this one. And actually, Nif pushing forward a little bit. It's very touch and go here for both these teams. No one really wants to commit to anything.
Looks like we're going to get a Morello Nomicon on Power of Evil here. Typically you see Athenes on Orianna. But in this situation, again, I mean, against an Aatrox who gets quite a lot of lifesteal, makes a lot of sense. And oh, onto Froggen here.
Yep, ooh, gonna flash. The shockwave. Definitely worth, but and Summoner for...
Whoa,
wait a minute, Kikis jumping in, but he gets himself killed by Shook. Answering back, and they hook in Hylissang. And they're leaving him for this one. This is gonna be 2. Absolutely, he's taking a little while to die, but massive misplay from Unicorn.
Yeah, Kikis is walking into a bush here with a pink ward. He had no vision, had no idea what's going on here. Ends up dying together with Hylissang being hooked in. A dragon now for Elements here, and that's what they need. This early kills for them here to make sure Unicorns of Love can just sit back and farm all the way to late game.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love really playing that strangely there, and they weren't apparently in sync, so one mistake Elements capitalizes on that they grab 2 kills and the first dragon.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sloppy play by Kikis, walking straight in towards the bush here, knowing Froggen was sitting there, and possibly more. Start by Elements, now catching up in gold. Again, the all-important first dragon, 6% AD and AP for them. And Froggen, again, he's just happily farming on his Kassadin. He's going to get his World of Ages fairly soon, start stacking that one up early. He's on 1,500 gold at the moment. And of course, Shook is building a full tank on this Aatrox. He's going to be the frontline man together with Wicked. Which might actually be a problem for Elements going late, because... Well, another problem going late because
they definitely have some late game problems if this does go out a while.
Again, the lack of damage coming in, I mean, you won't get a lot from Shook, and it's going to be all about Reckless and Froggen then to really take down these targets, because Wicked will be building full tank, just adding in a Hex String against this double AP in his situation.
Kikis now, waiting in the far brush, but Wicked is having none of this. He smells something's up.
This is actually one of the times I quite like Hexdringer on Gnar, because you are one-on-one against an Azir who can pressure you a lot in the laning phase, so it allows you to really stay there and actually trade a little bit if they really magic resist, and then obviously just go full tank from here on and out from Wicked.
Yeah, Vizzy is still able to poke down Wicked a little bit here, and there we go. Kickus out of the blue, out of nowhere. Big Gnar against the wall, and he's actually going to hop out of the Cataclysm, but it won't be enough. Kickus smites him down.
Getting baited here. Kickus getting some revenge on Elements as well. Visichachi just playing very aggressive. Had a pink ward and of course his jungler there. And Wicked, a guy with that much experience, normally doesn't get caught out by the enemy jungler here, but baited.
I think he thought it was safe.
And
it had been a long time. That was a lot of patience from Kickus.
It was, for sure. 2 kills now. Wicked actually using teleport as well back here because Dragon is already dead, so no reason for him to save it.
Yeah, oh, look at that win. Yeah, the Unicorns of Love have established quite their own massive fan base. 75% over Elements right now.
Let's see here. Rod of Ages now for Froggen. He's going to get that fully stacked very early on. Shook and Neff running together. One of the things you can do on a Blitzcrank is you can use very aggressive invades into the enemy jungle. As long as you have some backup with you, land that one hook, single out a target, get some deep wards in.
If they can keep getting picks like that, that'll certainly get them into a decent mid game. But Unicorns are playing very, very safely here. Ooh, Shockwave on Nif. Very, very low right now. And Power of Evil, with the help of Kickus, picks him up. That's going to prompt Froggen and crew to run away. Meanwhile, Tower going down to the bot side.
So second time Kickus is ready here for the gang from Elements, sending both Shook and Nif towards the mid lane. Instant Shock Blast, Shockwave from Power of Evil. Shock Blast
it was
would be
pretty
from
shocking.
Jace. Would be pretty cool if it was a Shock Blast.
Vardags and Hylissang pushing that tower in now. Fairly even in farm in that bot lane, but it's going to free up Reckless to have a little bit more of an easier farm up for a while. But that's not really what you want on Graves right now. You want to be blowing people up as soon as you possibly can. And he really hasn't had much of an opportunity to do that.
He wants to get his Infinity Edge here. We could see Elements try and have Reckless run with the rest of the team to create some picks. But he's an AD carry who really enjoys sitting in the side lanes and farming. And then only joining when he really needs to for a potential team fight. Which is something Unicorns of Love can try and punish if Elements is now split up on the map and trying one of these aggressive invades once again, knowing they don't have the AD carry, they don't have a TP on Wicked, so it's only going to be 3 members from Elements.
Yeah, Unicorns really are ready for these map movements, and they're not particularly weak right now in this, kind of the end of the early game, really, we could call it. But they have made a couple of mistakes. Elements have punished that just a little bit here, and they have a Dragon lead because of it, but it's still very, very slight. It's going to be a while before that's available again. Hylissang clearing out this pink now. Froggen kind of debating if he wants to jump in on him, and he will. That's a huge level disadvantage for Hylissang, though. It was 4, it just became 3.
His pink ward.
Yeah, he leaves it alive and takes down the green. So Froggen keeping his territory his.
Nif once again. Roaming around here with Kickus and Hylissang around his mid lane.
Just going far forward. There we go. He's going to flash a hook back in. Kickus, they're going to find him, and no! Power of Evil whiffs the Shockwave. Froggen picking up Kickus. Nif will go down. Power of Evil getting that one. They take Shook to his blood well, but there we go. Reckless jumping on in. A massive collateral damage to pick off Hylissang, but a double kill for Power of Evil. Really back and forth fight here. Vardeg's looking for more. Baits out the heel. Froggen jumps in. Visichachi very low. Froggen also as well. Cannot sustain this, and he has to back away. A 2 for 2, all said and done.
So again, Unicorns of Love, they knew Wicked was stuck in the top side with his teleport. They could see Reckless on the bottom side, so they took the fight. But Power of Evil completely missing the shockwave here. Probably thought he'd put it on the head.
Uh-oh, Vardags, he knew something was up. Froggen has to get the hell out of Dodge.
Stays alive in the end. Train, was it a 2 for 2?
Riftwalk's a useful spell.
It is. It's very hard to lock down a Castellan still, and 2 kills now for Froggen on this one. Still a little bit surprised about the Orianna pick, seeing as you won't really be able to apply any pressure on the Castellan, but Power of Evil has picked up 3 kills for himself, and could have been more if it wasn't for that last Shockwave.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get the...
He's trying to throw the ball over to Kickus,
and at this point, Kickus was already dead.
Yeah, exactly. Let's
take a
see
look
it
at it
again here. So Nif, again, this is Unicorns Love knowing that there can only be 3 guys from Elements.
Oh, he pulled out of range.
He's simply out of range here, being pulled in. Power of Evil thinks the ball is on him, pops it, Shockwave completely missed, Teleport joins in, and now Reckless comes in here, finish off at least 1 more kill for himself.
That's really key too, because the Shockwave is just such a massive determinant of these fights, and he still went 2 for 2. Unicorns are really, really scary in these fights.
Keep in mind, though, there was a teleport coming in.
There's another teleport right now.
Wow,
Kikis getting pulled to safety. Wicked jumping on forward, looking for Kikis. They just need one hit. Cataclysm. Shook is going to take him out, and they are going to grab Power of Evil as well. Shutdown gold going over to Reckless.
Yeah, the Unicorns, they shouldn't be fighting right now, especially not with Visicharchi sitting in the top lane. So both teams now have these engages here where the top laner from one side is able to join, the other one is stuck in the lane. So now in favor of Elements, I mean, the 2-for-2 before, that was again 5 versus 4 for Unicorns of Love here, so not really worth it. And Elements getting the 2 dragons, getting a lot of kills early on as well for some very important members, both Reckless and Froggen. They are the 2 damage dealers.
Yeah, all the same though. The longer this game goes, we've mentioned Unicorns have a pretty strong later game power spike. Elements not too terrible either, but it does seem that the Dragon advantage is what's going to start tipping this if they can force the fights that they want. That time they clearly got exactly what they wanted, and Unicorns were off guard.
Yeah, Elements' problem late game comes basically from just 2 damage sources, and Kassadin typically is a carry who wants to follow up, and not be the guy to go in and directly burst down. In this inverse, he wants to be the guy cleaning up the fights. Obviously, that's where the burst from a Graves really becomes very helpful. But again, it's going to be all about the picks from Elements here with the Blitzcrank. Decent so far from Nif.
Yeah, really
been
has
caught out a
got
few
quite well
times,
from.
but has also started quite a lot.
Well, they're setting up a pretty good amount of catch and chase, and that's really what Elements wants to do here. But Unicorns trying to stick together tight in this mid. Hook does not connect. Still saying they start eyeballing that mid lane, but they've not got the minions to push into it just yet, and they'll back out for just a moment.
So what Unicorns of Love can do at the moment is simply punish Elements for the lack of instant wave clear. They only have the Graves to kind of sit here. Froggen won't be able to do too much, and then you use your double Morello Nomicon spike from Azir and Orianna to start sieging up on this tower, but they have to be careful. There's no walls on the flank, and Shook is sitting ready.
He softened them up here. They are going to take this down, but Nif was waiting in the wings, and everyone from Unicorns will back away. No stragglers there.
Just a nice little move. Taste for what's going to happen later in the game as well.
They've knocked down all the outer turrets here, so in theory they have a bit more map control, but Elements is holding the middle right now, and the Dragon, the 2 Dragon advantage that Elements has is definitely going to help them out here.
And Elements not wasting time in this mid lane here. They know they can't just push it down with all the wave clear from Unicorns of Love, so they push the wave and instantly go into this into the jungle, clears a pink wall, takes the red buff here, try and force Unicorns of Love to really come in and face check and get in a bad situation where Nif can land the hook as well.
And this is the Elements that we needed to see yesterday. This is a much more proactive team facing Unicorns head on. And look, they're going to look for something, but it's Kikis. He's going to go with a big Cataclysm and a hook on. Huge shockwave, and it's not going to land on everybody, though. There we go. The big Gnar finding Hilla, saying Nif is going to get the kill so far. 2 for none. Elements coming up pretty big in that fight. They don't even lose Shook.
No, not really sure why Unicorns of Love again wants to fight here. Shockwave only managed to land on Wicked, I believe, in that fight, so not been paying off just yet. And again, 2 kills for Elements. They got the red buff as well. So far, they can't complain. They're getting the kills they want. Froggen also pushing onto this bottom lane here.
Yeah, that looked better for a second for Unicorns with Kikis going in there, but you're right, it just didn't happen that way.
So the reason for the engage is because Kikis is like, okay, I can get 3 or 4 guys with my Cataclysm, and then only Wicked getting pulled in by the Shockwave. Reckless left untouched. Froggen as well coming in as the Kassadin here, gets the cleanup. No damage onto him either. And Unicorns of Love here simply not able to get onto the carries of Element, Shook and Wicked with the Warmonks and the Juggernaut for Shook here, able to just tank all the damage and stay alive.
Yeah. And it shows how dependent on that Shockwave Unicorns really are with this composition.
They just have to wait.
They need to be patient, you're right. They have so many tools to stall this game out, but they need to start grabbing a little bit more back. And Elements here, roving around, not giving them an opener.
At least get Hourglass completed on the likes of Orianna. Get to the Void Staff as well, so you can actually start dealing with these tanks, and then you need to start looking at the dragons. The problem is Elements has gotten these 2 early dragons, so we're gonna have that again, the ticking time bomb, clicking up towards the 5th dragon, meaning Unicorns of Love will be forced to fight around it, but at the moment, they're not picking the right ones, giving Elements a bit of a lead.
Unicorns are moving up in mass on the mid. Sundisk is down there, and they'll start to push in a little bit harder, but Elements is trying to flank around. There's no Kassadin just yet, so it's still a 5v4, but they don't know that.
Well, they did see Froggen at least from beforehand. Wise enough also. That ward they're placing here just on the top of the screen to see both Shook and Wicked is very, very important It's going to be all the engaged from Alliance unless Nif can connect on one of his hooks.
Playing a little skittish though. They don't want to get caught in a bad fight like that. And for the first time, Unicorns really do seem a little bit uncertain about what they want to do.
Massive wave in the bot side, but it's going to be pushed back by the tower here once he actually gets in there and gets cleared out. So they're still staying around the line elements, trying to get the flank.
Froggen not going to be able to go in. Rest of his team not really in a position to follow as well. These air turrets looking to go down pretty soon though.
Yeah, you don't want to fight here again for Unicorns. Look at the items on Froggen. Death Cap is completed for him. Wicked is extremely tanky as well on this Gnar, so you have to wait for a few more items again. Phantom Dancer needs to be completed at least for Vardex. Even getting that last Whisper is going to be so important for him. Hourglass for the likes of Power of Evil.
That was a long distance ward clear from Vizichachi. Very useful, those Sand Soldiers.
One of the few tricks you can do.
Yep. Nif and Wicked
And
though,
another
try to
one.
get up. Hey, I'll take 10 gold. Sure.
Look at the elements here actually, because the wave have been slow pushing on the top side, they timed it correctly, so they start moving there now, but Unicorns are instantly just reacting, pushing down the mid lane, saying, we know you're going to go top lane, we don't care, we're just going to go straight for mid lane, they should get a tower from it.
And they bite too, Elements going back in mass. Yeah, this is definitely going to be an easy tower. They've got the shred they need to do it. And really only Reckless is hanging around on this top side. He will grab a turret in answer, so 2 inners traded. And the towers, I would say, are dead even, but there's an Azir turret in the mix somewhere.
So Vizichachi is actually recalling, he has teleport. Unicorns of Love should start this dragon, just try and burst it down and then get out of there before Elements can react in time. But they have to worry about this Baron, potentially, if Elements want to try and rush it, but a little bit too early.
They needed that dragon though, really good play. They ran Elements all around a little bit and said, oh, you're going to come back and defend your base. Well, surprise, we've already taken it.
They will.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Here we go.
No wards around this one here, and because of the dragon start from Unicorns, Elements go straight for the Baron. Remember, it's a lot weaker here, 23 minutes in compared to the last pack.
They don't know what's happening either. It's already at half health right now.
They've
no movement.
So they're running to it, but it's too late. I mean, this is going to be Baron for Elements. So Unicorns are left with the push up to mid lane, taking the dragon then, and Elements instantly responding.
Sneaky, sneaky, and Elements grabs themselves a Baron at 23 and a half. And Unicorns are going to be in for a rude awakening when they see the little purple spheres dancing around.
Yeah, not exactly the best thing to happen here. There's a lot of good stats for Elements.
They grab a blue buff back.
A blue buff forward.
Still grab something where they can. But Unicorn's really unafraid to try and grab what little edges they can in this game. Reckless and Nif defending this bottom turret here.
That was a cool little setup here. Reckless shooting the smoke bomb to try and blind Unicorns of Love, so Nif could actually land a hook where you could
cover his
nuke it.
escape.
But everyone decided to back away, and now you simply means for Unicorns of Love once again. Sit back and farm it. They got the all-important dragon, got the 6%. Also delaying the 5th dragon potentially later on for Elements. But this Baron now, it's going to be very hard to deal with. These super minions are so strong.
Well, it's just like you said earlier on in the game, they need to hold back and wait. And if they can wait out the duration of the Baron buff and push back the siege that will commence, they can just keep on doing it, try to grab some more dragons back into this game, and hopefully take the fights. But it's very dependent on a lot of things, and one of them is Elements not taking the incentive here.
No, but this is very smart. They push in the mid lane, and now they're moving into the jungle, placing all the wards because Reckless has already built up the wave. But every single time they try and push the side lane, Unicorns just start walking up the mid lane.
They're being flanked.
Forcing some of Elements at least to go back and defend.
He's very, very low. Froggen can't push him. Really early as Zero almost seemed a bit of a waste there now. Kikis trying to chase on, but I feel like Element should be the one chasing this one. Kikis extremely low now. They're going to hook him right back on in, trying to escape, and he will flag and drag out of danger, but still it is very close. Vardex extremely low. Reckless, not enough damage to pick him off, and that was just a weird chase back and forth.
Just a nice setup by Elements here, pushing the bottom lane with Reckless with the buffed up minions, and at the same time, 4 guys sitting in the jungle waiting for Unicorns of Love to make a move as soon as they try to push mid lane.
Here comes the siege.
Froggen caught up with charging now, straight onto this tower.
Oh, they have the damage, but Kikis gonna try to push him off. No, he's getting chunked down. Can't even get his dunk on. They blow him up. Heal is saying nearly. The shockwave only hits the minions. Power of Evil just cannot connect this. And they don't have the tower, but they do have at least 1 pick. And more coming.
It force a flash.
Oh, Froggen.
I mean, there's 3 soldiers, mate. You don't want to jump into that.
That was a little too bold. He's going to back away and power to recall. Going to get him back to safety, but Unicorns of Love have pushed him off. And they do seem to be the crowd favorites here.
They do indeed. Now though, again, this Baron by Elements really made it hard for him to sit back and just defend, falling pretty far behind in gold. Froggen is going to get even more farm in this case. I mean, he's had a free game so far. If you pick Orianna into it, you're not going to try and stop him in the laning phase, and then Froggen with the early kills as well from some of the fights we saw happening.
Yeah, the reaction time's pretty crazy too. If anybody but Froggen had done what he just did, we'd have a dead Kassadin.
It's a little bit too greedy, yeah.
He hasn't been punished for it yet. Still, him and Reckless unkilled this game. Perfect game, Dream still alive. Nif roving around, popping a couple of wards down himself.
Yeah, and they're still at the point where their tanks are so strong, and because there's no penetration on any of the carries from Unicorns Aloft, the tanks can stay alive and just wait for Froggen and Reckless to get someone low and then start chasing them down and finishing them off. Unicorns, once again, sitting in this mid lane defending.
It's an unfamiliar position for the Unicorns of Love, but this really is their true test here. Elements is an extremely reputable team to be dealing with, and this style is not something necessarily that they're used to. Let's see if the newcomers can really take this one to Elements. So far, they are on the back foot, defending against the continued siege of the Elements squad.
Yeah, and again, Elements won't really get anywhere with this push because of the wave clear, so again, pushing it down and then instantly waiting for the side lanes to push every single time. They start these slow pushes and just force Unicorns of Love to sit in the mid lane and defend. Wait for the side lanes to push in, then you start rotating over here. You ward up the jungle on the way, and if anyone walks in there, they're gonna be picked off, gonna die, and then suddenly you can use these minions to take a tower. So right now, they're just kind of forcing Unicorns of Love to stay as a unit and try and basically wave clear now.
Push
2 members are gone. That's the tower.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. Keep Unicorns of Love on their toes, keep them drawn out over the map, keep them away from that top lane where there's quite a lot of minions pushing in. But the Unicorns are looking to take the fight to them. They're actually moving quite quickly into this mid lane, and most of Elements have backed off already.
Outlast is complete for Froggen just before Dragon is coming up. Unicorns of Love have to go in, set up a lot of water on it. Oh!
That was a close call.
Trying to get towards Reckless. We see the same thing for Unicorns of Love we saw yesterday. 2 early creator vision totems. Or at least one of them this time around, and 1 stealth totem, which just allows you to have that ward on you at all time, the pink ward and a green ward. Because this dragon will be very important for them.
You know, if there's one point on these teams that is night and day, it's the AD carries. Reckless is almost a full item here ahead. We'll talk about that in a minute though, because Froggen getting the jump on. He's gonna get a killing spree onto that AD carry Vardags, and that Azir turret will not keep the Unicorn safe for long.
Should be dragging out for Elements here. Froggen coming in, slowing 4 people from Unicorns of Love here. He is so strong at the moment on this Kassadin. Dragon now, 4 Elements, and again, every time Unicorns of Love try to push a bit forward, engage happens, and they're still not strong enough to fight. They need more time.
This is an extremely important dragon too, because it's going to give Elements that movement speed boost that they need to get even quicker jump on the Unicorns, who really just don't seem to know how to react to this pick composition that they're being thrown at.
Have at least been defending. Gave up 6 towers though. Some of them must have been obviously the Azir turrets.
At least one.
Yeah, at least one of them. Yeah, 5 turrets are gone from the map.
The other one hasn't self-destructed yet. Ah, there it goes.
But it's also credit to Elements here playing the side lanes really well and using those minions to force Unicorns to split up as a group or lose their towers here on the side lane. So it's just smart side wave control by Elements throughout the entire game actually.
Pace is slowed down a bit as Unicorns realize that they can't straight up engage Elements right now. The latter, though, are not letting up on the pressure, moving once again into the Unicorns jungle. Picking off a couple of wards as they go.
And I like this. Instantly go in and set up for another Baron here. Place down your ping wards, get the Scuttler down as well. And basically say, okay, Unicorns, if you don't move in here and try and fight us, we might just sneak the Baron again like we did last time. There's a little ward being placed just outside the Baron pit that Elements needs to clear with either a pink or obviously
exactly
the Oracle
where
coming in from Nif here.
But this Baron is no secret right now. They have to try to bait this one if they want. Looks like they might do just that. Actually moving forward here. And 3 members of the Unicorns, 4 now with Power of Evil.
Power of Evil.
Caught a little bit farther behind. Oh, Zanya's everything. Froggen with the bait. And now this is looking horrendous for the Unicorns of Love. Froggen picks up a Rampage kill. Meanwhile, everyone else is getting blown up. Reckless coming up with a Rampage of his own. And Froggen just chasing away the rest of the Unicorns. Here we go, Emperor's Divide. That's not going to keep him out for long. But he decides to not keep pushing, and Power of Evil actually gets away, sneaking a back in the Elements jungle.
Froggen them, and onto Power of Evil. There's of course no magic resist because he didn't go for their themes earlier. Wanted that Morello Nomicon to be a little bit more powerful in early to mid-game and get that healing reduction against the likes of Shook here. Might regret it now after you saw the damage from Froggen onto him. This Kassadin is extremely fit.
Yep, that will be Baron.
Second Baron
picked up, yes. Baron number 2 for Elements. They have well controlled those buffs this game, and Unicorns starting to get backed up against the wall here. 10,000 gold in the hole against this Elements team, and they really just don't look together. They try to sneak objectives, but this team of Elements is way too quick for them.
They are, and obviously punished Unicorns a lot for trying to fight early on in the game, where we had a lot of team fights going on, at least a lot of small 3v3, 2v2 fights. Now Froggen moving out towards this bottom lane. His trusted buddy Shook with him. Is Unicorns of Love trying to set up a trap here?
Looks like they are. There's a Chachi Hill saying in
Everyone
one rush and the rest
here
in the other. Waiting for Froggen to go. Ooh, very early move by Kikis actually. Froggen gonna get flayed in. He's gonna try to get away. Look at that damage though. They will pick him off, but that's gonna take a while and they spend so much. Wait a minute! He manages to get Power of Evil. In the meanwhile, everyone else from Element says, that's just fine. We're gonna take your middle. And I cannot believe Froggen's damage there. Element's still going. It's a base race, but I think Elements is going to win this one.
Elements are so far ahead here. They can get inhibitor here. Unicorns of Love, knowing they can't defend it, just have to try and trade it, but they have to go back now, otherwise they're going to lose the entire game.
Yeah, they have to back. You're right.
One inhibitor.
Big super minions right now. They're going to lose one Nexus turret. They're going to lose what looks like another one. Here we go. This game is going to come down to the wire. Can they push them back? Visit Chachi. He almost gets blown up. Yes, he is. Power of Evil. He's coming right back up. But can Unicorns defend until the end of this game? The Nexus, they're focusing it down. That's going to be GG. And a sigh of relief is breathed by every member of the Elements.
Elements here changing up the playstyle and composition compared to yesterday, where it was very slow paced. Now they were the ones making the plays. We have Nif on the Blitzcrank here, roaming around Froggen, of course, on this Kassadin. The Orianna pickup for Power of Evil did not work at all. No shockwaves made any impact. Couldn't shut down Froggen at all. And I mean, just here in the end was just dying 1v5. Or well, killing
the
someone 1v5.
shockwaves were so underwhelming. He did not make the impact he needed, and when they got behind, the Unicorns made that mistake, rookie mistake, of just trying to fight over and over again. But against this team that has come out on top, there is no victory. The Elements have prevailed.
They have indeed, and second time we see a very slow scaling comp being punished in this mid game here. Funny enough, Unicorns of Love, who destroyed Gambit yesterday, in somewhat the same situation where Unicorns of Love had all the pressure early on and forced all the team fights like Alliance did here.
Not for lack of trying, though. They really tried to make a lot of early plays, which was to their detriment. And Elements showed a different side of themselves, not just with the win, but with being able to mix it up. And that's what everyone was expecting coming in to this spring split. They're now 1-1 on the board. They're definitely looking a lot sharper than they were yesterday. Maybe they just had to shake off the rust a little bit.
Could be, and also, I mean, Fnatic, all credit to them. They played fantastic yesterday and today as well. So clearly, at least now, Elements got a win on the board. Very important. You saw how happy they were after winning.
Incredibly important for your confidence.
You really don't want to start at 0-2. And also showing they could play more aggressive in the early to mid game here. New pick from Shook. He's not been shy about these new picks. We saw him play Riven jungle in the summer split, obviously. But Aatrox here, full tank, and just run in there. You die twice, and hopefully you've bought enough time now for your Kassadin and your Graves to do damage.
Yeah, the jungle Aatrox worked out quite well. Also, the Gnar pickup for Wicked, I was really pleasantly surprised by how well he was able to handle that. The lane swap as well, so glad that there's more champions in this pool than Irelia.
I mean, everyone can play Gnar. Everyone should be able to play Gnar.
Yeah, when they left it open,
LCS.
Unicorns made a really big mistake there, it seemed. It wasn't the only key to their victory, but just overall, Elements really seemed like they knew what they were doing a lot more, and that's the experience factor coming into play here. So, you know, the up-and-comers, they got knocked down a couple pegs.
They did still for Unicorns of Love here. Obviously going to go back and look at the game and say, okay, maybe we needed a bit more pressure in this mid-game instead of picking the Orianna into the Kassadin. Rest of the game for them, I mean, they were constantly on the back foot, just trying to fight. Elements were ready for it. Looks like a very standard controlled Elements game where they don't get surprised, don't get really pulled out of the comfort zone and just slowly control it. And obviously at the very end here, the base race after 1v5 from Frog and the King.
Absolutely. I mean, really, you can't go base race against a team that's already that far ahead on you as well. So that was it. That was GG. Now we're going to check in on stage where Quickshot is now standing by with a member of the victorious Elements.
Thank you very much, Pyra and Deficio, and congrats on your first few games in Europe, Pyrotechnics. I'm joined by Reckless after a very, very exciting win. Base race towards the end. Ended up going in your favor. Was that quite an exciting moment, or did you know you had it?
I don't think we knew we had the Nexus, actually, but we were aware of the fact that we were going to win the base race, based off the fact that we actually had Baron at the time, so our minions were super strong compared to theirs, who were really weak. And we actually had stacked waves, so we knew we could go all the way. But it ended up being quite close in the end, actually, because we went all the way with it and they recalled, and it was closer than we wanted it to be, but at the same time, everyone was good to go for the call, so we just kind of went for it. And if it failed, you know, everyone was with it, so it didn't matter in the end.
Well, that's really good to hear. Game started off fairly even. It was quite clear you guys had good dragon control. You snuck that Baron at 23 minutes. Did the game feel like it was always in your control, or at what point did you realize it was swinging in your favor?
I think the game swung in our favor already at bans and picks. We got pretty much what we wanted, and they actually played a composition I haven't seen them play before. We were expecting them to go for more of like a solo queue-ish comp, where they go this hard engage catch-off comp, but they ended up going double AP carry with Sivir, which didn't make much sense to me. But so I think we won the game already in bans and picks. So we just kind of picked the Blitzcrank because it's really good against double AP with the silence. It's a very rare ability in the game right now. And not many champions actually have the ability of silencing enemy champions. So we wanted to lane swap to kind of dodge the fact that we might lose the lane, since Blitzcrank is a weak laner. And we ended up getting it due to the fact that we ended up getting so many wards at level 1 without them like defending them. So I think even from the start we kind of knew we had it, and then we just kind of played it more perfect than we did yesterday, because yesterday we took so many risks and ended up getting picked off over and over against Fnatic. So today we just wanted to make sure we got this first win in LCS and then start the season from here pretty much.
Well, definitely a convincing win right at the end. 1-1, you mentioned the loss to Fnatic yesterday. How did it feel personally losing to the team that you actually left, and more importantly, losing to Yellow Star as well?
I mean, of course, winning against Fnatic would be a good thing for me, especially since we have this sort of nemesis status. But at the same time, I didn't really mind, because I was more of scared of the fact that we didn't end up doing what we trained in scrims. So I was more worried for us than actually the fact that we didn't win against Fnatic. And towards Yellow Star, I felt like we actually won the lane yesterday, me and Nif, so I guess we had that going for us. But at the same time, we didn't care much about the game yesterday, about the fact that we actually lost it. We cared more about the fact that we ended up doing things we didn't practice. So today we just went into the games and did things we practiced, which is kind of unorthodox, like Aatrox and Blitzcrank, which no one else play. So I think today was much better than yesterday, and I feel a bit sad for yesterday, but then again, we're going to face Fnatic again one more time in Spring Split and hopefully tie it up for 1-1.
All right, well, we'll have to see how that next matchup does work out. I do want to ask about some of the practice and the differences that you're experiencing in Elements in contrast to Fnatic. We heard in the video feature you were mentioning how you've got a play style or a mindset that is more what you're looking for out of a team. What exactly is that, in your opinion?
Well, I think it's just, as an individual player, you have different mindsets on how you want to play the game. For example, in Fnatic, we had a lot of aggressive mindsets, where you wanted to 1v1 people, especially Pekka and Soas. And I'm not the kind of AD carry that kind of want to go for these 1v1s. I'd rather play it safe, to not take a risk, and then play it together. And I feel like that's what Elements kind of do. We go for these dragons and try to go for these safe plays and keep the game on a low kill score. And I feel like it just fits so much better with my style. Then again, I could have adapted more in Fnatic, but I feel like my playstyle fits so much better with these type of players. And regarding the practice, it's been going quite well. Then again, Elements has veterans and Fnatic has veterans, so it's no big difference in terms of how many hours you play a day or how effective the scrims are. But the fact that just the mindset is the same makes a huge difference, actually.
Well, that's very, very good to hear. We'll see how the training pays off for the rest of the split. Just one more question. I want to ask what your opinion is on the entire European scene as a whole. We've got week 1 now in the books. We've seen a couple of surprises. Unicorns look good. Obviously, Fnatic looking very impressive. What's your opinion on the top bracket and the bottom bracket of the 10 teams, and sort of how many teams are there? You know, is it a top 3, top 4, top 5, in your opinion, and why?
I think this year, actually, many teams can shake up the board, because all these new teams coming in with so many motivated players, ending up fighting against these veteran teams, it's actually very close games. I'm more surprised this year than I was last year, so I don't think it will be a top 3. I think it will more be a top 5. And then again, these teams can shake it up heavily, especially Unicorns, who I see as a top 5 team, definitely. Even Wolves yesterday impressed a bit, so it's like all these teams are coming in and improving a lot, and I think that has a big part to do with the coach being like more active now, because every team didn't have a coach last year, so every team actually getting a coach this year makes these, so to say, worse teams last year a lot better already. So I think this year will be a lot closer than last year, definitely.
Well, it definitely makes it a lot more exciting for the viewers and for us to shoutcast. Congratulations again on the win, Reckless. We'll be seeing you more soon. We're going to throw it back over to Shox and Crepo to break down the day and wrap up the week.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Fantastic interview with Reckless there and fantastic performance by Elements. We heard Reckless say, I knew we won the game at Picks and Bans. The comp didn't make much sense to me. What sense did you make of it?
I get what he's saying. You know, they practice these pickups and they practice this aggression, and it worked for them in scrims. However, I think Unicorns of Love could have played their composition slightly differently and played it a little better. So they have a mix between engaged. So if you see Sivir, what do you imagine? You imagine Sivir popping the ulti and going in. But at the same time, if you look at what Elements is bringing, you know, the Gnar wants to catch somebody, the Cassin wants to jump forward, the Aatrox wants to jump forward. What if you use that similar ulti to walk backwards, and then you have the J4 to Cataclysm forward, and then EQ out, kite them, and with kite running into an Azir Orianna comp is incredibly dangerous. So I feel if Unicorns of Love held that Orianna ulti a little longer, used the Azir ultimate to push Elements back, and then make them run out of gap closers, make them run out of damage, and then turn with the Sivir ulti, they could have won a lot of these fights. And I'm just going to immediately jump into a replay that highlights the fact how Elements is winning these fights, but also where UOL is misplaying it. If you look at Kikis, he's immediately going in, he's engaging into like a counter hard engage, and immediately comes out the Orianna ulti, but it's too early. Look at the power from that Azir ulti though. That could have been really big in the fight if Vardax didn't get hooked by Blitzcrank. He got hooked with Spell Shield up, and that should never ever happen in like the highest level of play. So UL was making mistakes. Congratulations to Elements for picking them out, but I do think if they would have kited backward, used their disengage and their consistent double AP damage output, they could have basically out-resourced Elements at one point. But props to Elements. They zero hesitation picks. Nif landed a couple really good hooks in those fights. He dragged the AD carrier and killed him, and then Power of Evil just jumped the gun every time a little too early. Whether Zhonya's flash, every single Orianna ulti didn't really connect the mark, and that was sad to see.
Yeah, praise where praise due. Also, the flanking from Froggen on Kassadin was very impressive at times. Good one for Elements here and Unicorns of Love, both 1-1 in the weekend. Now, at the end of week 1 of the Spring Split, here is how the standings settled. With a perfect 2-0 record at the top of the tables are Fnatic, Giants, SK Gaming, while H2K, Meet Your Makers, and Gambit will enter week 2, still looking for their first win. Not entirely what we expected, but a nice shake-up here at the first week of the LCS.
I think SK very deserved 2-0. I think Giants surprised 2-0, but bear in mind they did face slightly weaker teams. I want to see if they can make it to 4-0, 5-0. Then again, they don't even expect that for themselves. So we will probably see Giants dropping some games. Surprised that Rocket ended up losing, and I think the surprise of this weekend is Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. And Reckless there saying as well, I think it's more of a top 5. It's completely open here in the ULCS this year, and it'll be very exciting to see. It's time to check in on the player that will either lead your fantasy team to victory or ruin your week if you're against him. With 7 kills, 11 assists, a KDA of 18, and a triple kill for a total of 36 points. Today's LCS fantasy leader is Fnatic's top laner, Huni. Well, very impressive game today on Rumble. Do you have him in your lineup?
I don't play fantasy.
Oh, right, because you're not able to select yourself.
Exactly. But yeah, I was really impressed by his turnaround Rumble ultis and the way Fnatic played around that. He held it. See, that's the difference between, for example, Orianna ultis from Power of Evil. This game, they were slightly mistimed. Huni baited the enemy team in. They came in. He turned that around with a Rumble ulti. They couldn't retreat, but they couldn't fight either, and they essentially just got grilled by great play by Huni.
There was some top-tier action this week to kick off the split, and we have chosen the lineup of another OP pros that stood above the rest in their season openers. 5 OPs, and the first one is Forgiven Gree, his re-entry into the LCS in style with SK Gaming. Fantastic job for him. Although it was a team effort by him, he definitely contributed his part.
I just love the fact that he changed his name to Forgiven Greek, and I just added the Greek crowd in there. But yeah, if you look at his CS numbers, that guy can farm. He's always in the game with insanely high CS numbers. Even when we do a queue, it's really fun to see just how much farm that guy gets somehow, and his gap close usage is amazing.
Yeah, and he is adding some of that winning lanes to SK Gaming, and in combination with what they already did in the late game, they're looking very dangerous. And then the next one is Febivin. Febivin bringing the goods in for Fnatic here in week 1. Absolutely fantastic play. He had big shoes to fill, but he's absolutely delivered an 18 KDA over 2 games here, and his Xerath was super impressive yesterday.
Yeah, he definitely sniped people out there. Big, good ability usage. He didn't pop his ulti too early. He waited for another full spell rotations very often, and then popped his ulti at the right time. In synergy with the Fnatic lineup, he's looking strong, and he might be one of the top-tier mid laners in this season.
Yep. The next one up is Power of Evil. Although his ults today weren't completely on point yesterday, destructive performance on Syndra, very impressive by him. Still a lot of room to grow, and I think he definitely deserves to be put in his list.
Yeah, I think definitely game 1 merits him being placed here. He played a very nerfed Syndra. I think your win rate almost dropped from like 51% to 44 or something. So it definitely impacted the champion hard, but he just showed that he's such a master of that champion that it doesn't even matter. Nerfs, I don't care. I'll still win the game.
Next up is Whirly B. Definitely deserves praise here for the Giants going 2-0. He was a massive factor in there. Don't give him that Jax.
Yeah, it's gonna be slowly predictable. Let's get Whirly off his Jax, try and give him something else. Let's keep Pepinero in the mid lane, and let's get the jungler away from the top lane, because it seems that Giant does like feeding Whirly, and in return, he carries 2 games for them.
Yeah, 14 kills, the most of a top laner over these 2 games here. And last up, it is Yellow Star leading his brand new team to 2 victories, great engages as Annie, and just solid. It is his role to lead these troops, and he did so fantastically.
Yeah, Yellow Star is picked out his team, his henchmen, and took him to the LCS, showed him the ropes, and they're definitely thanking him for that with 2 victories.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all coming together there for Fnatic. But then your MVP of those players, one stood out, bringing a whole other level of play to the Rift. One of the most veteran members of the LCS, our week 1 MVP is Fnatic support Yellow Star. We had to give him that praise. Fantastic job by him. He had 31 assists, the most over these first 2 days. A kill participation of almost 73 in the summer split yesterday. 2 MVP spots with Fnatic. Now 1 already. He's going places.
Yeah, I do like the way he picked Annie twice, and in my opinion, coming into this week, I was not a fan of Annie support. I think it has a pretty bad laning phase, especially if you're into Leona, but what Bora does, he solves that by just roaming a lot, and he makes his team roam with him. You see him group up with Reynova the first game. It reminded me almost of Meteos and Lemonation, the way they were walking around contesting Raptor camps, getting deep vision out. He's basically taking out the weakness in the laning phase, transitioning that into strength for roaming, and getting other lanes ahead, and then in return his team will help him out. And he had this really clutch Tibbers flash turnaround earlier today as well, and he's reading the game well, and it just shows he's been on top of the game for so long. He's been here since season 1, played AD carry, he's mastered 2 roles. He can even play the top lane Shen that he once did, I think. So when Blitzcrank, if I remember correctly. So yeah, dude can play League of Legends.
He can definitely play, and definitely congratulations to him for being the MVP Yellow Star. The European LCS will continue next Thursday, starting with a clash between H2K Gaming and Meet Your Makers. Fnatic will play Roccat later in the day, and we'll see an old school LCS matchup as SK Gaming takes on Gambit. That all starts next Thursday at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. But you don't have to wait a whole week for more LCS action. The North American League Championship Series starts tomorrow with a title fight between the Titans of NA, Team Solo Mid, and Cloud9. And the day will end as Counterlogic Gaming faces off against Challenger Series winner Team 8. That all starts tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central European Time, noon Pacific. Cloud9 TSM to start things off there, Crepo. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I actually managed to play a couple of games with Santor, and I'm really rooting for him. I think he has really good mechanics. He's a really solid player, so I hope he stays away from Langes to get some champions that he can make plays with. And a lot of interesting matches. You know, my old team, EG's now remained to Winterfox. I want to see how those guys end up doing. And then I just want to see the flexibility of these teams when it comes to replacements, because there's a lot of people with visa issues right now in the States, and they have to field replacements for their rosters. So this shows how important scouting your subs out is. So it'd definitely be an interesting opening week for the American LCS, but I don't think we can draw too many conclusions. But I'll be watching.
Yeah, me too. That's all for us today from Berlin. Thank you very much for joining us in the desk this week, Mitch, and for myself and the entire broadcast crew. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you on the Rift.
It is Meteor Makers taking on SK Gaming. SK has Dragon number 5. We do see Blizzy instantly broken up. He's dropped down. Cataclysm locks everyone up, but it does not matter. SK are cleaning house. SK Gaming finish the game decisively. He's got Assault and Battery available. He's charging. He goes in. Airwax, you're going to get Frederick with the timing. Giants opening week in the LCS is flawless. It is time for Roccat versus Gambit. Roundhouse kick to the face. There's the Emperor's Divide. Now Diamond's in trouble. Nick is going to jump in. Two-man bubble lands from Vander, but Overpower is going to survive. And Roccat are on the board in the spring split.
Starting off the board, Fnatic versus H2K. Still extremely dangerous to try and jump on an all teleport. Coming in, oh, huge Timber stun, and that is going to be Fnatic getting the turnaround. Huni, unstoppable. They're looking for Voidal. They should be able to find him. GG, Fnatic is 2-0. It is time for our final match of the day between Unicorns of Love and the LCS Veterans of Elements. Caught a little bit farther behind. Oh, Zanya's everything. Froggen with the bait, and now this is looking horrendous for the Unicorns of Love. Froggen picks up a Rampage kill. That's gonna be GG, and a sigh of relief is breathed by every member of the Elements.